I'm Jan Gustafsson. I'm being joined by Super Grandmaster Peter Svidler. I hope you guys can hear and see us now, even though we do look way too big on our little screen where we can see us. It's freaking me out a bit.
That is unnerving. Yeah, let's minimize that.
Let's not do that. Peter, what can we look forward to today?
I mean, the big game obviously is the Carlsen Hou Yifan game. This is the one I think that will attract the most attention for many and varied reasons. But there are other games, interesting games as well. This is a tournament which provides us with interesting games every round. I think I'm very happy with how it's going as a spectator. Although it's a Petrov in Carlsen Hou Yifan, at the moment we're showing you the pairings hopefully showing you the pairings for round 11.
We are. We're certainly showing the pairings. We don't know if people can hear all our wisdom, but I think we're good now. And without further ado, let's jump right into the action because we have moves, we have liftoff, and it's one of your favorites, the Petrov.
Yeah, absolutely. I believe I haven't actually returned to this opening properly in the 11 years since the Brisago-Kramnik-Leko match. I was Vladimir Kramnik's second for that match, and that gave me such an overload of Petrovs that I think I more or less stopped looking at that opening after the match. The amount of stuff we discussed and analyzed heavily during the match lasted me quite comfortably for a number of years. And it's completely outdated now, but I still don't return to that material because I've got scars.
Then I'll do all the Petrov talking. Knight c3 is the move they all play at the top level. Carlsen had a bit of a mixed experience when he got into a very bad position with it against Vasily Ivanchuk during the World Rapid Championship, even though he managed to, I believe, even win that game in the end. But he wasn't very happy. Well, Hou Yifan already employed this and comfortably held a draw against Fabiano Caruana earlier in this tournament. The general white strategy is simple: go queen d2, long castles, exploit the extra protection for your king, and do something according to black's plan. If he castles kingside, you wanna start an attack, often connect to h4. If black plans, as in this game, to castle queenside, then the play becomes a lot more positional and sophisticated. White has many different ways, either trying to exchange his bishop. This is how they started playing this line. But here, I believe it turned out that such a position is quite defensible.
Yeah, they sometimes even castle kingside regardless. But yeah, you can try, and I think I won a nice game from this, starting from this structure against Vogar Gashimov once in the Bundesliga. But generally speaking, it's not very much, and yeah, people have been holding it quite comfortably. There's also a plan instead of knight g5 to go knight d4. Which is even stranger more difficult to explain to the uninitiated, so to speak, because it seems as if white is trading off all of his pieces and really not aiming for a large advantage. But white bishops are somewhat more active here, and he can sometimes press for a little bit.
But this knight d4 plan, if they want to go for that, normally they throw in h4.
They include h4 normally, yeah, but just in general, the idea of playing h4, and perhaps after black plays h6, stopping knight g5 ideas, white sometimes plays knight d4. There's also, I'm not sure if it's this particular position with the queen already on d7, but sometimes black replies to these types of plans by playing bishop f6, and then bishop g5 becomes a topic. But as you said, it's very, very dependent on what black does next. Yeah. I'm a little bit surprised by b3, on the other hand.
b3 is a topical idea in the position after h4, h6, which we've seen the other day. Caruana, I believe, played a3. Every move known to man has been played here. Peter Leko was the one who introduced b3, won a nice game against Wang Yue here. King b1 has also been played and so on. In general, it's very hard to explain, but white's overall policy is to make the most useful waiting move, because black doesn't want to castle kingside. This is risky. And if he castles queenside, knight d4 is a little awkward, because after takes, which looks normal, queen takes, there is a double attack against g7 and a7. Therefore, black, either with h4, h6, or in the game directly, has to play a different move, and there's many subtleties to if you want b3, a3, king b1. In the game that Hou Yifan played against Caruana, she went for rook g8 here, overprotecting the g7 pawn, preparing this. Let's see if she does The same thing against the world champion, who clearly prepared this idea. He must have seen the game against Caruana.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, in general, it's a slowish game to begin with, as the 93 Petrovs tend to be. Let's wait for Hou Yifan's decision probably and go further down the list.
Where do we go, though?
Start
Let's
from
go
the
to
top and go.
Adams versus Giri. Let's first of all check out their head-to-head score. 3-3. I believe only one win each and a couple draws. Mickey Adams, not his greatest tournament, but he's gonna have caught some will to live by winning his game yesterday against Sergei Kayaki.
That was
the day before
yesterday, in the previous round. And an interesting and a very fighting choice from Anish today. Perhaps he feels that it's high time he accelerated. There's only 3 rounds to go. He is a point and a half behind Magnus, and he needs to start winning games if he is to challenge for the top placings placements. Slightly frazzled there in the tournament, and he went for a Sicilian. I haven't actually seen him play very much. He's employed the Najdorf with great success in the Qatar Open in December. He played a number of very interesting Najdorf games there. But today he went 2 knight c6, perhaps indicating that he might play the Sveshnikov or maybe switch to some kind of Taimanov setups.
Well, he's a major Taimanov expert.
Yeah.
This used to be one of his main openings, this stuff with e6. His training partner and friend Robin van Kampen has done a whole video series on it for Chess24. And in the Taimanov, it's a big question if you want to start with e6, which allows certain things like c3 or
Mickey plays g3 in this position quite seriously. Yeah, and after knight c6, I think the bigger reason why he's done this is that Mickey plays all kinds of bishop b5 systems against everything. And perhaps Anish felt that playing knight c6, bishop b5, g6, as he's done, gives him more fighting opportunities than playing d6 on move 2 and facing bishop b5 check. Although those positions these days also tend to get very, very wild occasionally. It's no longer a wasteland of slightly better positions for white. g6, bishop takes c6, b takes c6. I used to play this myself with black. It's an interesting position which I think is strategically risky for black, but it does lead to very unclear, very unbalanced positions with weird structures like the one we will see in a moment in this game.
Yeah, the thinking has changed a bit here. They used to play dc6 with a structure very close to the one we see in every other Berlin, like the Wei Navara game and so on. But bc6, keeping more pawns in the center, is more ambitious strategically, and they've been trying that. Anish himself won a nice game on the white side against Alexander Grishuk in this line in Norway chess, so he has some experience here. Castles, bishop g7, rook e1, and here the funny looking move to the uninitiated knight to h6. What's that about?
Well, the thing is, if you play knight f6 here, you allow this really forcing variation. There's been a number of Sutovsky games, I think, with both colors starting from this position. Yeah, this line. c4, knight c7, d4, they take, the queen goes to h4, so white sometimes has to give up. The pawn on e5 often disappears for initiative, but white does get a decent amount of initiative here. This is, I think, supposed to be, at the very least, slightly better for white, quite promising for white, especially in the context of general positions you get in the bishop b5 lines. And if you cannot really play knight f6 straight away, you're facing a choice. You can play e5, but then c3, g4 is supposed to be very promising.
So b4 was even good here.
Maybe, I'm not that up to date, but the old thinking, so to speak, was e5, c3, followed simply by d4, takes, knight c3, bishop f4. Is a pleasant, risk-free, slightly better position for white. There could be even more ambitious tries, of course, but even this, I think, is quite decent. And d6, e5 is just plain wrong, I think, in this position. In general, in these types of structures, playing d6 when you cannot really comfortably meet e4, e5 is not a good idea, because none of your choices afterwards will be particularly attractive. Which led to this idea of playing either knight h6 immediately, or sometimes I think they even start with an even weirder looking f7, f6.
Or rook,
there's also rook b8.
b8. Grishuk has dabbled with this. The point is, if white goes c3, which looks natural, then you can switch back to the old plan.
Yeah, you want a tempo compared.
But Anish goes for, this setup, knight h6, intending f6, knight f7, short castles, and see what happens. Or, as we see in the game, play even more aggressively, c3 castles, h3.
I think this is the position which the Chinese players, I think Wei Yi in particular, they've been playing this recently. And I have a feeling, instead of h3, the other move, of course, is d4, and then they go d5 and f6. Yes. I think this is for instance, the Volokitin Wei Yi match featured a couple of games starting from this position, if I'm not mistaken. And it's a very unclear, very sharp position, which the Chinese players seem to think is fine for black, and it probably is. Instead of this, Mickey goes h3, limiting black's choices for now. Anish goes f5 in one tempo. I used to play this position slower with black. I used to go f6, allow d4, put my knight on f7, go d6, bishop d7, and then play for some kind of f5 breaks later in the game. But this is a little bit too slow. White does get a decent position here, and generally should be slightly better. Although black has the two bishops, and it's a playable, interesting position that can be discussed. But Anish plays faster here. He goes f5 in one tempo. e5 is by far the most natural reply. Bishop, knight f7 first. d3.
d4.
Yeah, I'm not sure why not d4, to be honest. d4 would be my first choice. But Mickey goes for a different setup. He played d3. Anish quite quickly replied with bishop a6, developing his final light piece. And Mickey went c4, indicating that he doesn't really want to put any of his pawns on the dark squares for now, and he wants to limit the a6 bishop more than he wants to limit the g7 bishop. To which Anish also quite understandably replied by the immediate d6, challenging the white center. And after e6, he's probably going to go knight e5, I would guess.
Not here?
Probably not, although it's not completely, no, it is completely ridiculous. But if that happens, play will revolve very heavily around the question, can white keep the pawn on e6 alive or not?
I don't like e6 at first sight. At the very least, it looks very committal. Can I do something else? Like here, there's a trick, right?
I was wondering if this actually works. Yeah, first of all, there's bishop takes c4 here, as you're correctly showing. Although, I mean, it's a playable position for white.
Yeah, it's a mess.
It's a playable position for white, but I guess black will come out doing reasonably well here. Also, after bishop f4, you could maybe make an argument for some shenanigans connected with g5, but I can't really make them work. Queen c7 maybe. Queen c7, e6 probably gains in strength after queen c7. Bishop f4 is very much, of course, in a possibility here. If black plays h6, you might have to go h4, but you're not probably very disappointed by that. Although e6 once again becomes an option.
Yeah, it's very complicated, and Mickey faces a decision here because Anish has been blitzing out his moves.
Yeah, but Mickey also is playing reasonably fast. I mean, 125 on his clock after d3 and c4 indicates that he probably is reasonably comfortable here, because d3 and c4 are not at all the only options available to white there, and the fact that he played those two moves as quickly as he did, I think, should normally be an indication that he is still following some kind of preparation.
We'll find out. We have Luke Van Velde, the local hero, facing David Navara, who, in spite of his score, has in a way been the hero of the tournament, because almost every highly exciting game they've played so far in Vaikanze has involved David Navara. Is that a fair statement, I think? Well, there might have been others, but he's played many spectacular games. His game against Carlsen, the first round, was interesting already. Then his game against Giri was spectacular. His loss to Wei Yi and his technique against Caruana, a lot of action in the
also the Hou Yifan Navara game. Plenty of very, very interesting games by David in this tournament. And already by move 10 here, we have a very, very interesting wild position on the board, very difficult to assess.
How did they get here? Luke plays it slow, knight f3, g3. A lot of people do that these days. And g6 in this position, I'm a little surprised by the move d4. Like, I've seen this move before, but the common thinking is if here you have to put your knight on b3, you haven't really achieved anything out of the open.
But I think by this point you don't really have any particularly attractive options. You can switch
that's
to
my
the
point.
you can switch to the symmetrical English by going c4. But apart from that, and that is also not a bed of roses particularly, especially with the knight already on f3. I think you've limited your options to a degree.
Well, c3 or c4 are the most
c3
common choices here.
c3 transposes to a symmetrical Grunfeld if black wants it. So you can't really claim this is tremendously exciting. And c4 transposes to a whole other group of opening positions once again. And Luki probably did not want to have a serious theoretical discussion today, so he went for something slightly more upbeat. But yes, the thinking generally is, if white can't support the knight on d4 in some comfortable fashion, it has to go either knight b3 or sometimes knight c2 in these positions if the pawn is already on c4.
No, but knight c2 is much better.
Yes, but then even there, I think it's supposed to be okay. But knight b3 in particular is not a particularly good. Sorry about the particulars in that sentence. It's not a very good square for the knight. d6 castles, and David immediately demonstrates that he doesn't want some kind of a typical position. Although after knight f6, I'm pretty sure black would be fine anyway.
Yeah, it could lead to some very slow dragonish positions where this knight is misplaced, or more likely, some English positions where, once again, the knight is not ideal.
Yeah, knight is much better on c2 actually in those structures. But David immediately goes for h5, showing that he wants something more offbeat and something sharper from the get-go. h3 is a very typical reaction here. I was briefly wondering if playing h4, g4, f5 could be justified here, but probably you don't want to do that when your pieces are so undeveloped. Yeah, g5 becomes an option, but also I guess even taking, going, I don't know, e4, f4, and trying to punish black for being so insolent is also a potential reply. David instead went bishop e6, e4. Since c4 is no longer available, white needs to occupy the center somehow. Queen d7 and king h2, and this is the position they have on the board right now. Black needs to justify this, because if he at some point will be forced to revert to his normal dragon kind of a setup, I think h5 is not a particularly good move to have. f4, f5, also bishop g5 will be annoying. There will be no, apart from knight h7, which is a move, there will be no comfortable way of driving this bishop away. So I'll be interested to see what David comes up with here.
Yeah, it's a highly committal decision. It always looks attractive. Let's start a kingside attack, but if it fails, there are holes left. Let's see what else we got. We got Pavl Elyanov against Wesley So. Good old Grunfeld. Ever played this opening?
I have on occasion dabbled with it, yeah, in it, not with it.
Rook c1, one of the main lines here, e3, either c5 or bishop e6, rook c1. The trendy move even here is bishop e6 a move here, or am I mixing stuff up?
No, I think it's with the pawn on e3.
With e3 instead of
that's
f3.
with the pawn on e3. I think d takes c4 is what you're supposed to go here. e4, c5, dc, queen a5 is the main line as far as I can remember.
That's what you gave in your video series, right?
Pretty sure it was, yes.
I was dabbling with these lines, which are also playable, but this is a more direct.
This is a more direct approach, dc5, queen a5. And here...
they go e5.
They go e5, and Pavl instead went knight g2, which is a move I am less familiar with, I have to say. But Wesley does not seem to be as surprised as I am. After e5, they sometimes get very, very interesting positions, like rook d8 here. They used to play bishop g2, to which I think there are some very interesting exchange sacrifices in some lines, like knight g4, and bishop takes c4, knight c6. And after knight b5 here, there is rook takes d2, and despite being a full exchange down, I think this position used to be considered completely fine. Queen d2, knight d2, knight g takes e5. It's a whole exchange, but I think, at least in my childhood, so to speak, this was supposed to be fine for black, if I'm not completely mistaken. I think I'm correct on this. But instead of all this, Pavl goes knight d2. Trying to immediately trouble the queen on a5 with knight takes c4, and Wesley goes bishop e6, which I think is very logical, because you want to trade some pieces off before taking on c5, and if knight c4 we will take, of course, otherwise what's the point, and take on e4, I guess, and the whole complex of white, I mean the queen side is crumbling a little bit for white. So Pavl took with the bishop, takes, queen takes c5, and a quiet move b2, b3, supporting the knight on c4. Black played the most natural move in the position, knight c6, and this is the current situation in the game. White's, I would say, slightly better structurally, but unless there is something immediate, you feel that black is not risking very much in a position like this.
No, I agree. Even though I found a way to blunder the queen. You can go here, but then you're very short on squares.
You probably shouldn't. The queen will go to h5. And my guess is this is the plan. You will take on h5, you play something like f3 or followed by king f2, rook hd1, and you claim that this... Whoops, that was a bit of a mistake.
We'll be back. We'll be back.
Sorry about that. But the aim for Pavl, and we will give you the position in a second, the aim for Pavl seems to be getting a slightly better endgame and pushing in it. h5, you play something like f3 or followed by king f2, rook h1.
Let's look at
and you claim
today's pairings for now. See what else we got going. Magnus Carlsen, we were looking at some predictions earlier. Do you think he can be stopped?
But stopped. The aim for Pavl, we will give you the position. He probably won't win the remaining three games. The aim for Pavl seems to be getting a slightly better endgame. I've seen a tweet with the projected scores. I think it's more and more something like the fashion in all kinds of sports to
let's look at
try and project the scores
pairings
from the
now.
current situation. I know
what else we got going. Magnus Carlsen,
will probably be my one mention.
We were looking at some predictions earlier. Do you think he can be stopped?
And they also now seemingly are trying to find stone. He is currently 7 out of 10. The aim for Pavl seems to be, and the projected score I've seen slightly better endgame. I've seen at least the projected 903 or more, something like the fashion in all kinds of sports to score
let's look at
trying to
pairings for now. See what else we got going. Magnus Carlsen,
will probably be my one mention.
We were looking at some predictions earlier. Do you think he can be stopped?
And they also now seemingly are, and he is currently also getting the aim for Pavl 300, and the projected score I've seen slightly better endgame. I've seen at least the projected we are back in our position something like the fashion in all kinds of sports. I do think
let's look at pairings
because if you allow rook d8, I know
what else we got going.
Issues of your
Magnus
own
Carlsen,
with the position.
We were looking at some predictions earlier. Do you think he can be stopped?
And they also now seemingly and he is currently also getting the aim for Pavl 300. This endgame, the projected score I've seen optically slightly better for white. I've seen it usually be projected. We are
no, bad pieces.
Rook a8. I do think we're
pairings
probably lower
what else we got going.
Issues of your
Magnus
own
Carlsen,
with the position.
we were looking at some predictions earlier. Do you think he can be stopped?
And they also now seemingly and he is currently also getting the aim for Pavl 300. This endgame, the projected score I've seen optically slightly better.
Sound issues.
We are
no, bad pieces.
Rook a8. I do think we're
pairings.
I think we know now.
We will never know. Apologies for that, as usual. What about the game Mamedyarov against Fabiano Caruana?
Well, they should be interesting because Shahryar was he knocked out Fabiano out of the World Cup in Baku. And could you please tell us in chat if we're still speaking in tongues and whether the sound is there is actually I had this discussion with some people because we were, and in my case probably still are, fans of the Late Show with Craig Ferguson, and I've always wondered who of us is the robot skeleton, and there is now an answer in chat. Apparently it is me who is the robot skeleton. This reference will probably miss most of our viewers, but
I'm just confused that you wondered who of us it was. Like, that's obvious.
That is kind of fair though. Yeah, and yeah, the Mamedyarov Caruana game is another one of those you could argue maybe slight grudge matches, although I'm not sure Fabiano views it as such. But I tend to, value and remember whatever happens to me in World Cups. So if Fabiano is anything like me, for him it might be an important game as well, because I'm
No. I can get on, but then we might have Skype something.
I'm pretty sure that Fabiano was very ambitious for last year's World Cup, and he definitely remembers what happened there. Shahryar is playing the c3 Sicilian today. I'm not quite sure what that decision was influenced by. And Fabiano played 1c5, which is also not something he does a lot, I think.
I'm a bit surprised about the move bishop d3 in this position.
That as well, yeah. Frankly, this game is somewhat puzzling in its opening phase. I'm not quite sure what's going on. Bishop c4 is by far the main move in this position, and actually, I think to the exclusion of almost everything else. I don't think I've seen bishop d3 before. We're also trying to get a, give us a sign, chat. Tell us if you can hear us, and if you can hear us, whether you can stand hearing us in the way the sound works right now, because we honestly have no idea what's going on today.
We're dazed and confused.
Yeah, system worked perfectly fine yesterday, but today we seem to have all kinds of new and weird problems we've never encountered before. It's not fun to be dealing with them live on stream, but we're trying our best. Give us some feedback now.
It's good if things don't become routine though, like they sound the same every day. Who wants that? So yeah, I'm very confused by bishop d3, as mentioned, bishop c4, main move, and sometimes I play other weird moves like a3 or ed6, but bishop d3, de5 is just supposed to be fine for black.
Yeah,
so.
and the position they have on the board is really, really strange to me. Because strange in that I don't really understand why White would ever go for this.
Yeah, me neither.
d5, knight b4, that obviously is the point of d takes e5 here. The bishop on d3 is hanging. Bishop b4, and Shahryar continues playing extremely fast, so this must be his preparation. But also Fabiano is playing extremely fast, and for him I think it's slightly stranger, because who prepares for this? I mean, it must be... I don't think I've seen Shahryar play 2c3 to begin with, and bishop d3 is such a rare move.
Yeah, but still, I think this is the line you normally have in your file. The one time you do look at the c3 Sicilian, you look at the legal moves here. Fabiano's very diligent. I'm sure he has a3, bishop d3. He looked at it once.
So bishop e4, queen takes, king takes, and now you want to bring your knight from b8 to c5 because the bishop on e4 is very exposed. You can do it in two ways, knight a6 or knight d7, but knight d7 is slightly more logical, I feel, because it also attacks the e5 square pawn, makes it harder for white to move the knight from f3. Shahryar replied immediately by bishop d2, and I guess the point of that move is that if black goes knight c5, I have a feeling he wants to go bishop takes h7, although maybe just bishop takes b4 as well, I don't know. It's confusing. Probably just bishop takes b4. Bishop h7 is a fancy move, but I don't think it's particularly good for many reasons, like knight d3 maybe is very strong here. Any knight, yeah, bishop d3, knight d3, you have to go king e2, I will take on b2, and black is probably fine. So I guess he wanted to go bishop takes b4 instead, knight e4, and bishop takes f8, and if you take f2 and h1, this knight probably will get lost. Bishop anywhere d6, I guess knight c3, rook takes h1, this looks good for white. But Fabiano also quite quickly replied to bishop d2 by supporting the knight on b4 by playing a5.
That's another reason for starting with knight d7, not knight a6.
Yeah, exactly. And if a3, now knight c5 probably will be very, very strong. That would be my original impression. Although even here, you can try taking on b4 and going bishop b1. And no, you can't take your own knight. You could try, but the machine will not allow you to do it. Yeah, and in this position, the knight on e4 currently has no moves, but white also lacks pieces which can attack it, so even something greedy like a5, a4 is possible. You could also maybe make an argument for faster development in developing ideas like bishop d7, followed if white takes on a5 by bishop c5, other one to b5 or c6, and black has tremendous compensation for the pawn on a5 here. But also you can choose not to give it up, because yes, the knight on e4 has no moves, but I don't think white can actually catch it, because he really lacks the pieces for it.
So how do we keep it? Can we play this?
Yeah, I thought a4, but also maybe knight d4 here is not that stupid. Trying to play f3 next move.
Let's blunder the knight.
Yeah, that would be unfortunate for black.
Nowhere to go.
Yeah, so I probably would start with, I think the pawn on a5 is not that important here. Would start with bishop d7, and if white still goes knight d4, I would think here, first of all kinds of weird ideas with rook d8 or even maybe castles long become available to black. I can also try playing f6, creating some space for my knight on e4. Mainly I think I want to go to, to f6, because if f3 I will play f takes e5 here.
My impression is that Schack prepared a very rare line trying to surprise Fabiano, but he's failed, judging by the speed that Fabiano's blitzed out knight d7 and a5, and black is gonna be very fine here.
Yeah, I like black's position. I'd be extremely happy with this turn of events, because by move 11 here, Fabiano actually has decent chances for a sharp endgame in which he definitely will have potential for initiative.
Let's conclude our opening tour to Mr. Ding Liren, as our friend Lawrence calls him, also known as Ding Liren, and probably that's still mispronouncing it. He's facing your compatriot, the reigning Russian champion. You ever played in that tournament?
I played in some, yeah.
This is the 7-time Russian champion, Grandmaster Peter Svidler.
I played about 25 of them, though. That's a slight overstatement.
You shouldn't say that, just 7-time Russian champion. I still think you have a decent, win the tournament to participating ratio, right?
It's around 40%, yeah.
It's not terrible.
Not terrible, no.
Anyway, Mr. Tomashevsky is facing Ding Liren for the 3rd time, if I can't believe my stats. 2 draws before this one. And he's playing the Catalan. All these classical guys are playing the Catalan now. Elyanov, Tomashevsky. Everyone took a page out of, you think it's Kramnik's?
I think Vladimir probably was the biggest influence there, as is very, very normal, because I think his influence over the modern opening fashion is unrivaled. I'm very much on the record saying that, we're all following in his footsteps in a lot of areas.
Yeah, not just the Catalan. Look what people do against 1e4. Good old Berlin. Look who did it first on the biggest stage. Kramnik 2000.
Also he returned the Petrov to the grand stage, and it's still there. It kind of lost in popularity because everybody's playing the Berlin when they wanted a solid opening with black. But he was definitely the one who rejuvenated Petrov, so to speak. So yeah, I think he's very much the trendsetter in chess theory in the past 15 years.
That's how it feels like. Bishop b4 check is the trendy move in this tournament at the very least. Bishop e7, my recommendation in my video series on the Catalan, also fine as far as I know, but people go for bishop b4. Maybe it offers slightly more double-edged positions in some of the lines.
At least you hope for that, yeah.
And Magnus Carlsen, of course, won a nice game in this line against Pavl Elyanov earlier in the tournament. Bishop d2, bishop e7, bishop g2, short castles, and here the idea is to keep the position close. That's why you provoke this bishop to go here, so it can't go to b2, and the knight can go to d2. c6, bishop f4. Maybe Tomashevsky was afraid of the Carlsen idea, queen c2 to play knight e4. Or did Carlsen... I think Carlsen started with knight bd7 actually, not with c6.
I think so, but all of these things have a tendency to transpose into one another. So white could perhaps give the same position, but Yevgeny goes for one of the many lines where white sacrifices the pawn on c4 and then plays around that, so to speak. He doesn't try to win it back immediately. He's just hoping that the fact that black needs to spend a lot of his time protecting that pawn will serve him well.
Yeah, this is the position where white chooses between queen c2 and knight c3, two main lines, knight c3, small drawback, gives up a pawn. dc e4, many theoretical discussions here, b5 has been tried, b6 has been tried, a5, and rook e8, a quiet waiting move, slightly improves black's position, especially preparing for white d5 breakthroughs, because then d6 is no longer a threat, since the bishop has this square, is one of the very main lines here. White goes a4, stopping black from supporting his pawn by playing b5, and Liren plays b6, I believe also the main line, even though a5 is a move that has also been employed quite a bit. b6, just preparing to bring this bishop out either to a6 or to b7. And after queen e2, played in the game, bishop a6 is logical, defending the pawn, rook f d1, and white is arguing, I'm a pawn down, but I have the center, I have ideas to break through here, and I have ideas to sometimes create play on the king side if I want to. Your pieces are a little clumsy, especially this bishop, so your move. Theoretically, I've analyzed this, I thought black was fine here, it can become very, very complex very quickly, there's all kinds of goofy ideas, but I'm very curious what Yevgeny Tomashevsky has up his sleeve.
And there is one more game left we haven't discussed yet. It's a game where Juanito is white against Sergei Karyakin. And we have an anti-Berlin there, which is everyone's proper crowd favorite. And they've already made 15 moves, which is unsurprising, to be honest, because this is a line which has been very, very heavily discussed recently, and people have strong opinions here and a lot of knowledge. And I actually looked at this recently, so maybe I could take over for a second and demonstrate that I also know a little bit about openings. Nobody will believe me, but I can try. This is the rook e1 anti-Berlin, not playing g4, not going for the proper Berlin endgame. Knight d6, knight e5, bishop e7, and bishop f1. I played this in a very important match in Reykjavik when we played Armenia. Well, I played Levon Aronian on board 1. And Levon played knight f5 here, which is, I think, currently maybe the slightly more popular of the two options available to black, because sometimes starting from this position, if white is not very careful, he occasionally gets outplayed. Here you can imagine how black, if white is not having a particularly good day, how black can at some point become maybe slightly better. Although, of course, the position, if anyone is better here objectively, it is white ever so slightly. But knight takes e5 is the more solid option here. Rook e5, castles, knight c3, knight e8, knight g5, bishop d6, and rook e1. They sometimes go rook e2 here. I think maybe rook e3 hasn't been tried, but rook e2 I think has been tried in this position. There are drawbacks with this as well. But here, this is still very much mainline theory. c6, knight e3, bishop e7.
This is an important moment.
Yeah.
Go bishop e7. What they normally do is go bishop c7, knight f5, d5,
Yeah,
knight
this is
e7.
this has, I think, more practice to recommend it. They get to this position more or less by force, and here white goes d3, followed by g3, queen f3, bishop goes to h3 sometimes. And white is trying to prove that his two bishops, although they are not particularly active right now, are slightly better than the bishop on c7 and the knight, which very often black plays f5 and develops this knight to f6. But generally speaking, I think this position is very, very close to complete equality. At least that was my impression when I was preparing to live on. And Sergei, on the other hand, I have a feeling bishop e7 and c4, we're still following his own game with white against Levon Aronian in the Skopje European clubs late last year.
We're also following Carlsen against Caruana from the London Chess Classic, so nothing new under the sun. For bishop e7, the point is knight f5, bishop f6. Doesn't lead anywhere.
Yeah, this is no longer particularly attractive for white. So white tries to assume some control in the center by playing c4, stopping d5 for now, knight c7, and d4 here. And here Sergei does something which I think is quite sensible. I think Levon played d5 here against him.
So did Caruana against Carlsen.
Yeah, but d6 is a very, very sensible option here, I believe, because there's really no rush for black to settle the structure in the center. Actually, playing d5 at least creates an understandable target for white to play against. White takes on d5, forces black to take with a pawn, at some point, either with the knights may come off or they may stay where they are, but black of course cannot recapture with the queen because the bishop on e7 will get lost. And then white tries to play in this position around the, well, not a weakness on d5, but the fact that, let's say, if we get a position like this, which is very typical from many openings, of course it's not very much because the structure is completely symmetrical, but the bishop on d3 is a better bishop than the one on e6. White plays bishop e5, tries to take the dark square bishops off the board, and then push for a while based on the difference in bishop activity. But d6 doesn't really give white the luxury of a clear plan. Wei quickly continues by g3 and bishop g2, at least improving one of his pieces, g6 and queen d3, and this is the position on the board. I would say black is probably just fine here, to be honest. I don't think this is much of anything.
How do you get the pieces out? You go bishop e6? Or
if you want, you can actually switch to the previous plan here. You can play d6, d5, although maybe bishop h6 there at the end is annoying, but arguably you can do this either here or maybe on the next move after having played bishop g7. And the bishop on g2 is not, I think you probably prefer it on d3, although that's not that clear. You can also go knight e6 and ask white a question. Do you want to go d5, making my bishop on f6 stronger, or do you want to go knight c2, which looks like very, very awkward?
I want to go d5.
No, of course you want to go d5, but let's say I go knight d4 here. This could get quite interesting, although I probably at first glance would take white here after this and bishop c3. You can also continue making waiting moves here. Bishop g7, rook e8, bishop g7, rook e8, perhaps put that bishop on d7. The knight on d3, it looks fine, but it's not really doing very much currently. So,
but I have plenty of useful
bishop
waiting moves. Bishop d2, rook d1, bishop c3. It's not like white doesn't know what to do.
No, absolutely not. But I still feel that this position should be reasonably decent for black. And Sergei also, he went for it without hesitation, so I think he also feels that this is fine. But he will need to start playing concretely at some point, because as you mentioned, white has a very decent array of strengthening moves here, and black does need to define what he wants to do. I'm not sure what the correct plan here is, but it doesn't really feel like this position is particularly bad for black, to be honest. It's perfectly playable. He might settle on d5, thinking simply that the inclusion of all these moves makes his life seem easier. But perhaps d5, cd5, and take with a pawn here.
Yeah, I was wondering about that. Still after... I don't know, it's very little, but after bishop d2, it still feels to me like white is a little more active than black.
Well, it's very similar to what Sergei had with white, actually, in that game against Liren. And black has a reasonably simple plan here. Queen d7, the knight from c7 will eventually go via e8, I think, to either f6 or d6. My drawing powers are not very good today. Not that yeah, I'll give up on that. But hopefully, I was audible, yeah, if not very clear, with my arrows today. And yes, white probably has slight initiative to begin with, but black's position is so solid that it will not be easy to break down at all.
Yeah, it looks like Juanito, well, no one can really get a sharp attacking game against the Berlin, but he didn't feel like repeating the line he beat Navara in and went for something very solid today against Kayaki. Maybe slightly punch drunk from losing their game to Caruana. He wants to play it safe today.
It's, yeah, not impossible.
Let's go back to the battle of arguably the strongest male player alive versus the strongest female player alive. Not even sure how arguable that is.
Yeah,
Carlsen.
She is not the world champion right now, but I think even the supporters of the Muzachuk sisters will give her that she is the strongest woman player playing currently. And the game progressed in the slow fashion. After bishop f6, Magnus went h3. Hou Yifan now felt comfortable castling because after knight d4 she no longer loses any material. g7 will not be hanging.
It's interesting, I'm trying to figure this out, that Magnus didn't include h4, h6 as they customarily do, because he wants to push his g-pawn, and for that he needs the h-pawn to support the g4 one.
I've seen this plan before, but it always seemed to me like you're still not pushing a huge edge here. Castle's long, g4, h6, stopping, g4, g5 ideas forever. Not that it was a huge threat right now, but it might become later in the game, connected with some knight g4 tricks. So h6, bishop g2, rook, king b8 first, securing her queen side, rook e1, rook e8. And, well, black doesn't really have too much in the way of active moves, but her position is extremely solid, and neither, frankly, does white, apart from the plan with knight d4.
Very hard to tell with untrained eyes like mine what white has here. Like, I understand you can make a random move and you're fine, but do you have an advantage? I don't really get it. Knight d4 will just chop everything off, no?
Yeah, maybe c takes at some point. Yeah, this position is completely equal now. This position, you can't lay any claim to white's advantage. But maybe c takes d4, creating a threat of d5. If you go d5, I play f4.
But even many moves here, f6, f5, I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do, but
I would actually shorten the diagonal for the g2 bishop to begin with, and then I would play f6, bishop f7, and start swapping down the e-file. And you need to have more pieces on the board to lay any claim. Yes, your structure is slightly better, your bishop is slightly better than your opponent's, but it really doesn't feel like very much here.
No. Looks like Hou Yifan is gonna survive the opening with her Petrov, which she prepared for this event, against both Caruana and Magnus Carlsen. So Petrov might be back. Let's check in with the Adams-Giri game again, because that is a very weird position where...
That is a very weird position. And yeah, I'm not sure I like Mickey's plan a great deal yet, but maybe I don't understand it properly. First and foremost, yeah, the decision whether to play e6 or not is heavily dependent on how you evaluate the tactics if you don't play e6. And bishop f4, Mickey probably did not like this line you've shown earlier, which ends in bishop takes c4 after black takes everything on e5. So he did go e6, takes, knight c3, which is a very... knight c3 first, sorry, rook b8. And now he's taken on e5 and went knight a4. It does create a threat of knight takes c5. But I'm not quite sure what happens if black just goes bishop g7. What exactly is white playing for here?
I don't get it, yeah. At first sight it looks scary. I think he's playing for this bishop doesn't have anything to do unless you win the e6 pawn.
Yeah, but it will return to c8, and then black will play rook f6. And you actually don't have that many pieces which can protect the e6 pawn. You would like to go bishop g5, but h6 will drive it away. I was trying to make something like bishop f4 work. But I think even after bishop f4, I can play h6 to begin with. I'm creating a huge, I believe, positional threat of g5, which might force you to go h4, which is a tempo to begin with. Now, this I simply don't like for white.
No, I was wondering if we can take, but it's too much.
No, I think there are no pieces on the king side to support any kind of sacrifices. You will never have anything there. So bishop h4, f4, h6, I think you have to play h4. And now, okay, I played bishop c8, for instance, queen d2, king h7. But maybe I'm in time now. Rook e2 followed by rook e1. Yeah, suddenly I'm in time, because I thought white was not in time, but if he is, this is now a decent position all of a sudden.
So I have some knight takes c5s.
Yeah, sure, but that is a... we can start discussing tactics, but I was more concerned with the... I simply thought that white will never be in time to double on the e-file. He may have estimated that more correctly than I have. So this is the position on the board. Is rook f6 here? Knight takes c5, bishop c8, but that looks weird. Because bishop g5 and everything will have to start going back. Also rook takes c5 on every move here is an interesting idea. No, I don't like this. No, this feels wrong. Maybe bishop... No, but bishop c8, bishop h6 probably. Although rook f6 wins a tempo compared. Can we play bishop c8 here? If knight takes c5, I want to maybe go bishop takes... No, bishop takes b2, I will lose it on b2. So knight c5 is quite decent here. I'm starting to come around to Mickey's view on this subject. Bishop b2. Rook b1 is also strong, but bishop b2, knight b3 seems to be almost winning. There's queen b6 there, but
Yeah, shouldn't help.
but still d4 and or c5, queen c1. c5 is strong here. I think our original assessment was, we see a position where one side has two bishops, and we immediately gravitate to the evaluation that the two bishops must be doing excellently well. But
Well, it's very often at the core of all these positions. Can black find a way to include his a6 bishop, then he's doing excellently, and if not, he might be in trouble.
yeah, very, very curious. And Anish is thinking finally, which is also very relevant, I think, because he is very, very well booked up, and you wouldn't put it past him to have this position in his files. But it would appear that he is finally on his own, so to speak, and thinking about things over the board.
I'm wondering, and this is pure speculation, actually I'll find out what the computer says, but I'm wondering if the computer at first sight thinks this position is great for black, and yeah, he gives black a small advantage, but then if you enter some more moves, it might come around to changing his mind, because I know from checking these positions that computers are always happy in the structure with black, but sometimes they don't understand like the long-term positional damages, that if this bishop doesn't take the pawn, we'll have very little to do.
Yeah, it's a curious situation. The Van Veli Navara game is getting wilder by the minute, so let's go there.
As usual, Luki normally doesn't have to be invited twice to play sharp positions, even though I've expressed my reservations that I think he's stronger in quieter positions. And Navara every day, he said that he doesn't really necessarily look for it, and he wouldn't mind some quiet Berlin draws, but people haven't been giving him those, and somehow every day he's involved in some insanity.
Yeah, I honestly have no idea what's going on here. I thought you have to take on h4, but now I think maybe bishop b5 check might be a decent inclusion. We left it here, and David went for the most direct idea. He, as we mentioned, if black plays h4 here, white will reply by playing g4. This was, of course, the idea of meeting h5 with h3. So David just ruled that out, made it physically impossible to go g3, g4 by playing f5 first. Takes, he took with the pawn. And first and foremost, I would probably consider going h4 here, and then sticking my bishop on g5 and thinking that this is interesting for me as well. I mean, knight c3.
Welcome back, boys and girls, to round number 11 of the Tata Steel Masters. There's a lot of actions on the boards, a lot of action in the Chess24 office, trying to get this stream rolling. But we hope we're live and running right here, right now. I'm with Super Grandmaster Peter Svidler, who's going to be with us for 3 more days, taking time out of his schedule, preparing for the candidates to check out the Tata Steel Masters. Peter, any games that caught your attention?
There's a number of very interesting positions right now. The one we were discussing before we went on a somewhat forced break is the game Vanveli Navara, which we still have on the screen. And Luki did play knight f3, and David is thinking knight e4 is not forced, but I quite like this move. You could also just castle queenside right now. I think Black probably will castle queenside in this game, so there's no real reason to postpone it. Although you could make an argument for other waiting moves. Bishop d5 seems a bit vague because it allows bishop g5, and you have to solve more problems immediately. It's not that attractive. I do like knight e4. I feel knight e4 is a very good move which combines improving the position of your pieces, occupying the center. You could maybe make an argument that it even creates a threat of bishop c4, and the pawn on f2 might be in trouble if white does nothing. But also castling queenside, and knight e4 has been played by Navara, so at least I was correct on that. That's somewhat...
I find white's position just plain scary. I don't see any compensation for the looming attack. On castles, put a rook on g8, knight e5, whatever, bishop c4 as you mentioned. It's just...
Yeah, I'd be very happy here with Black, but once again, as we discussed yesterday during the Q&A, one thing that the last 10-15 years taught us is that you should never underestimate the defensive resources in any position. So, objectively, this might not be that bad, but yeah, from a purely human perspective, this looks horribly, horribly scary, and apparently we switched the machine on for 10 seconds just to have a look at the evaluation. The machine agrees. It is scary for white.
No, Luki boy, yeah. He always likes to be very principled, but this time maybe he pushed it a little far by allowing this h4, gh4. We'll see if he can hang in there.
Yeah, and another one which is developing in an interesting fashion is the Adams Giri game. There's been... It's becoming sharper and sharper, I think, because Black is trying to go for the most direct plan. Black is trying to take out this thorn in his side, so to speak. The pawn on e6 is under immediate pressure. Anish also played queen c7, making knight takes c5 tactics impossible, which is an important resource. But taking on e5 and then taking on c5 is possible, and it's always an interesting choice here for white, but you need to be sure it's working. Let's say here, Black probably plays bishop c8, it's in his plans anyway, and you need to find a way to keep this knight on c5 alive, because it's your most important piece by far. So
let's say I go here.
Well, yeah, let's start with bishop g5, can't really be a huge mistake. And then something like queen d2 or queen e2, one of those two moves. I think queen d2, aiming to play b4 later on might be a decent idea. But queen d6, before bishop takes e6, and it's a very strange position. Rook e1, I'm still not sure white shouldn't be doing this, to be honest. Rook e1 followed by queen c3, followed by rook takes e5. If white manages to make those 3 moves in that order, he will be probably close to winning. Yes. So Black needs to do something about it immediately. And yeah, it's a very interesting strategic option for Mickey here, which needs to be evaluated properly, because if it does work for white, he will be very, very happy with the outcome of the opening. But it's very, very committal. In many cases, for a while, it will be a full exchange. There won't even be a single pawn for it, because the pawn on e6 will fall.
In the chat, people are saying, FIDE hacked the Chess24 servers. I do not think that's the issue.
That probably is one thing FIDE is completely blameless of, yeah.
Anish Giri.
Well, he is, at least, you definitely feel he is...
He wants a fight.
Yeah, very, very prepared to take risks today. Very prepared to go for as sharp and as double H position as possible to perhaps play for a win with Black against Mickey, who's not been having the most stellar of tournaments.
He's wounded, but I feel this could be his type of position. It's sharp, but it's more strategically sharp in that you have to
Yeah.
evaluate what options are good. And I feel Mickey's so excellent at
Yeah.
like
In particular, the positions after
choosing.
rook takes e5, they do feel right up Mickey's street because positions where you're playing against the strategic weaknesses, the sort of long-term strategic weaknesses, such as the weakness of the black squares, dark squares, such as the poor bishop, which even if it gets to e6 from a6, it still doesn't have too many prospects there because its own structure and also the white structure on the queen side restricted a great deal. So yeah, a very interesting position, and a position Mickey, I think, will be quietly happy about. But we'll see. We'll see what transpires here. It's still, of course, a very unclear situation. In the Ulyanov Saw game, it progressed sort of along the lines we described.
Yeah, not the most exciting game of the round, but very much in Pavl's style as well. He loves playing a slightly better endgame.
Let's return to this in a second, but let's just briefly okay, too late for that. And
Sorry, where you want to go?
Mickey did play rook takes e5, which I think is it's important to return there for a second. We still don't know exactly what's happening here, but as I said, he will be quite happy, I feel, with the way the game is developing so far, because he has tremendous compensation here and potential for very good things to happen.
Yeah, and just to clarify, you've already.
I think I probably
brought this
start with
up.
queen d2, not bishop g5, because bishop g5, queen d6 is annoying me.
Right, because here there's still this move, and at the very least you win your exchange back
Sure.
with an advantage.
But I would maybe consider just going rook e1 anyway, because I think you don't need this. I don't really want to take on f6 and improve black structure, to be honest. I would much rather take on e5 instead.
Right.
So yeah, rook e5, d5 is on the board. We expect knight takes c5 next, although you could maybe even wait for a move, but why?
Nah, take it.
Yeah, take, force bishop c8 because knight d7 is a threat, and yeah, you don't really want to allow this kind of a super fork with the pawn on e6 still alive. That doesn't sound particularly attractive. And yeah, after bishop c8, there are options now for white. I like queen d2 more than I like bishop g5 actually. I don't think bishop g5 needs to be forced.
Just to clarify why this is so dangerous, if white gets a hold of this e5 pawn, the black king is just going to be very weak. All his pawns are potentially
and
weak.
this knight on
Extra
knight
exchanges
on
not
c5
felt.
is a monster.
And this dude, it even deserves a different color.
Yeah, this is it has the potential of becoming exceptionally good for white. But
So one has to fight against it.
yeah,
Let's
after
say
queen
this.
b6, let's say queen e3, queen b2, rook e1. Although, yeah, this I'm less sure about. But even let's say this position, just to completely illustrate our point, bishop takes e6 here. I can actually, I think, maybe even go for this endgame, and I'm not worse with white. Just queen takes e5, queen takes e5, rook takes e5. King f7, bishop g5 wins material back. And if you go bishop f7, I take on e7. I think white is better, to be honest.
Because even though some of the pawns have disappeared, the square weaknesses still remain. The
Yeah,
dark
the-
squares are weak. This is still a monster.
The underlying problems are still there, and in particular, this knight on c5 does the job of three pieces. It protects the white structure because the one important pawn is the d3 pawn, because as long as the pawn is on d3 and is untouchable, the bishop on f7 can't really get back into the game. a7 is hanging. The black king on g8 is horribly weak. Yeah, I would pick white any day here. Yeah, all very interesting and very promising in terms of, we want an interesting game. And we are getting definitely an interesting game on this board today.
Yeah, my theory is still that Anish prepared it till somewhere around here and was slightly led astray by our friend the computer, who likes these positions for black at first sight. But maybe Mickey just... I'm not sure if Mickey prepared this at home or if he just has this innate ability for finding his way through this position. But he's asking some very serious questions.
Yes, it seems like he's dealing quite well with Anish's approach here.
So let's briefly do a tour. Let's go to the Ulyanov game, which we very shortly have brought up earlier. But who's better and why?
White is slightly better, but whether you can actually achieve anything concrete here very much depends on how fast he is, because if black manages to bring all of his stuff into play. Let's say king reaches e8, black is in time to play, I don't know, some kind of combination of knight d7, rook c8, and start trading pieces. Perhaps using the e5 square as a springboard, so to speak, to try and trade pieces. But for now, white has the more active pieces. The pawn on a7, I think, is the one big problem black has, because he would like to play rook a c8, but the moment he does that, there will immediately be some issues connected with, let's say, knight b5 and a7 is hanging. If you play a6 after knight b5, knight b6, it was actually only 2 previously. Pavl won half a tempo early. If we go through the moves, it was actually a very interesting little dance. After knight h5, queen h5, Pavl went g4, knight f6, f3. Wesley went rook fd8, and here Pavl went king e2, knight d4 check, king f2, and the knight actually immediately retreated back to c6. So it seems like white is very happy with this development.
And if black has to go for the check and retreat, it feels like something could be a little wrong. Nothing dramatic maybe was the best moves to play, but if you have to give white a full tempo to put his king on f2 without anything constructive, it feels strange.
Yeah.
And the problem is still knight b5, eh?
This is not exactly. Let's get back to the correct current position. a4, king f8. Yeah, we've been playing.
No, I was just wondering why do you have to go knight d4?
Yeah, the big question is how does white proceed from here? Because black's plan is sort of understandable. Black is waiting for white to make a decision on the king side, whether he wants to go g5, for instance, or if he goes maybe. Sometimes maybe an argument can be made for playing h4, waiting for black to go h5, and only then playing g5, driving the knight away from f6.
No, I thought h4 was a logical move.
But on the other hand, it locks down the king side. So I'm not sure if you need to spend 2 tempi as white here to make black's life more understandable. I wouldn't say easier, but sort of more understandable, because now the structure on the king side is very, very fixed, and black sort of knows what to expect there. But yeah, h4 is very much a move here, which you would consider with white. Rook h1 is another one, but you probably don't want to. a4 king f8. Rook h1. First of all, there's a tactical issue, because if black takes, we might have to take with the knight, so that not to allow this. Yeah. So yeah, rook h1 I don't like particularly. So h4, or perhaps what else is there? You can play g5, knight d7, knight d5, but it also feels slightly wrong, because you're not really creating threats as such.
Yeah, I don't like g5 all that much, even though if the knight goes to d7, maybe long term you can push the h-pawn and generate a second front.
It's an option, but also you're sort of spending a tempo driving one of black's pieces towards the squares it wants to go anyway, which is normally not something you want to do. You want to make a strengthening move and to at least force black to make his moves on his own time, so to speak. So yeah, h4 probably the front runner currently, because rook hd1 doesn't seem to be achieving much. Knight b5 right now I think can be ignored. I don't think black should play a6, but I think it can safely be simply ignored, because knight b5 does not create a threat either. Optically, white, of course, is the one who is enjoying life more here, but you still need to make progress somehow.
I like Pavl's choice, though, not that anyone has a refutation of the Grunfeld defense, and he goes for a quite strategic position against Wesley So, who's a very sharp tactician, very good opening theoretician. And he says, you know what, let's play an ending. I understand it's a draw if you defend very, very well, but I can still make you suffer without any risk. Why
sure. The game between Shach and Fabiano Caruana actually progressed very much in the way we've described, which is always nice for us as pundits. After bishop d2, a5, a3, knight c5 was played, a b4, knight takes c4, bishop e1. And here Fabiano made a move which I think is very, very decent. He played b6, intending, both bishop a6 and bishop b7 make a lot of sense. Also indirectly supporting, perhaps in some variations, the pawn, well, not indirectly, actually directly supporting the pawn on a4. And Shach realized that catching the knight on a4 will not be... bishop c5 just looks very, very unpleasant for white, I think. Black immediately gets a lot of play against the weakened king side. So Shach immediately traded that knight off, giving up all pretense of trying to catch it. Knight c3, Fabio took, bishop takes c3, and in this position, Black could play bishop b7, and he is never ever worse. But I think he didn't want to give up the queen side, because winning with the pawns on only one side would be extremely difficult. Takes, rook takes a5. Black could take, go bishop c5. I mean, in my mind, there's no way Black can be worse in this position because the bishops are so strong. But he's also probably not better. I think it's precisely enough for a draw of some kind. So he went a4 instead, preserving his queen side. But now after, let's say, knight d4, bishop b7, f3, White has things reasonably under control because the bishop on f8 is very, very far away from action. If Black manages to include it in play, he will be better, but it's not easy. What do you think?
Yeah, I think only Black can be better, but I was wondering what to do with this bishop. I still think bishop e7 is the most natural development. I was wondering if this makes a lot of sense.
Probably
but
not.
Even this is sort of an empty diagonal. There's not much to do here. So yeah, let's say bishop e7. And it feels like White has just enough to maintain the balance. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not even sure White is worse, to be honest. I can't really. I no longer think he's in trouble. I think his decision to bail out and start trading pieces instead of something, you know, vaguely aggressive as you know, the plans to capture the knight on a4, they could have backfired. But now that he's traded off the best piece Black had, his position looks fine. Just king e2, let's say, place a rook on, I don't know, d1 or c1. There's also this slightly annoying plan, maybe not after king e2, but in general, of going rook a3, rook h a1. With the king on a2, Black will have b5. Knight takes b5, bishop a6. Let's.
Now the thing I was wondering. Let's briefly show this.
Yeah, with the king on a2, this tactic always preserves the pawn on a4 quite safely. But you can maybe choose a different square for the king.
I wasn't even sure if I want my bishop on b7 here, frankly. Like
yeah,
after
maybe
a4, knight d4, maybe this looks very passive, but I feel like there's some merit to control.
There is, but how do you make any progress afterwards? Let's say bishop d7, I go king e2 once again, and
yeah, I'm not sure I'm intending to make much progress. I just want to go, let's whatever, b5, bishop e7, get the pieces out, and.
But then it looks very even.
Yeah, I'm not claiming Black is winning, but.
I think maybe you're right. Yeah, this setup where the bishop is 3 squares away from the knight is an accepted way of dealing with the centralized knights, because this way you take out most of its active squares.
Yeah, and especially since it doesn't have this maneuver currently,
well,
even though it does.
It does, but it does, but it's not particularly useful because it just gives Black the c6 square, which is precisely the square that the bishop on d7 wants to occupy.
Yeah, so for now, equal, but it could still go either way.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's become by now. It had the potential of getting a little bit wilder than it is currently. So Sergei also did what. Yeah, okay. Let's start with. Sorry, we're jumping around, but as expected, I guess, to a degree, Sergei, after making all those preparations, he did play d5 on move 17, and after c takes d5 he did not take with the knight because that would allow the bishop to reach h6 very fast, and he took with a pawn. b3 is a very good move here because with the knight on e3 this is a diagonal. White switches his c1 bishop to bishop e6, and I still expect Juanito to go bishop a3 here, rook e8, rook ac1, all the natural moves. But Black's position is very, very solid here, obviously. Queen d7, rook ac8. Putting any pressure on the Black position here is not at all easy.
Doesn't look like a position you can beat Karyakin out of, who's great defender, very solid player.
Somewhat surprisingly, where he opts for bishop b2 instead of bishop a3. I'm not quite sure what this is about, because we all know Jan's opinion on overprotection and other concepts. Great
Aaron Nimzovich.
Yes, but here I honestly don't think overprotection was such a huge topic. So I think you could have risked sticking your neck out and putting it on a3. But bishop b2 is not a bad move by any stretch. But I'm not sure why making an active move with tempo was bad here. Play continues along the similar lines anyway. Queen d7, rook, whichever rook to c8, and then maybe knight e8, knight d6 if allowed, or f6. That's the plan I think Levon went for against Sergei in the Skopje game. he at some point actually traded off the dark square bishops to free up the f6 square for the knight, transferred the knight to f6, and the moment this happened, it became very, very difficult for Sergei to play for a win there.
Yeah, so rough equality. I'd be shocked if this game ended in anything but a draw.
But we'll see.
You never know.
We'll see.
In Tomashevsky ding Liren, I believe, yeah, play still continues in long established patterns at the very least. I'm not sure if there's been a theoretical novelty. This position I've certainly seen, and normally white tries to time when and if he wants to go for some knight a2, bishop f8, and now something ideas, but it's never easy to get anything going. b3, black can quite often just take, and there's also some strange sources of counterplay for black in some of these lines. So knight to e1, I'm sorry, I'm talking while trying to remember at the same time, which is tough. Knight to e1 I don't think I've seen, but it's a very logical move intending to go knight c2. Queen c8, what's that about?
No, protecting a6, sidestepping the g file so that maybe e5 becomes more of an idea. I quite like this move, I think it's a logical move. Knight c2, bishop f8. If times are to be believed, they both are playing reasonably fast, but not as fast as you would expect people to play when they're certain of their preparation.
No, it seems like they're, yeah, 1-2 moves removed from theory. And I don't know, I've always felt this line can be a little risky for white, because you are a pawn down, which is not that easy to get back, and you know, e5 is in the air.
I want to point out that, you know, once again, I've been in that situation to a degree myself in my career, and when you're playing Vike and it's not going particularly well, at some point you do start pushing it a little bit, trying to get that one elusive win. And Evgeny after 10 rounds is on -2, having lost 2 games, one to Magnus and the other one to, I will remember in a moment, but you can look it up in the standings. And an 8 win, and sorry, an 8 draws. He lost to Magnus, and he also lost to Sergei in a strange. It was, I think, the Joko Piano actually.
Yeah, was
on the
looking position.
It started off by having what looked like a perfectly sensible position, and then he got into time trouble, and in the time trouble he initiated some tactical skirmishes which did not go his way. And there are only 3 rounds to go, and it feels like, you know, the tournament is sort of drawing to a close to a degree, and you still haven't won a game, and it starts to dominate your thoughts a little bit. So I'm not at all surprised that today he is going for something which is very unbalanced. There's definitely risks involved here for white.
Yes.
Immediately here, e6, e5 seems like a very, very serious positional threat.
I'm wondering if you have to go e5 to stop this, but
yeah, but then black is probably
a
quite
good
happy.
version of these things. Sometimes you do this and then you go for a long-term kingside attack, but here black's pieces are just too good. I'm not sure. Maybe this knight e1, knight c2 was over the board inspiration, and I'm not sure I like it now, having thought about it, because this is just
no, e6, e5 is a huge threat, and yeah, unpleasant as it looks, I have a feeling playing e5 yourself is actually preferable to allowing black to play e5 in many cases. Although, just to be entirely honest, let's put in the current position. If we make a waiting move of some sort, let's say h3, yeah. If black plays e5 here, I think we can take everything and go in f4 and d5. And this might be okay. Because we do assume a lot of control in the center by doing this. And I think h3 is actually not a bad waiting move at all, because knight g4 will not be that easy to play next. Although even here rook h5 might be decent.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. That's why I'm not sure where to put this, because sometimes there's this very strange counterplay.
Yeah, it's in many openings you sometimes run into this, and you start feeling, oh dear, what's going on, and how do I meet this? Looks very strong even here, surprisingly.
And even if you go king h1, I think I can still
There's
do
still
it,
rook h5, yeah.
because this is not winning, but knight g4 is still a threat, and
yeah,
very messy.
But yeah, it does seem like Ding has no reason to feel unhappy about the outcome of the opening. What about knight e3 right now?
I was thinking about e5.
No, not in this position, in the position they have on the board.
Oh,
is knight e3 after bishop f8? Can we try and maybe recapture on c4 straight away? And if you go e5, I will do the same, but there will be no bishop c5 check.
Probably.
This could maybe be a way to just... Although bishop c5 even here, surprisingly. I'm not joking even. Although bishop h3, yeah, I forgot about bishop h3. This might refute this. This probably does refute this. So, yeah, if you have to retreat and allow e5, then I think white is suddenly very happy.
Even that I'm not 100% sure about.
No, some move. Probably start by playing king h1, yes, but... Also, I mean, the bishop on g4 is definitely happy about these developments. Let's put it like this: we finally have finally have some active pieces. Our structure is much improved. Also,
and this guy could become a little useless in some positions.
So knight e3 probably is the critical move right now, but e5 is not at all the only way to reply to it. Also, there's this usual trick. If let's say we make a waiting move for black here, I don't know, h6, knight takes c4. There's always this knight d5 idea. Yeah. We're kind of finishing each other's sentences there, which is...
No, I'm just making moves.
Yeah, I was trying to make it awkward, but let's not go there. Although here I can play bishop d2, maybe.
Yeah, this is a typical theme in this line, because even if you do nothing here, very hard for white to break this situation. ed, ed normally does not work, and it's not so easy to step out of this pin, so at some point you try to free yourself with b3. But,
yeah, this knight on d5, in many cases, it just stays there for a longish while without doing anything. Yeah, this variation has some really weird themes.
Well, this is possible, but it still feels like at least white got his pawn back, and if he gets in b3, life can't be too terrible, right? So
sure.
I'd like to punish him, but I'm not sure I can. Because b5 looks nice, but it's also extremely risky. Probably here just takes, and e5 is a big problem, freeing this bishop. And the knight doesn't have anywhere good to go. So maybe, yeah, maybe it's still all under control, maybe it's even normal, and we were overreacting a little bit. h6, or I was h6, knight c4, knight d5, and you get a position.
Sure. Let's go back to Lucky, because, or actually, I don't know, either of those two games is good, because both of them are heating up, and in this particular case it feels like not in a good way for Lucky, to be honest.
No.
David decided to take on b2 here. I probably would have started by considering knight takes f2, but bishop b2 is also very concrete. I don't know. Knight f2 is just such a nice move to make, because you feel that the f2 pawn is slightly more important than the b2 pawn, and actually giving white the b file, some kind of a b file potential counterplay wouldn't be high on my list of things I wanted to do here. Knight f2, queen goes anywhere, I go back to e4. I've recaptured the pawn I sacrificed earlier. My pieces seem slightly, well, not slightly, quite largely better coordinated than white's. You know, the double pawns on the h file don't inspire much confidence, and yeah.
No,
I would feel this is fantastic for. For black, but bishop b2 is also a move, because rook b1, knight c3 just picks up a full exchange.
Yeah, I'm wondering if he went just greed mode and wants to grab the exchange, take here, followed by long castles, or this line where it's also not obvious what is
yeah,
doing.
queen g2, bishop, I mean knight takes, rook takes, maybe even bishop e5. Bishop e5 check is a bit tricky. Let's go bishop g7. But it does give white a tempo to do something. And, you know, you immediately start calculating all kinds of crazy stuff like knight c5, none of which will work. But I wouldn't want to give white any time at all here, whilst my king is still on e8.
On the flip side, if I get two more moves, or maybe if I get to castle here,
yeah.
I might just be totally winning.
It's an exchange, you know, saying no to picking up a full exchange is, I mean, it's not obvious what Lucky wants here. Let's wait for developments, because we
go to this one.
Yeah, and this is very interesting. Mickey, instead of waiting moves which we were advocating, like queen d2 or mainly queen d2, he went for d4. I wonder what his plan is after bishop takes e6. Because if he wants to go bishop g5, I am slightly sad about this, because bishop g5, let's say bishop, maybe even bishop takes c4. If you have to recapture on f6, you solve all of black's problems for him, so to speak. because he had a horrible structure everywhere and a very weakened king. And if
I take here,
I go rook f7, and you renew the pawn on e6, yeah.
maybe.
Yeah, this is probably this is probably stronger than bishop takes f6 by far. Yeah, or maybe rook f8. Actually, I don't know why I stepped into this. Rook f8, but even here, I guess queen d4 followed by e6, followed by bishop h6. There's a lot of play for the exchange even here. But let's not hurry. Let's say bishop takes e6. Are we missing anything stronger?
Nothing obvious. d5, queen e5.
Yeah, I was trying to find something there, but I don't see it.
No.
There is all kinds of moves like queen e2 here. Let's say e4 and then bishop g5. But I just want to restate that I really don't want to take this exchange. e4, bishop g5, bishop f7. As black, I would feel I'm being bailed out by my opponent there, because my mate, we're blundering. Yeah, we're blundering knight a6. Now I understand.
Ah, that changes things.
Yeah, we're blundering knight a6, and this is a huge big deal.
This just wins probably, right?
Yeah, knight b8 followed by d5, and you can't recapture because you're getting mated in 2 moves. And if you have to play queen rook f7, you're kind of lost. Yeah, at least we didn't waste 10 minutes of our viewers' lives discussing completely irrelevant stuff in this position. Sorry about that.
What does Anish do here?
Bishop e6 is not it. He needs to make some kind of a calm move here of sorts.
Problem is white, even if you don't have anything direct, white also has plenty calm moves.
G5 kind of wins on the next move, more or less. So, no, I don't think you have much in the way of waiting time here for black.
Let's see how the computer feels about this. He's not happy. The computer tries to survive something like this, d5 and rook takes e6, which looks horribly scary. It might be best.
Yeah, might be best, because once again the white pawn on e5 serves as a useful shield, because you're not getting mated along the long diagonal, because queen can come to d4, but it can't deliver mate on g7. But still, of course, white is definitely better with no risk here. Knight e6.
Just takes and queen d4.
Takes queen d4. Play rook d1 next. Just to illustrate, if you go rook b4 here after rook d1, despite queens coming off, you're still mated on f8 if you take on c4. So black's kingside situation is so dire that white has direct threats even when a lot of pieces are exchanged. It seems like Mickey will be enjoying this more than his opponent today. Very impressed by his approach, because I think it shows his experience. He wasn't after e6 and taking on e5. If we go look at the position something like 5 moves earlier, somewhere here, it does feel like he needs to sort of hurry immediately. He needs to make some kind of forcing moves on the king side to stop black from attacking the e6 pawn. And he went for this plan with takes and placing his knight on a4, where it's a standard square. But not normally when black has a pawn on d6 protecting the pawn on c5, because what is it doing there? But he correctly understood that if black moves away the bishop from e5, he has enough time to secure the pawn on e6, and if it's left on e5, he can take it. And this is what we have on the board right now. Very interesting developments in this game. Let's have a look at the...
Not a good day for Holland. Giri in trouble, Van Vele in trouble. Magnus Carlsen is not Dutch and also not in trouble, so this isn't going anywhere.
Yeah, not much happening in this game so far. Queen e7 is kind of illustrating just how few moves of any kind black has available to her here.
That's a strange move, yeah.
Yeah, it's not one that comes to mind immediately, but the thing is, black would ideally want to start simplifying. But knight e5 allows knight g4, and then f4, f5, it's just, yeah, you could try that, but it will backfire. And if you don't have knight e5, you really don't have squares for any of your pieces. And in a way, in those old variations when white played knight g5 as early as possible and traded off this f6 bishop for a knight, it was better for black in some ways, because you could play f6 bishop f7. And you could start later in the game using the e-file as an avenue to trade off all of your pieces, which is what people would do there. And in this position, the bishop is still on f6, and whilst it's on f6, both that bishop and the one on e6 have no moves and can't really be traded for anything. So white is enjoying slightly the better of it here.
Yeah, all these positions are so complicated to understand. Also, this plan earlier with b3 and putting the king on b2.
Yeah, you don't normally expect it with the black bishop on f6, but Magnus correctly understands that black really doesn't have active options of any sort.
Black sometimes would like to go g5 just to make this diagonal longer, take the square away, but it also gives white a future hook to create some targets. I still have a feeling this might be a move you would consider at the very least here. Hou Yifan's played queen e7, which, I don't know, feels slightly off-topic-ish.
I'm not sure if she wants to go bishop c8, but maybe she actually does, like rook d1. Yeah, queen f8, bishop c8. Go for this very slow plan, but...
one day that could be.
No, I'm not saying f8 is such a great square for the queen. I'm not making that argument at all. I'm trying to explain queen e7 because I'm not entirely sure what this move is about. Maybe she wants to go... another possible explanation is that maybe she wants to go d5 and she doesn't want to allow something there. But d5 is an ugly move to make. After d5, knight d4 I think gains in strength. And generally on d6 this pawn is much more natural and much more harmoniously placed. But yeah, a strange position. And once again, Magnus, out of a line which, you know, to my knowledge is not supposed to be very much these days, Magnus managed to get a position where seemingly not much is happening, but he definitely has pressure.
Yeah,
and it's quite unpleasant to play for his opponent.
Right up his alley. That's his positional fight where there's no obvious moves and you have to take tough decisions every turn. Like queen e7 is not a move you blitz out. Okay, no, it's part of the plan.
No, so, and rook d1 has been played as expected because the e-file is of course the one open file on the board, so it makes a lot of sense to try and control it properly.
Yeah, Magnus Carlsen, we should refresh the picture, has won his two first games, the two only games I ever played, against Hou Yifan. Nice games. One was on the black side of a Ponciani in Vaikanze, I can't remember, a couple of years back. And the other one was, I don't know, one of these lines you like to play, this Kalashnikov Sicilian, where, check that game out if you haven't seen it, was very educational. Out of nothing, Magnus all of a sudden started maneuvering and had a kingside attack. His pieces slowly crept into the black position. So those fights have been one-sided but very interesting, both of them. Let's see if he can make it a hat-trick today against the strongest active female player.
And there have been developments in Ilyanov Saw game, so let's look at that. Pieces actually came off after rook
played
d3.
h4.
Yeah, he did play h4, but Wesley decided not to go h5 and went rook d3 instead, which gave white an interesting opportunity tactically, I guess. Because the rook on d3 is, well, I wouldn't say stuck, but it's deep into the enemy's camp, and Pavl played e5. And maybe in some other positions you could consider going knight d7, but with the rook on d3, you know, it probably gets lost somehow. Even the immediate king e2 followed by f4 after you take on e5 twice. Although there black gets some tricks. Yeah, he gets a lot of pawns for it, rook e3, knight g4. I'm not sure this is the plan. But even the simple knight d7, f4, let's make life more straightforward. Just play f4 and king e2 now is a huge threat. So Wesley instead of this went knight d5, e5, knight d4, white took, rook takes, and f3, f4, gaining more space on the king side. But black does reply to rook a d8, and now, as we mentioned, black does want to trade as many pieces as possible here because he is the side which has the slightly cramped position, the position with fewer fewer squares to operate from, and it makes a lot of sense for him to try and get the pieces off. And it seems like Pavl now is potentially preparing to even trade off the all four rooks along the g file. And if the bishop on g7 somehow comes out, it should be very, very close to complete equality. But
I think white is ever in time to go h5 maybe. to open the h file, or even to go h6 and try to bury this bishop?
It's an option which has to be evaluated, I think, on every move. I'm slightly curious, but I guess h5, g5 was what worrying here on a previous move, let's say after rook a8. If you wanted to, you would very much like to go h5, but g5 I think breaks open the white center immediately and actually releases the bishop on g7 instead of locking it down. So white will only play h5 if he feels he can control the g5 break somehow.
What do we predict? Draw?
I think black should hold here. I mean, as a Grunfeld player,
You've seen worse?
I think I've seen worse, and it should be possible with careful play to make f6 work. Even maybe immediately. f6, e6, e5 doesn't look horrible. After g5, I can't really attack this pawn immediately, but it feels like I should be able to find a way. Bishop d4 maybe. Start coming out of the corner. Playing e6 is actually strategically somewhat risky for white, because if this pawn falls, as in the Miki's game against Stanish, you know, it's a very double-edged sword playing e5, e6 in these positions. Sorry.
Mamedyarov has put his knight on d2, not on d4 as we thought. When, yeah, now Fabiano put his bishop to b7, not d7, which makes a lot of sense because now you don't want to allow any knight e4s. Bishop
And
b7,
f3.
f3.
I'm slightly surprised by knight g2, I have to say, because even the immediate b5, especially with a pawn already on f3, would be, you know, very much in my thoughts here. I'm not quite sure what this knight is doing on g2. Is he planning knight b1, knight a3 here? Feels incredibly slow. Does he want rook e1, knight e4 maybe? But then you are kind of slightly worse. I think as black, I'd be quite happy if white allowed me to take this knight off and get this position with only the bishop on e7 against the bishop on c3. We're probably not winning it, but we're definitely, no, especially here, but I think rook e1 preparing knight e4 is slightly more sensible. But even this, let's say bishop e7, knight e4, I just take rook e4, I castle long, go rook d5, rook hd8, king b7. Yeah. Although, I mean, it's very close to a draw, of course. Yeah. I don't think anyone is winning too many of these positions. Yeah. But, you know, it's structurally, of course, black is to be preferred, but not enough weaknesses, I suppose, to win.
Great. Let's go to the trials and tribulations of the young Van Vele. My first question is, can't I pick up his queen with knight c3?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I guess he wants knight takes c4 and rook takes d1. And there's knight takes d6 next move.
What a mess. This could actually work, right? Bishop e5 is not possible.
As I said, bishop takes b2 felt a bit loose to me. I didn't really feel like it was the... But once again, probably... and if
There's
you want
many
to
other moves. There's knight takes f2.
You can actually do it by knight takes f2 first. Although here queen b1 might be very strong. There is a difference. No, knight f2 is pushing it a little bit. We can also take on g2 here. And take on a1 next.
Maybe knight capture, maybe this. Yeah?
But yeah, after knight g2, of course, not of course. Actually, it's still possible to consider it, but it's risky. Let's go bishop. I don't know. F. Yeah, this is not.
This feels like white caught a breather to activate here.
Yeah, I think we're underselling it. I think this position might be winning for white. Bishop takes e6, rook takes e7. Yeah, knight bg2 is a very interesting option, which I feel David may have missed. I'm not sure if it's objectively good, but it's a very, very tricky move to suddenly have to face.
And Luke is mixing it.
Yeah, the evaluation, I guess, depends on that position with an extra piece. I mean, with an extra queen. Just allowing all this, allowing knight takes d6 check. It's very scary, but there's no immediate follow-up that I can see. Knight d6, king f8.
But to go for this position from...
Yeah, all of a sudden you don't feel as...
This position is heartbreaking almost, because now you have to endure a white initiative and you don't really know what's happening instead of developing your pieces, attacking the king and checkmating. Things have gone wrong for Navara.
Yeah, very much so. At least psychologically, this must be an unpleasant change of scenery. Although, I mean, it is a queen for two pieces, so if you stabilize, you will be doing very well here, obviously. But white suddenly all of his pieces are working together. After something like knight b5, you'll have to make a very uncomfortable looking move, queen c8. White has a tempo to do something, and yeah. But the queen is the queen, of course. But kudos to Luki for spotting 92, because it changes the outlook a great deal here.
Trend. And Anish Giri is also trying to change the trend by going g5. Interesting move, clearing that g6 square for his rook.
Yeah, let's try and calculate. Queen h5. You probably need to go rook g6 here, I would expect, yeah?
Looks logical, even though...
After bishop e6, at the very...
We still have this.
Yeah, there's also knight h6 here.
Okay.
And in this position, I don't know, it just looks, to be honest, it looks horrible for black. I would be, you know, there's all kinds of stuff. You can take on e5. There's also, like, knight d3 might be a decent move here.
Whoa, I don't want to move this knight.
But it might be extremely strong.
Okay.
Knight d3, I want to take on e5 with the knight, obviously, and allowing that, I think, is, well, unpleasant, let's put it mildly. e4, knight e5 seems to win on the spot. I just don't see how black doesn't get mated. Queen e8 was mate in one, actually. Was an improvement, a slight improvement over what you were doing. But yeah, queen g5 also wins. I'm not criticizing particularly. And yeah, so if e takes d4, just bishop takes g5 here, for instance, creating threats of both knight f4 and bishop f4. Yeah, it feels like black's position might actually collapse here.
That's a tough move. Knight d3.
Knight d3 will not be an easy move to make, but and I'm not sure this is so strong. But once again, you can't put it past Mickey to find this, because Mickey is very good in these positions where he is the one with initiative. He is the one playing against the weak squares. This is very much his bread and butter. So whatever the correct approach here is, I wouldn't put it past Mickey at all to spot it and execute it.
Kudos to you, sir. I cheated because I didn't believe you, and the computer gives knight d3 winning.
It's an advantage for white, obviously, here, and even the simpler approach after g5, it does look like the position now is very critical for black. I'm not sure this is, in fact I am quite sure this is not the only way to get something here with white, but it might be maybe the most direct. Let's wait for Mickey to decide on something, but it seems like he is now, he stands up, if he continues playing well, he stands a good chance of actually winning 2 in a row after a horrible tournament which was going the opposite of the right way for him for a while.
Yeah, people thought he was a wounded animal sitting there on -4 after 9 rounds, but all of a sudden he could be right back in the tournament. Still not a great event, but both Tomashevsky and Giri, no, not Tomashevsky, Kayakin and Giri seems like they chose 2 risky schemes.
Yeah, I think they were, in Sergei's case, it's definitely true. I'm not sure. Today, I think Anish just underestimated in his home preparation how potentially dangerous his position is. But I guess it's still fair to say that in their approach, both Sergei and Anish today, they felt that they needed to kind of take particular risks against Mickey to get somewhere.
No, because even in the first 2 moves, if Anish wants to play for draw, he plays wants to play it safe, he plays the Berlin, and the Najdorf, as you mentioned, is his main weapon, which Mickey could have gone for this, which is slightly drier than what they got in the game.
Yeah, and yeah, but so far Mickey has been doing everything right. I think I'm very impressed by his plan early in the game. Right now it's become much more concrete. But the idea to meet knight f7 as early as move 10, with this very quiet, very calm plan of playing d3 and c4, for me it would be incredibly difficult to restrain myself from playing d4 in this position. You want to occupy the center, you want to support your pawn on e5 in case of any kinds of pawn breaks. It just feels so natural to develop it further than he did. But he correctly understood that it's much more important here to restrict the c8 bishop. Yeah, so far extremely impressed by his play.
Hou Yifan has played queen to f8, as you predicted, but still not the happiest square in the world. Does she want to go queen h8 and g5?
g5 maybe, queen h8 I'm less sure.
Alright.
But even g5 I'm not quite sure what that achieves. I'm feeling she just moved it away from d7 because it was slightly getting in the way of her own pieces, and bishop c8 by followed maybe, if it ever becomes an actual option, followed by b6 and bishop b7 would maybe be a plan here. But b6, you know, it has tremendous potential for backfiring badly. So you need to be very sure of yourself to try and execute this.
I don't know. What is Magnus supposed to do, though? That's another question. His strength in his position.
You generally continue expanding on the queen side. I think a4 would be, I think, a very normal way to play here. Because sometimes, not in this particular position, but sometimes later, especially if white manages to trade one of the bishops off, in particular the f6 bishop for the knight, white starts playing for a direct attack on the queen side with c4, b4, b5, and all these kinds of expanding moves on the queen side are very normal.
First time I've seen this play actually with c4, b4, b5 was in a game by the godfather of this line on the white side. Vladimir Kramnik used this to defeat Peter Heine Nielsen, so he, even for the white plans, he was a bit of a pioneer playing this position slowly and coming up.
He understands the Petrovs. That's a good candidate for understatement of the year, any year.
Who's Petrov? Some Russian dude?
Some Russian dude, yeah.
You don't know?
Not personally.
But is it a chess grandmaster, or what is the line named after? Because in German we call it the Russian, so we don't call it Petrov here. I was always curious what this Petrov meant.
I think he, when he played, the title of grandmaster did not exist yet.
Oh, okay. Old Russian dude.
Old Russian dude, yeah. Ancient Russian dude.
Gotcha. Wesley holds the title of grandmaster. So does everyone else in the Vike an See. Tata still masters.
Additional intrigue, as I keep on mentioning, because I'm an extremely egotistical guy, and these things are important to me. Two people are still in the running in this tournament to rival or perhaps break my record of 11 draws in the Vike tournament. Wesley, if he makes 3 out of 3, will actually get to 12. And Wei Yi has won 1 and lost 1. And if he makes 3 in the last 3 rounds, he will actually repeat my result precisely.
Are we sure it's a record, though? You just claim it, but 11 out of 13 doesn't sound like it shouldn't have happened before.
I haven't been disproven yet, and I've been saying it in almost every single show. And you would expect some statistician out there to gleefully point out to me that I've been wrong all these days.
Nah, people have given up trying to correct all the nonsense we're saying. Tweet us #C24Live. Who has made more draws in a Vike an See, A group or Masters than Peter Svidler? I refuse to believe 11 out of 13 is a record.
And Navara did pick up the queen. I guess it does become obvious at some point that there's nothing better. It becomes very, very interesting now. The machine probably still claims black is better. I wouldn't.
Machine always claims black is better if black has a queen and white doesn't.
That is a good point, yeah. But this will be fun to watch.
No, the point I'm trying to make, and I wasn't even joking, is that I believe one of the last weaknesses computer engines might have, they slightly overestimate the queen in weird material balances, like queen against 2 pieces, 3 pieces, rook, bishop. They always love the queen, and I don't always feel like they're right. Maybe they're always right. Anyway,
they are right more often than not. Let's put it like this: we've all come to understand that even when the evaluation looks slightly weird at first, it on many occasions turns out to be a good one after you continue investigating.
Let's see what they say here. Yeah, they like black, but not like a crazy edge. -130. Feel that's still normal machine. Queen bias. Give some line like this where here gives a move rook h7, not the first move that would come to my mind, for example.
No.
Inviting this with tempo.
Yeah, and actually the evaluation is fluctuating, and it has now, we are watching the sort of the live ticker, and it's hovering around the -1 point where, considering black has a queen for 2 light pieces, it means that white has tremendous compensation. It might not be
dropping 0.76 after rook h7, which no human will ever play.
Yeah, it's great credit must go to Luki for spotting this and going for this. But yeah,
Great criticism to Navara, though, for not finishing him off by just taking this pawn.
yeah, knight f2 followed by 1994 back was a much cleaner way, I think, to proceed from here.
Navara just can't help but entertaining us every day. Today he's on, clean victory, not good enough. Let's have a weird, crazy material balance with both kings weak, so no one has any clue what's going on.
Yeah. Whilst we're scrolling, I've been asked on Twitter to explain the story behind my piercing. It's not a particularly interesting story.
Piercing?
Yup.
You mean your earring, or you have
Yeah.
piercing?
No, I think that's what people mean because they don't know about all the other stuff. I did that in '99 when I felt that I need to do something to change the direction my life and career was going. It did not work, but I now feel that I'm very used to it now, and I'm not planning to change that aspect of my appearance anytime soon. Generally, as a bit of general advice, if you don't like the direction your life is headed, probably best not to try and address it by making cosmetic changes to it. Probably some underlying factors need to be addressed, not the superficial ones.
Was that the same time you got that tattoo that says milk in Chinese?
No comment.
That's one of my favorite topics, by the way. Which Grandmaster in the top 100 has a tattoo? Tweet us. I still haven't found anybody telling us the truth. So far, my research has revealed 0 tattoos in the top 100, but I find that hard to believe.
That should not be possible somehow. But
that's what I'm saying, but I don't know anybody. Like I've asked many times.
Neither do I. But yeah, it doesn't seem probable somehow. But we'll continue doing research into this, and we'll inform you if we...
Let's make chess a little more fun. Give us more tattoos. I'm sure Mr. Fun Chess has a tattoo. I'm not sure, actually. I believe in basketball it's 76% of NBA players. In chess it's 0%. It's just... something's wrong there.
Yeah. Very few chess players openly tattooed.
Yes. Is it openly tattooed? Or happen to be tattooed?
Yeah, one of those two.
Not sure. Luki might happen to not get checkmated today, which it looked like earlier. That sentence made a lot of sense. Mamedyarov, what's he doing with his king? King C1?
I'm not quite
Why?
sure what this is about, to be honest. I'm getting confused there by the minute here. Maybe he wants to go b3 next one.
Why?
That question is even harder to answer.
Okay,
Rook e1 94 seemed like a very natural way to proceed from here. But maybe if we go back a second, Rook e1, let's say black plays b5, and we play 94, and black plays castles long. How do we proceed from here? Maybe he didn't want
by king c1.
Yeah, maybe he didn't like king c2, bishop b3 check, and he didn't like allowing bishop takes c4, so he didn't want to play this. But this looks fine for white.
This is fine if there's no rook here.
Yeah, there's no way in, and white will start trading, and he can liquidate to almost any endgame because the black king has no entrance squares.
Well, now after king c1, whatever. Now let's make random move. Bishop e7. What does he want?
I don't like this very much.
b3, even a3, but b5, like this only helps
b5
black.
is good. Even a b3, rook a8, bishop a8, I would say, is not immediately equal to
No,
honest.
anything is better for black. Je ne comprends rien.
Oh, impressive
Rien
language
de rien.
skills. Air quotes there around every single word in that sentence. This is the Tomashevsky Liren game, which progressed along the lines we described, but after f4 he did not go for the losing move bishop c5, which we briefly analyzed.
He likes his rooks too much.
Yeah, fe knight g4, and yeah, the only move that wins here is bishop h3, but it's more than enough. And after rook e8, white played e5, black played queen e6, solving the issue of the hanging knight on f6 tactically for now. Weird position.
Black has the two bishops and an extra pawn, which is good. This bishop very strong, which is bad. This bishop kind of bad, which is also bad. So which factors do way more heavily.
I like white. I'm not sure white is better, but I would. If I had this, let's say you show me this position for the first time and you ask for my opinion. I would immediately pick white, and then perhaps after like half an hour of thought would decide that I was wrong originally. But my first impression would be, despite black being a pawn up, white must be doing quite well here.
So if I showed you this position, you'd fall into thought for half an hour?
Potentially, because so far I can't find a move I want to make, which is normally when you like a position for a side, you immediately follow that up by thinking, okay, here I would like to do this, and I can't actually complete that sentence. I have no idea what I would like to do here.
So let's make random moves just to get a feel. Here, yeah.
It's not even forced. I can
Still
maybe
no threats.
Yeah, still no threats. I can maybe make one more useful move of some kind.
What's useful? Because you can't go rook d8.
Yeah, rook d8 is impossible, but I don't know. Is g6 useful?
I don't
Is
know. It also backfire.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure this is good. I just.
Me neither. I'm also not sure.
Okay, so yeah, the dream is dead.
Caro has a tattoo.
I need to immediately announce that the dream is dead. Ivanchuk made 12 draws in the 2008 edition.
I had the feeling that was a bogus story.
It's not the story is still true. The record is not mine, but the story still holds very much. Actually, I think I remember that tournament of Chuky, and if you could confirm this for me, because I would like to get something right on this show. I think that was the tournament in which Vasily came to Vike, and pairings were made, and he was paired with white against Ruslan Ponomarev in round 13. And Vasily has a few matchups in his life which he cares about deeply, and matchup against Ruslan is one of those. And he basically gave up on his entire tournament to prepare for that one game.
Did he win that one?
Yeah. He absolutely destroyed, I think, Ruslan in that tournament. If I turn out to be wrong about all of this, please correct me again, because I actually do like to be corrected, because it improves the sum total of our knowledge here. But I have a feeling this story is more correct than the one I've been telling during the previous week.
Yeah, you're not impressing anybody with 11 draws out of 13 around here. To me, that's like an action-packed tournament.
Yeah, and apparently in 2012, Luke had 11 draws in a Wike tournament. But okay, people tying with me I could live with, but people actually holding a record over my 11.
Now people are saying Pono didn't play in 2008. Like every story you're telling on air is exposed as, I don't know if it's Münchhausen by proxy or what's going on with you, but as anything you've been saying been true. Like your chess evaluation, do you just always give the opposite of what you really mean? What's happening here?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm getting debunked left and right there. I will now have to do research about the Wike in which Vasily played Pono, because I mean that part of the story definitely is true, but I'm getting the year wrong and probably even the result. Okay.
Did you ever even play in Wike?
I played.
Can someone please check that? Please confirm that Peter Svidler ever played in Wike and say.
Yeah, we don't know.
I'm gonna have to fact check all these things.
Yeah,
I've trusted you till today.
Yeah, but now I've been
exposed.
apart. I've been exposed as a. Well, what is Magnus doing?
He went f4.
No, but f4 is not surprising at all.
Went d4 is
what was he doing before that?
He decided he can't strengthen anymore. Didn't want to go for this expansion plan you mentioned. I have a feeling this is still selling too low.
But f4 black, let's say, starts with f6, because I think this move will always be useful. No, bishop d7 is very good. I like bishop d7. You need to start trading, and you also want to meet queen d5.
Like to get here, go here.
g7 is hanging, and also it's useful to have bishop c6 if white attacks the b7 pawn. So let's play f6 here after f4, and then start swapping down along the e-file. How do you stop it?
Maybe you can't. I could go c4, but I'm not sure I like it.
Well, it's not going to spoil your position, but it doesn't really change very much. c4, I take on e2, I go rook e8. I'm very surprised at the direction this game has taken, because it seems like Magnus has made it very easy for his opponent to, at least, you know, now you definitely understand with black what your plan is.
Let me threaten mate in 1.
That is always a good idea. Yeah, bishop c8, bishop c6 is your plan, I guess.
Yes. Prophylactic thinking. Must stop rook e8.
Yeah, that probably is a bit annoying. Maybe more than a bit annoying, actually. Rook e2, rook e2.
No, your pieces are very
I can go king a8, though. I might still be okay, actually. Might still be okay, because I will play rook e8 next move.
I wanna...
Unless I blunder, unless I blunder some bishop g5, queen a4 double attack, but
That's
yeah,
what I
that
was
actually,
hoping.
bishop. Let's say bishop g2. This is very cute, actually. Bishop g2 and a trap. Rook e8, queen a4. Rook e2, queen takes a6, check, and queen takes e2.
Don't know much about geometry.
Which might mean I want to go king a7 instead of king a8 there.
That's less natural because I can check you. And also, it's so tempting to do something.
Queen a5, I can go king b8, to be honest.
Yeah.
You're not going to force me to take any of that, although it might be possible to take it and win, but as we've discussed, you know, I'm the draw master, I'm not in... You know.
No, I was arguing you're not the draw master. You're claiming to be a draw master by giving results that us true draw masters really don't sound all that drawy. I have no idea, I probably just blundered all of Magnus's pieces.
Yeah. Apparently I only win against Judith Polgar, as somebody says in chat. I actually have something like a 1-6 score against Judith. I don't know where people are getting their facts from.
I'm not sure whom to trust now.
No. Even chat is lying to us today.
But do we know? Maybe he's right and you have a 6-1 score against Judith Polgar and you do that thing again. I'm very confused.
Yeah.
I'll switch on the engine, I can't trust you anymore. Engine says equality.
It sounds surprising. Also, just for curiosity,
Engine doesn't like f6, just we finish in a second because of this very brutally stopping this plan. Might be clever to go here.
that is a clever move, and yeah, could be a reason why we shouldn't be doing that. Can we try and swap stuff down immediately? Rook e2, rook e2. If we go rook e8, you probably take on e8, force me to take with the bishop because g7 is hanging, and then you play queen b4. I'm probably reasonably unhappy about that. But even this position, let's say I'm forced to play c6, which is an ugly move because b6 queen e4 is kind of bad. That is very unfortunate. Yeah, I mean, if you need to play c6, it's better to do it with pawn on b7. So let's play c6 straight away. And yes, I understand I've ruined my structure to a degree, but do you win this with white?
I won't, but Magnus will win it. I don't know how, but there's enough stuff to work with now.
You think? f6, queen e7. I honestly don't believe that, to be entirely fair with you. There's just maybe queen b6 followed by the immediate bishop f1 is something, but if you allow me to put the king on c7 and play queen e7, how am I ever going to... I mean, you have...
Yeah, well, queen b6 is queen e7, queen c7 was case.
Yeah, c6 is an ugly move to make, I understand that perfectly, but it might still not be enough. But not blundering f6 bishop b4 would be very useful, as I did, because f6 bishop b4, I'd be starting to get worried.
We'll see what Hou Yifan comes up with.
Yeah, let's go to maybe, yeah.
Let's go here.
Mickey against Anish. Mickey did not play this line, the fancy line with the knight d3, but his position still looks very promising. He went...
No, he didn't even start with queen h5.
Yeah, he started with bishop takes g5, preferring not to calculate extensive unneeded variations. And in this position, yeah, I don't know. I don't know the solution, but it feels like white should still be better somehow. Maybe rook e1.
e1, I was thinking rook d1, but then you take it.
Rook e1, he takes d4, and then some move. Maybe knight d3 anyway. Surprisingly.
Do I have to go ed?
Well, queen d4, I was hoping to give a mate. Yeah, rook d1, queen c5, rook d8, and bishop h6 should be mate, probably. Bishop h6, you have to go king f6, because this is mate in 1. And after king f6, rook f8, let's say king e6, rook queen f5, king d6. Isn't there a mate here? Please tell me there's mate here. Can't we get anything right today?
Sorry, mate.
Okay, put all these moves back then. After king g7, let's think for a second here.
Ooh.
I understand you don't want to, but...
No, that's why we brought you in here, because it's not for facts, as we've now established.
No, this has to be excellent for white.
We're rook down, so you better hurry.
I understand that, but even bishop e3, with the intention of taking queen takes f5 and going queen f8 mate, might be a very decent move. Although queen a5 attacks my rook. And I'm not sure my situation is improved in terms of the previous variation. Bishop h6, king f6, rook f8. Once again, king e6, king d6. Yeah, I'm struggling to... Hang on, but here I have queen d3 check. It's actually an improvement. This works now.
Yay.
Queen d3 and you're dead because king c8.
Queen is
yeah, king c7, queen d8.
Am I dead?
No, you're not dead. King. Yeah.
Draw.
Yeah, I found a draw. Hooray! You know, I'm fighting very hard for my reputation here. I found a draw to a probably winning position. Okay, let's go back. Rook. No, but wait. Queen d4. Just to briefly mention that after queen takes. After rook e1, queen d4. Move 22.
Ah, all the way back.
All the way back. After queen g4. There is an argument to be made for bishop takes c7, but it's kind of sad if we have to switch to sort of positional play here and not give mate.
Well, this might be kind of winning.
Bishop e6 now.
Maybe not.
Bishop e6 now.
Let's continue our search for checkmate.
Sure. Check, king g7. Can we include g4 somewhere and give mate that way?
G4?
Check on h6.
Check.
And g4 here. Not kidding. Was very serious. I think it actually wins. No, there's a 7 square. Bishop takes e6.
But then we can take rook.
Yeah, we can take rook, but it's just a rook, and I have a feeling it's not going to be enough. fg4 also. Maybe it's actually better for black to take on g4 first. H takes, bishop e6, but still g5 check might be winning. Because king f5, queen f3 is mate in 1, and if you have to go king f7, I will take on b8. And rook f8 mate is a bit of a threat. So bishop needs to go somewhere like bishop f5 maybe. Slightly messier than I would have thought. I would have liked actually for white, because king e6 is, I mean, we'll be quite safe on e6, and we've marooned our bishop on h6 very successfully.
Didn't you teach me what marooned meant the other day, and it was like stranded on a desert island or something?
Yes.
Isolated?
Very.
Why is it marooned?
It's because it's become a theme to use this word incorrectly during chess broadcasts, and I'm continuing in that fine tradition.
Okay. Magnus doesn't mind getting rid of all kinds of stuff.
But he no longer had a choice. That's, I think, more to the point.
And yeah, this is the position you mentioned where c6. And we will see how his grinding
has been played, but yeah.
Why have I attacked this pawn?
King c7, king c8. The thing is, you have so few pieces left that your piece sacrifices on the queen side probably only give you a perpetual, and maybe not even that, but probably do give you a perpetual, because black can't really get too cocky, because...
Yeah, I bring my queen to a8, you just say...
Yeah, just ignore it. Yeah. Queen e7, queen a7, bishop d7 is fine, queen c7 is fine, all of these moves seem to be fine.
Maybe even active moves.
Yeah, maybe even go forward somewhere. Yeah.
So you think this is a draw? Maybe I'm just overestimating Magnus, or like overvaluing the Magnus factor. I have a feeling that he's gonna put pressure.
No, he definitely will put a lot of pressure on Hou Yifan here. I just think that the position objectively should be holdable, despite looking quite passive and horrible. And yes, for instance, white can fix the black queenside structure on the light squares, which would be bad for many endgames. But there are so few pieces left that I don't think it can be exploited.
We'll find out.
And apparently in 1992, Gyula Sachs scored 12 draws in a Vike tournament and lost one.
Hungarian school of chess. Now, with Sachs, in fairness, he was a very sharp player.
No, yeah, Sachs was not your Ribli mold of Hungarian player. They actually, I think there was a great battle between them. They were contemporaries, and I think there was an interzonal in which they tied for a qualifying place and played a match, if I'm correct. But yeah, they had very, very differing styles of chess. Yeah, Hou Yifan bishop f4, unsurprisingly, because it's a logical idea, creating threats of 97, 96, also knight g5, 96, all kinds of threats. And
Bishop f6.
David played bishop f6 straight away, and yeah, might be quite decent for white now. Let's say knight c7.
Jump.
Knight c7.
What happened after this?
Not sure. Maybe even, no, bishop g5 is a bit too fanciful. Let's take on e5.
Knight takes, huh?
Yeah. And I wanted to go rook e5, but I'm not sure what this is, to be honest.
I can't even count pieces anymore. Queen
Yeah,
c7,
no, this probably isn't
changed
changed
up, but
yeah.
that's fine for black. Yeah.
Yeah, black is happy here because he's out of any danger and probably even
better,
slightly better. Yeah.
b6, rook h7, maybe. Messy. What else do we have? It feels like there should be something. Not gonna be able to see it. Rook d6.
We've actually established finally yesterday where this comes from. This is
Where is it from?
it's from Ex Machina, right?
What, not gonna be able to do it?
Yeah.
No.
No? No.
He's saying something similar once, but that's just coincidence. No, I took it from Jalen and Jacoby, which is a podcast about basketball. They've mentioned it a lot, but I don't think it's
not there from there.
No,
Okay. No.
I don't know.
It's way over
I'm
my
not
head.
gonna be able to find out.
Just very briefly, the Elianov Saw game seems
Very
to be
briefly. Draw.
Yeah, it seems to be headed towards a draw because black did come out and did manage to trade off the e5 pawn, and now his position is just fine. Yeah, this is the exciting one for now.
Place to be. This looks like the obvious move, but you gotta calculate this, because if you have to go for that ending,
yeah, you feel slightly sad.
cheated.
Yeah, you feel slightly sad if you absolutely need to take on e5 with a knight and the rook. But there might not be anything better. Yeah, bishop e5 loses on the spot, and knight takes a8 is probably not. Yeah, because there's a pin. Even without the pin, this would be completely lost. But with the pin, yeah, knight c7 has been played, and you feel that David will play e5 at tempo because I mean, what else is there? Rook b8
just doesn't feel right.
Yeah, rook b8 is a horrible choice. I mean, you can just ignore it, but giving white the exchange, white probably will not be worse anymore. You need to play e5 here and sort of come what may. People sledging on Yan for all it's worth in chat, but yeah, we're not rising.
Not gonna be able to do it.
Yeah, we're not rising to that bait. No, not today. What do we say to the Sky update? Not today.
What was it?
That's a joke on the constant attempts of Skype to update. And there's a button there which says not right now, I think, but not today is a better.
Skype I always update. It's the only thing I trust with updates.
No.
I don't trust my phone with updates. Normally it ruins my phone.
That is true, but you also generally don't update Skype. I think it's a bad idea to update Skype.
Updates. No more updates on this round for a while either, because we're gonna go on a little break to do some research. Has Peter Svidler ever been in Vike? Is Gyula Sachs versus Zoltan Ribli the most poisoned rivalry since Tesla versus Edison? Does Magnus Carlsen have any winning chances?
And people pointing out to me that I actually have a positive score against Judith. Life will never be the same.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
I honestly would bet money this was not true. Because I remember the games I lost against her so vividly. They were so horrible.
I'm not a doctor, but Münchhausen by proxy is my
Yeah,
diagnosis.
Jaikar, if you can see us, you've actually lost a decent earning opportunity there by just telling me that I'm in plus against Judith, because honestly, there's just no way I would have believed that. I probably could research it in ChessBase, come to the same conclusion myself, and still not believe that. It doesn't really apply to my life experiences. Mickey played Rook E1.
He did play Rook E1. That interrupts my break plans, because now we gotta break down what happens after Queen takes D4.
Yeah, let's go for that.
I'll check the engine. Here. The engine always makes it look much easier. Not Rook C1, but Rook D1 is the computer's firm belief. Bishop H6, King F6, Bishop E3. Here, and if Queen A5, then Queen H7, threatening a check.
Yeah.
And I guess, well, the engine says this just wins. Too many enemy. Let's say here.
Queen H8 is made in a few moves, apparently, yeah.
Leading to checkmate. This one we can see, the other line's too long. So yeah, computer says this is winning.
And therefore, probably Queen takes D4 is a mistake, and Black has to play something else after Rook E1.
But if we can't do that, we're in trouble, or so I would have thought. Computer wants this, and he's not worried unduly. But this just feels so disgusting.
Yeah,
positionally.
this is the kind of position we discussed previously on the show. There's maybe no direct mate anymore, but White still gets fantastic play against the weakened Black King. You know, game very much continues, but Black's problems are simply not going away here. And yeah, no, Mickey is playing very impressively today. He's probably missed some opportunities to pose even more problems to Anish, but he still is finding all the right ideas conceptually, and I'm very impressed by his play. I said that previously already. Yeah.
We'll be back in a couple minutes with more fun facts and more fun chess. See you then. Welcome back to the great show, everybody. My name is Gustafsson. I'm being joined by Peter Svidler, whom we've established earlier. We cannot really believe a single word he says because he claimed to hold the sole Drawmeister record in Weikantsee.
And
nothing could be further from the truth.
I have more input on this. During the break, I got an email from my friend Mark Krauser, the man in charge of the Weekend Chess, who titling the letter a bit bored this afternoon. He gives me the following bits of information. In 1971, the Hungarian Grandmaster Lengyel made 13 draws with 2 losses out of 15, which probably is a very, very decent result in that respect. Pavl Benko in 1972, 13 draws with 1 loss. Ray in 1978, 10 draws with 1 win. My result, +1, -1, drawn 11, has been shown by Mikhail Tal, none other than Mikhail Tal, in 1988. Peterson, 12 draws with 1 win in 1990. Peter Leko, 12 draws and 1 loss in 1996. As mentioned, Sachs made 12 draws in 1992. And the story I told on the show actually has some bearing because there was a white tournament in which Vasily Ivanchuk beat Ruslan Ponomarev in the last round with the white pieces. It was in 2003, but he did not make 12 draws in that tournament. He only made 10. I think. Yeah, he won another game and lost with black to Evgeny Bareev.
Let's talk about your score versus Judith Polgar. You claimed you had 1 out of 6. What's the truth?
This I actually did not have enough time to research in the break. Perhaps I'll do it before the next break, or perhaps we'll abandon this line of inquiry altogether, establishing that I know,
we won't.
Yeah, I know nothing, and my name is Jon Snow.
Jon Snow actually learned a bunch of stuff in the last couple of seasons.
I'm also learning. I'm reading stuff off the screen. Come on, I can now say that Lengyel made 13, and I definitely did not know that 5 minutes ago. Anyway,
yeah, okay, let's stop this silliness. Like, was funny once, but this just doesn't fit.
Yeah, something like put it somewhere.
Yeah, no, it doesn't work. I tried. Let's go back to the exciting action on the chessboards. Mickey Adams is putting pressure on Anish Giri. We've established you can't take because you might get checkmated.
Yeah, this variation doesn't really work for black. The combination of the 2 moves we discussed, bishop h6 and bishop e3 in the correct order, wins for white here. Finding it will not be easy if Anish goes with it. But I have a feeling he would never ever go for this because it does feel like white should have made somewhere in this position. But
someone in the chat says Peter versus Judith is 2-2 in classical. Yeah, but that sounds low. You must have played a lot against Judith, no?
With that does not include draws. That is the decisive games. No, I lost a number of games to her in Rapid in the first years that I've started playing against her and all of those, not all, but many of those had the exact same storyline. I would go for some risky line with black, which I felt I was quite happy with, and she would try to give mate and. I would defend decently for a while, have a good position, and then I would miss some tactic and get crushed horribly.
I only remember you beat her in this World Cup you won. When was it? 2012 maybe?
11, yeah.
11 in the.
No, I won. Yeah, I won 1 game there, and I won 1 game in the candidates in San Luis in 05.
And we have developments in the Luke Van Vele game against David Navara. Never failing to entertain those two. Navara apparently wasn't happy with this stuff we looked at.
I'm slightly surprised because here he can play Queen 7 Rook F5 machine tells us, but
this is stronger than the endgame, Rook E8.
Yeah, but instead of Queen takes C7, once again we are currently reading stuff off the teleprompter because it's a very difficult position to assess. But here, in this particular position, machine very much likes Rook takes H4 and feels black is doing quite well. But understanding...
Well, that's a tough move.
Yeah, that's a tough move. Understanding what's going on here would not have been at all easy. And instead of this, David took with a bishop, which forces white to go rook takes c5, but it's actually quite decent. Yeah, this now is completely...
We've shown this just loses, yeah. So you have to go for this. But this looks scary with this bishop reigning supreme. What's the material balance? What do we have? We have like
3 pieces for
3 pieces versus queen and rook.
yeah, queen and rook. Yeah, I was going to say that, but then it sounded so ridiculous that I stopped myself. But it's actually,
I would have fact checked it anyway.
but yeah, it seems like White's pieces are so active that this is enough, which is stunning. I mean, at least this is what the machine is telling us currently, that
We'll switch back to the Svidler engine in a minute. But yeah, this is just too weird a position. Bishop d5, quiet move. And the computer says equal, but the only move to maintain equality is rook to e4, also not the most obvious of choices. Weird stuff.
yeah, but it's rook g1 is such a huge threat here, and yeah, no, this is quickly turning into one of the games of the tournament. You feel Luki misplayed the opening horribly. Anyway. We still, we definitely sticking by that assessment. But what things that started happening somewhere around move 16 when David allowed this fantastic knight bd2 idea with the sacrifice of the queen for initially 2 light pieces. Everything since then has been exceptionally interesting. And quite well played by Luki. You could argue that some of David's moves were not the best according to the machine, but criticizing anyone for making imprecise move in a position like this always feels completely ridiculous, because it's not a position in which you get your bearings very easily.
David's played rook h7, very logical as well. He's more than happy to exchange this passive rook for the annoying knight.
But now bishop d6 check is an easy starting point, interfering with the black's coordination.
And now you start thinking bishop d5, rook e1, knight
e8. Rook e1 looks very interesting here. Planning to go bishop d5 check and start giving all these checks. And yeah, despite being a tremendous amount of, well, arguably white is down a rook. What 3 pieces for a queen and a rook translates to is roughly a rook down. But the remaining 4 pieces are working so well together and are so well coordinated that, yeah, it does feel, even from a human perspective, this position doesn't really look horrible at all for white. Which is very surprising.
It's a bit like this Wei Yi game, where it's not only about the material on the board, but about the quality of pieces participating in the attack.
Yeah.
Those dudes are small but well-coordinated elite force.
Very, very interesting game, which will be incredibly difficult to play for both players from here on out.
Yeah. Checking the chat. Where can I take a look? Nakamura match. Nakamura is playing in Gibraltar. I believe they're playing today as well.
Yeah.
Just as Vishy Anand and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. I'm sure on Chess24, if you click on Watch, you will find a list of ongoing tournaments, and this will be one of those.
Yeah, this seems headed towards
less exciting.
Yeah, arguably black is maybe even slightly better now, but not really. Should be a draw. And very curious position has been reached in Mamedyarov Caruana.
Oh, they got here, and he didn't play any of our moves.
Yeah, he played a3. You mentioned a3 actually as one of the options. And Mamedyarov took two more turns to bring the king all the way to a2, which is, you can sort of understand it because it's a reasonably safe square for the king. It cannot be really attacked there. He went rook ac1, rook fd8, and now he went knight b1. But the thing is, even if black allows...
Or rook f8.
Yes, or rook f8, yeah, knight b1.
Should have gone rook f8.
Even if black allows white to take on a3, white is not really better. But also knight a3 will run into rook c3, bishop b4, winning material immediately. So black can make almost any kind of a waiting move. g5, intending maybe h5, and g4 makes sense. I think from a positional viewpoint, this kind of a plan is always very useful when you have this completely unopposed bishop on d5. But also maybe f6, trying to open up some diagonals might make sense. White's position is still quite solid though.
We're being asked if we can have a look at Wei Yi kayaking, which we've been ignoring with the very boring or equal structure of the opening. But Juanito, as we call Wei Yi, I don't really know why, has started to mix it. As he does, he's gone for f4, f5.
Stop the press. Anishtuk on d4.
1 second. gf5, and Juanito might be putting some pressure. Rook f1, You have to go here.
Yeah, no, this is now
And
a
this-
very promising position for white, potentially. It's still possibly holdable for black, because you do need to trade off some of your assets to start picking up the weaknesses on f5 and d5. But seriously, we'll return to this, but let's just restate briefly for our viewers, because we've asked for assistance there and we know the answer. This is losing by force. Finding those moves for Mickey, as I said, will not be straightforward. But this actually is losing by force now. And I'm somewhat stunned that Anish has done this, because it just looks so scary.
Yeah, he couldn't see anything else that satisfied him, and he couldn't see a mate here. And then he thought,
No, but he could have gone. He could have gone e5, e4. We didn't discuss this move, but we really should have. It keeps the e file closed. The e6 pawn probably falls next, and I mean, of course, it still looks horribly scary, but it doesn't look lost. And queen takes d4. Yeah, you do have to have extreme confidence in your calculating abilities. And I'm not saying this in any kind of mocking fashion, because he missed the mate that white has here. We also missed it, and we only found it when we asked the machine. But it just feels that allowing rook d1, rook d8 in this position with all your pieces stuck on the queen side, you must, for me, I would only make this move if I felt every other move loses. Rook d1 is rook d1 in itself is not hard to find.
no, it's the first move you calculate.
Calculating it precisely and finding this maneuver of bishop h6 check and then bishop b3 and not bishop b3 immediately. That is the hard part.
Yeah, this is the star move.
Yeah, spotting this is not easy at all for white.
No, once you have this position on the board, it's possible. But I feel like, yeah, after you just put your bishop here, which looks like a nice square, then start thinking about bishop e3 next move. Not an easy thingy.
No, not at all. But this does win crushingly, because queen takes h7. And you also have to realize that the threat is another quiet move. It's not a check against any of the options available to black, including queen a5. You don't start giving checks. You win by making another quiet move, leaving your rook on prise on d8. So no, all of this will be very difficult to find, but not impossible, considering that there are very few pieces left on the board, and variations do tend to be reasonably straightforward.
Let's see if Mickey does this, and Luki's done something strange, or strange at first sight. After rook h7, he has not played what we thought was a very natural spanner in the works, but he's taken on a8.
Yeah, this is a bit surprising. Yeah, this is it just looks wrong somehow, because you could do it on the next move as well. You could, by driving the black king to f7, by giving this check on d6, you more or less force black to put the king on the 7th, either f7 or g7. And then you can wait forever with knight takes a8, because black really will never be in time to go rook b8 here. Bishop d5 check is a move, rook e1 is a move, as we mentioned. The machine even suggested going back to e5 might not be completely stupid here. But if you want to take on a8 in particular, why are you doing this when Luke did it and not move one move?
Even now it makes more sense with the rook.
Yeah, with the king on f7, yeah, takes rook e1. Once again, it's difficult to assess these things, but this looks more logical than what Luke has done.
Looks even more logical to leave the knight and the rook alive. So this might have, I don't know if black is better or winning here or whatever. The computer gives black a small advantage, but it just feels like
it's a very sort of non-intuitive decision, because bishop d6 check. Bishop d6 check would be so much more natural, and yeah, people are wrong about the rook d1 move in the Adams.
No, rook d1 is fairly obvious, but yeah, I think we've just covered it. Bishop h6, bishop e3 is tough, and someone's recalling the Wei Yi game where it was also quiet bishop retreat. That was the beginning of the end for Navara. Luke's played c4. Luke just wants to play his position positionally with the two bishops. Put one on d6, maybe go c5, the other on d5. There's still play, but it feels like black is playing for a win now.
Yeah.
Give back the exchange at some point.
It's definitely now only black who can hope for something good out of this game. Luke is trying to save it. And yeah, it's... what's the time situation? Okay, Luke is
6 minutes.
Luke is on 6 minutes. Then, his decisions become slightly more understandable, because on 6 minutes you want clarity. You don't really want problems. But still, even then, The option bishop d6 check would not mean he can never again take on a8. So why not throw it in there? Ask David what he feels he should do there, and proceed from there. Slightly strange decision by Luki, but yeah, time trouble in a position like this is difficult to handle. What's happening in this one?
The world champion brought his queen to a7. We talked about the plan, but yeah, we couldn't really see a follow-up. Neither can the computer. He's created some weaknesses on the...
I think the idea is queen a8, queen h8, but black should be able to handle this somehow. Although apparently there's only one decent way to do it, but it's not impossible to find. Queen e1 followed by queen h4, protecting both of those pawns, and also hitting on the pawn on f4, which is important because, let's say, queen g7 creates a large threat of bishop f5, but queen takes f4 meets it very comfortably. And yeah, it seems like black should now hold.
Yeah, Hou Yifan.
Yeah, queen e1, queen h4.
Back.
Yeah, queen e1, queen h4 in that variation is the only way to deal with the threat to the h6 pawn. But
she's gonna spot.
Yeah, it's only 3 pieces on the board. You check all the forcing moves those pieces can make. So it's not that difficult. What else do we have?
What's the over/under on Mickey finding the combination?
How do you set the over/under for a binary event?
Maybe we can't set an over/under. What are the odds of Mickey coming up with this?
16 minutes left and counting. Yeah. And there is an option not to do it. Bishop e3 in the current position they have on the board is very, very playable and probably still slightly better for white.
Where do you take here?
You go b3 first, I think, or maybe you take immediately. Both seem fine.
Let's say
and take on e5, and yeah. Even this is quite playable for white, which I think diminishes the chances of him playing rook d1 because it's much easier. It's a much easier move to make if it's the only move that really appeals. But if you have an option which still gives you a pleasant game, you might go for that in slight time trouble. Yeah, I don't know.
On the other hand, you always have a perpetual here, which
you do. Oh yeah, there's
just making a blank statement, but I thought I saw one earlier.
There was one, but it also included. Yeah, it was in the bishop e3 line, and you need to start making quiet moves, not in here.
Yeah, okay, yeah. It was.
Yeah, it was after bishop e3, queen a5, bishop h6 check, the other way around.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, king g7, bishop e3, queen a5, and here you can start giving checks. Bishop h6, rook f8. Queen f5, yeah, and that was the perpetual king.
Okay, even this is tough to calculate.
Yeah, queen d3, king e6, and yeah, Mickey does go bishop e3. He will regret this when he is shown the brilliant win he's missed. But it's as I said, I think the biggest influence in this decision is not that he didn't believe rook d1 was good, but that he saw that bishop e3 is good. And yeah. Now it's less clear how much better he is. Queen takes c4. Still very decent for him. Yeah, the machine likes b3 because you can't go queen g5 because apparently, well, you can, but after g3, rook d1 is a huge threat. Yeah, bishop b6, rook d1 actually wins the queen in a very center of the board. But this also becomes somewhat unnatural and difficult to navigate. And
maybe he's seen that. Once you spot, you can trap the queen. That's exciting. I don't know.
Yeah, Anish immediately takes on c4, yeah, but he didn't really have any choice. And yeah, queen takes f5 immediately is probably also playable. But
this looks more obvious somehow. And yeah, Mr. Comp, I'll switch him off again in a second. I was just too curious. Says this is fine for black, even though it looks very scary, but he always
queen c5. Yeah, the rook on g6 is now you know, a very active piece in the defense of black's position. So yeah, this is, if Mickey wants to fight for advantage, he needs to find b3 here and evaluate it correctly. And yeah,
he won't be happy if he doesn't win this game, which now is very much in play. And
yes, it will count as a large
checks
chance.
His Twitter.
Yeah, large chance missed there.
What else is going on? We're gonna ignore Ilyanov so unless something dramatic happens. Mamedyarov we've just seen, but let's just go to it one more time. Caruana, as he tends to, has dealt with the problems very directly. Played this move.
Bishop d2 and rook takes c1. I'm wondering if he wants to go bishop takes b3 after rook takes c1, but it... King takes, a2. Might be kind of decent, yeah?
Yeah. If I have to go knight a3 is some ugly move.
Knight a3, bishop d2, rook a1 might still hold there.
Why do I need rook a1?
You don't need to. You create no threats anyway. Rook d1, I can actually play h5 or whatever I want, actually.
That's true.
Rook a1, at least you create a threat of taking that pawn, and I probably have to go rook a4 here.
Knight c2.
But yeah, knight c2, it feels like it should be perfectly fine for white. Maybe white could even be
have
better.
to be careful. If the rooks come off, this pawn would be
this pawn would be in trouble. So knight a3, what are we missing? Maybe that's not his plan. Maybe he wants to do something.
Wants to take, but also doesn't look.
No,
doesn't
taking
feel
on g2 doesn't feel particularly nice. No, we haven't visited the Tomashevsky Liren game in a while, and there have been developments, so perhaps we should do that.
Still intrigued what's going on here, but yeah, we'll go there. What is going on? There is a octopus on d3.
Yeah, but white recovered the pawn he sacrificed. He sacrificed earlier, and
so yeah,
knight e7, knight c2 is a very nice little move actually, transferring the knight back to d4 and picking up the c6 pawn by force. And here black completely ignored the fork against his rook, so to speak, and played knight d3.
Could have gone here, but
I think white takes and goes queen g2 or something like that. Yeah, it was still very much a choice. I'm wondering why he didn't do that.
Takes knight d3, how bad can be?
I do think maybe b3 though.
Maybe.
Rook a d8, knight c6. It becomes a bit of a mess. Difficult to assess properly.
Yeah, maybe you don't start with this, but didn't happen. Liren, not one to try to simplify in a complicated position. Just went here. Queen f3. I went rook b8.
Yeah, white is never really taking on e8. Yeah, allowing bishop b7 followed by bishop c5, as Jan is indicating on the board. Yeah, that would be suicide. So Evgeny went for rook d2, controlling the second rank and preparing to meet bishop c5 with some kind of a retreat, knight db5 maybe.
Not technically a retreat.
Yeah. Retreat in a sense that the knight was attacking, and yeah, very unclear position. I have no idea what's going on.
Really don't want to take this knight.
No,
that much.
That's one. Yeah, rook e d8 probably. So to stop knight d6, and if knight a7, queens goes somewhere to h3 or somewhere. And, activity, a burst of activity from black here.
Anything could happen, but bad news for Tomashevsky is he only has 4 minutes to maneuver through this mess, while Liren still has more than half an hour.
Yeah, Evgeny, there seem to be issues with his time management these days. It's not the first game I've seen recently where he found a way to spend a lot of time. But to be entirely honest, this was a very complicated position, which...
No, I'm just saying it's not going to help from here on.
No, absolutely not, but...
I'm not being sponsored for my energy drink, by the way. I just feel like I gotta wake up since we've established we can't trust Peter Svidler on anything he says, so I have to pay very close attention to all these statements.
Very true. Mickey did play b3 at the very least, so we are headed towards some of those positions potentially. And also after b3, you have to say that, let's say the variation queen d5, g3, bishop b6, rook d1 looks a bit weird. But on the other hand, after queen d5, you don't really have much of a choice. You will play g3 because nothing else really fits. And if black does not play queen d5, here I think black might have to play rook b5, rook d1, rook c5.
Whoa.
Another statement you need to fact check, but I think this one might be true. And I don't know if yeah, if rook d5 is forced. Because this you get the feeling black will hold. Queen f5, bishop takes e6. Rooks are very, very strong against the queen. There's maybe even an argument, no, I thought rook d1, including rook d1 check might have been good, but no, I think it's wrong. King h2, bishop e6, queen e5, bishop d5, and I was briefly excited, but g4 just solves all of these issues successfully, I think. The king goes to h4, and there will be no checks on h4. So bishop e6, queen c2 or something, I don't know. Queen c2, even bishop takes h3, to be honest. Bishop a7. Some kind of a mess, which...
feels like black should somehow
generate
counterplay.
Yeah, black should not be particularly unhappy about this, I think. So
what else can we do after rook b5? I could take on f5. Then bishop e6 looks sort of forced. And knight e6 I'd only do with a very heavy heart.
Yeah, it's possible, but you really feel you're mistreating your position if you're forced to do that. Is rook d1, rook c5, bishop c5 a move?
My next question.
If queen c5 we go rook d8 check, king g7 we go queen takes f5. But rook f6 is very strong. At the very least I think black has a draw here. That's the... But maybe this is also the most black has here. Because queen f8 mate is a very large threat. And the bishop is hanging on c8 as well. But yeah. We can start with queen takes f5 here, but I don't think it changes anything after rook f6. It's still the same variation, seemingly, right?
Yeah, I don't look like there's anything else.
Yeah, I don't really see how to improve on this.
Wait for this.
No, if the bishop comes out, the game is over. We don't really have enough attacking pieces anymore here for white. Actually, with a being reasonably low on time, you get a feeling that if they reach this position and rook g1, rook c5 is on the board, the temptation to play bishop takes c5 might be quite strong, because you do feel that in the position with the rooks against the queen, if something goes bad, if the bishop lands on f3 at some point, white will simply not be able to handle it. He doesn't really have enough resources there. So yeah, this will count as an unpleasant miss from Mickey, I guess.
And Anish, she's gonna play queen d5. What else?
Well, you can go queen c2, queen c3. I don't know. All of those moves are legal, but yeah.
Strange. Threaten checkmate. g3 looks forced, and
yeah, rook b5.
Yeah, I think your plan looks quite logical to activate these guys. Like, I'm wondering what the likelihood of it happening is, but quite likely in this case.
No, there's just no choice, because if you need to play something like queen d8, queen takes f5 will be crushing. Allowing it just seems insane. Regardless of whether you like or not the position arising after rook b5, rook g1, you have to go for it now with black, because everything else seems completely lost, to be honest. You do calculate f4, rook g1, f takes e, but I don't think it works. It just looks like a very bad position for black. I take on d5, I take on e5 later. Yeah, takes cd5, queen e5, rook b6. Maybe black is not completely lost, but compared to the previous position, white has a knight to accompany the queen, and this is much, much better for white, of course. He would much rather have a knight here than the bishop.
Yeah, especially this knight.
Yeah.
And I think we've established that we can more or less trust your predictions or your evaluations of the position. We just can't trust your recollections of events that have already happened. Is it similar when you play chess, that you can't really remember stuff, but you can figure out stuff?
These days it's increasingly correct. And Anish played queen b4.
Wow. Can't even trust your predictions. No, I think you mentioned that in fairness.
Rook d1, I guess, because it's hanging and queen f5 doesn't seem to work. And black probably wants to take on e6. We take on e6. I suppose rook takes, and we take on f5, either immediately or after the intermediate check. I don't know. Let's take it here. Rook d6 probably, and something like rook c1, I suppose.
Let's still choose white somehow. Is that crazy?
Yeah, but I guess black should hold this. Yeah, black has a very decent chance of holding it. Yeah, I always pick white here. There will be, I don't think black can hold on to the e5 pawn, so white will have a pawn for the exchange. The bishop on e3 is very, very solid, attacks the queen side, supports the king side. The king on g8 is horrible, rook c4, g4, as you've drawn so expertly on the board, is a huge idea here. Yeah, no, you pick white here for sure, but defensive resources here must be quite serious.
Let's go through this line once again.
Only move.
Forced, 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 more or less forced, more or less, well, not forced, but logical. And yeah, I think you got that one right. Still, maybe he's gonna feel more at home here in the position he understands, instead of having to calculate all the insanity.
But still, considering how beautiful this line was with the quiet move bishop e3 there, followed by quiet, I mean, attacking pieces and taking pawns, but still in a position where you have lots of checks, to go bishop e3 first and then go queen takes h7 first instead of giving checks, he will feel saddened that he didn't spot it, because it's a, you know, making those moves on the board is a very pleasant experience.
Sure, I'm just saying, it's in keeping with his style. You seldom see him like finish with crazy combinations, but more squeezing and understanding.
Sure.
Lukey Boy is trying to create some action with his bishops, which are still nice.
Yeah, apparently, and I've given this code away yesterday, or the day before yesterday during the broadcast. Whenever I use the word apparently, it's because I'm reading something off the screen. But it seems like David may have misplayed it a little bit, and now the active bishops are once again enough for equality. In the current position after bishop f4 check, after
we getting a draw? King F6,
I think after king d8 the draw will be agreed potentially soon, because king c7, bishop f4. If you start going forward, you might after rook b1 you might regret it. Even simple rook takes b7, next move wins the queen, and
I can't really escape the checks anyway.
You can't. Yeah, if white wants to draw, he has the draw, but also he can play rook takes b7 at any point, and he has an outside passer on the h file. So it seems like Lukey got away with it today, more than once actually, even in one game, arguably.
Well, I don't call him Lucky Luke for nothing.
Well played, sir. Things happening in this one, potentially, but
what?
Yeah.
Nah, it's gonna be a draw. Not enough support for Mr. A-pawn.
But the h-pawn is getting lost. Let's say we log the knight even further by going bishop d6 here.
No, I got it. You're saying black is actually playing for a win.
No, definitely. No, it's definitely black that is playing for a win here, but whether this is enough or not is the question. Black risks nothing at all here. Yeah, white will need to play b4 and knight c5. Black will collect the h-pawn in that time, and the question is whether the passers on the f and h will be enough against a protected passed pawn on e5.
Wise man once told me one runs faster than two.
But as we've now established, he was only wise in his head. None of what he said is ever true.
Okay.
And better not quote that. It's interesting. In the Mamedyarov Caruana game, and this is now the position on the board. This is very curious. It actually followed the line we've described quite closely. I mean, precisely actually. And after rook a1, Fabiano played bishop f4, which is a move we missed. But it still feels like white should be fine here after.
Why would it be better? Even the caveman approach.
I would start by h3. I don't want to give you the h2 pawn.
Okay.
Bishop b5, rook a2, and if rook b8, I guess something like rook c2 or rook d2. Yeah, rook c2, rook c6. Yeah, you get the feeling the b5 pawn is going to fall.
How do we get it? Let's say.
Rook c6, bishop b7, rook a6.
Right.
Let's go like g5. Wait a second. Let's continue.
Okay.
I don't know about g5. g6, let's say. Rook d8. How equal is this? Rook d2.
Can I draw this?
I could actually... No, I couldn't really stop you from doing that. Yeah, takes, bishop b4. It's probably a draw, but it's not a pleasant choice to make for white. to be honest, because yes, the h pawn is the h1 square is the wrong color, which increases white's drawing chances, but still.
Isn't this a reasonably straightforward draw? I mean, I'm in time to bring my king over and then knight.
Probably, but there sometimes are some zugzwangs, and you can start. If black follows a very simple plan of trying to create a pass pawn along the e file and just push it, yes, white will probably make a reasonably simple draw. But if you try to sort of circle around and try and take the squares away from the knight, those positions sometimes get tricky. Okay, let's. H3 has been played, so we're headed towards something like that. We'll see what's happening there. What shall we? Okay. Juanito is progressing.
Gotta visit Juanito.
But you get the feeling Sergei will probably hold this, because he now has the option of trading the queens off, and he will probably lose both f7 and d5. But a lot of material will come off by that point.
I know you have a bit of recent history, so I'm not sure if you, in general, if you agree with my assessment at all. For me, it always looks like Karjakin is fantastic in the first 15 moves, and then starting from move 40, or whenever the position is simplified. But in between, it happens to him often that he gets into some trouble. Is that fair, or all of this, understanding his 2-7-80, much stronger player than me, obviously, but it looks like sometimes in the middle game he gets into some trouble.
When he's not playing well, yeah, I think it's a fair description. But when he's on song, I think he plays very, very evenly throughout. But yeah, it does feel like, if we go through this game, it does feel like this position should not be all that bad. And then suddenly 3 moves later, it looks like this. Well, not 3, 5 moves later, it looks like this. And it is very, very risky strategically. So let's briefly show you what happened. After knight e7, bishop a3, bishop h6, queen d3. And he also made a slightly weird move, rook fe8 here, I would have to say, because I think covering the 7th should be more of a priority here for black than playing rook e8. Because I don't think black wants to play knight g6 anyway, so I don't know if he immediately needs to untie himself. He went rook e8, and now this gained in strength, I think, compared. If black could in this moment return the rook to f8 and play rook c7, and yeah. If you imagine the same position with the rook on f8 and the rook on c7 instead of the rooks here, black would just make an immediate draw with queen e3 check. And as things stand, he can still play this, but he's actually losing a lot of material there, more than I originally anticipated. He probably
rook e7, rook c7?
He probably needs to do this. Yeah, that probably is the only way to continue. But yeah, this is not much fun. Although, yeah, it still looks like it should be holdable somehow.
Well, Sergei is the man for the job, but yeah, I would not enjoy it. I've even seen these positions with equal material without a d-pawn. Side that is tied to the defense of the f-pawn tends to suffer.
Yeah, it wouldn't be an immediate draw even if black had an unspoiled structure on the king side. But with the pawns on f7 and h7, yeah, this is a very pleasant, absolutely risk-free grind for white to enjoy for the next 3 hours.
Juanito will have lots of fun.
And the game between David Navara and Luc Van Veli has been drawn.
No surprise there. Exciting fight, though we can't really accuse them of not entertaining us, just finding the first move repetition available.
Yeah, that would be completely unfair. But yeah, in the Magnus game, what's going on here? Can we find anything for him? It feels that once this queen lands on h4, black's problems are sort of easier to solve, because there is now immediate counterplay against the white king side, and you expect stuff to start coming off at some point. If you go f5, I can even play something like a6, a5, improving my structure on the other side, I think.
What can I attack? I would like to attack something.
I have a feeling it will be a reasonably short list here.
Yeah, king on c7 holds the queen side. Those doors are defended.
I was expecting Magnus to do what he has just done. He played bishop f5 here. And now I think black needs to take, and after queen f5, king c7, for instance, the queen on f5 kind of dominates the queen on h4. But the thing is, it's a queen endgame 6 against 6 with no immediate weaknesses. So
If you activate your king, weaknesses will emerge.
yeah, but if you start activating your king, the queen might leave the post on h4.
That's what I mean.
Yeah. He will still push, but
How?
it feels like this should not be enough because you
Start
can
with
play.
this?
Yeah, you can
Let's
play
start
a5. I go king b8, for instance, or d5. I don't know. Do I want d5? I probably want d5 actually to make it less.
Could start with this if you want d5, but that also exposes my king. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you actually need this with white. It's unclear. I mean, you can make all kinds of waiting moves here for white, but making any actual progress will be quite hard, I feel. She went to b8, which is which is maybe even more straightforward. She wants to put her king on a7 so that she never blunders any checks. One thing this does allow is maybe in some positions white will be able to include queen g4. I just wanted to demonstrate something. If she played queen, yeah, especially with the king on a7, because my reaction to queen g4 I would very much like, and with the king on c7, I think I could do this for black. I would like to take and go f5. Because gf5, the king comes to f6 and black probably wins, and if g5 with the king on c7, black is in the square, so if the king gets to g6 and black maybe also wins. So yeah, this I think f5 is incredibly strong here. And that means that white can never really use this resource to make black's life slightly uncomfortable. But if the king actually gets all the way to a7, queen g4 becomes an option for white. I'm not sure if it does.
It will still have to be established that if black just does nothing here,
well, the
if
king
white is winning this, I don't know.
Yeah, the king goes all the way to h5, or at least tries to get all the way to h5. Somewhere, yeah, f5 here probably is too risky. Yeah. King e7, king e3, king e6. Yeah, here, once again, f5 might be. Depends on who has more. Yeah, it's probably no. f5, g5, takes, king g3. No, I think we're trying to lose it with black, and we really shouldn't.
Are we losing with black?
King g4.
I can't count, which is a weakness of mine.
g6 seems to be ending in queen e6 mate. Yeah, let's show this. It's kind of picturesque. Yeah, and this is suddenly game over. No, I don't think black needs this. And Magnus has played c4 in the meantime. But yeah. But as I said, with the king on h7, it does become a bit of a theme. But also, maybe a bigger issue for Magnus would be is that queen g4, queen f2 with the king on a7 is a very, very serviceable reply.
Especially now with the
especially with the pawn on c4. It feels like there's not very much he can do. Maybe if she goes king a7, he might try c5, but the d5 is fine, d takes c5 is also fine. I'll probably go d5.
Oh, really?
Although, yeah, no, I don't know, before b5, all this kind of play, yeah. Take, yeah. Return to f5 and start playing for some kind of king c2, I mean c3, c4, c5, d6 plan, but yeah, you get the feeling it will never actually reach any of those squares.
We shall see. Draw's a favorite, but it is Mr. Carlsen on the white side. I'm told he's very persistent. I read in the chat that Adams has bungled it. I'm not sure if that's true. They went down the line. Yeah, more or less as expected. Rook c1, queen to a5. Good move, probably. Stepping out of this and targeting this. Here. What do you think?
Slightly unsure about this. It feels like white should never be worse, but I'm not sure if white can hope for much more. And Mickey has played rook g4 here, which is kind of indicating
Is
that
that a bit of a draw offer?
it's a little bit of a draw offer, because without the rooks, I think you're never actually giving any mates here without the rooks. I would probably take and go, I don't know, something like. Although still, you have to pay attention with black. King f7, queen f5 check. King g8, bishop h6 might be, or queen e6 check first might be a huge problem actually already. Yeah, this loses. So yeah, it's not an immediate draw offer, but you do feel slightly sad with white here, because especially for us, because we know that there was a forced answer earlier. But even in general, King g7. Yeah, maybe I was trying to calculate, but it's difficult. There are all kinds of geometrical motifs here, like there's bishop d2 and bishop d4, but none of those moves seem to be. Bishop d4 loses to queen e1 check, and bishop d2 is just not forcing enough. Queen d5 is a move, for instance. Queen c5 is a move. Yeah. The point is that yeah, in this, but even this queen endgame probably is a draw. Yeah, king f7 and take on f2, check and take on f2. Yeah, even this is more or less an immediate draw.
Looks like Giri dodged a bullet in this one.
He definitely dodged the bullet there, but precision is still required, you feel. But after king g7, I don't know. What will you have done after king g7?
I would offer a draw. And it gets accepted. Give me draw and exchange down. But seriously, yeah, the tactics don't seem to work, so I'm not sure. Can you play h4?
h4 maybe. Yeah, I was also thinking about that. But Anish has taken on g4.
Okay.
He probably wants to go king h8 then, because king f5. The other one looks very, very dangerous. But this also doesn't feel like it's. Yeah, king h8 is on the board. At least we're correct on that. Yeah, bishop h6, rook g8, queen e6. But it creates no threats. The black, the horrible structure. Yeah, the horrible structure actually covers itself, and queen e1, queen f2 is probably very strong here, followed by queen f6. What's going on?
I don't know.
Yeah, the immediate queen e6 is a suggested improvement over what we were showing. Yeah. Not leaving the very important e3 square and keeping your position under control.
It would be very nice to eat this pawn, because then all of a sudden king is a lot weaker.
Yeah. The machine still likes white a great deal here, but
rightly so, because these pawns don't matter. Matter a little bit, but black's not going to be in time to queen them.
Yeah.
And if you take here, you lose your rook. Feels unpleasant. What do you do?
Yeah, after queen c7, I think the idea is to play bishop g5. But maybe you can play rook e8 here. And try and entice white to win the exchange back immediately. With queen d8. Queen d7 would be a mistake, but queen d8 maybe is still playable. With the same idea as bishop h6, rook g8.
Scary, but...
Yeah, very scary. Mickey is down to 5 minutes against 11 for Anish, which is relevant.
Yes, 9 moves, but you have to calculate this stuff. Here you can't play on feel.
Yeah, it's a position in which precision is definitely required, so... Yeah, queen e6, queen c7. Let's try and break this down somehow. Maybe queen f7 immediately makes no real sense, especially if we can include bishop g5, rook e8.
I'd like to go for cheapos, but you always have this.
Yeah, queen d6 would be a very good reply to this. You need to stop, whatever you do, you need to stop queen d6 from happening, which is
stopped.
Rook e8, but even this is not horrible. You feel like,
b4,
b4 and start pushing the h-pawn up the board, because black has really very, very few moves here. Yeah, this is, as an illustration of how risk-free white's position is, I think this line it serves like a good example.
Yeah, you can't do anything. Might even be in Zugzwang at some point. Maybe you can move the king back and forth, but a5, let's say, I just take.
Yeah, take. Yeah, no, this might be horrible. Bishop e7 is strong, but even
eating any pawn.
Yeah, but even queen e5, anything. Okay, let's wait for more developments here and revisit the World Champions game.
I'm just trolling. Juanito is still has some work to do before he gets that title. Should he ever?
Yeah, I think queen takes h3 followed by f5 should more or less force white to give an immediate perpetual, no? Because if you let the h-pawn run, although maybe not, maybe before b5 will be an unpleasant idea here. I think maybe Magnus, this is what Magnus is trying to entice her to do here. Queen h3, queen takes d6. Here it's very important that queen f5 runs into queen f8 and queen takes h6. And there's definitely some issues here for black. Yeah, I quite like what he's done because he is now, if she goes, let's say king d7, he'll put the queen on e3. And it's a better square than f5 because the queen is much freer here, I think. But queen h5, you probably hold this anyway, yeah. It's important not to allow f5, queen e6, I guess, but queen h5 and I don't know, queen e4, queen h3, f5, but it's very difficult to believe this is any good.
So queen e4, maybe I can do this.
No, I think that other line is quite good for black as well. I take on h3 and after f5 I can play queen h2 or queen g3 and go to c7, queen e7, king c8. This is probably lost. Yeah, pretty sure this is lost for white. And you need to start looking for that perpetual.
Who should hold?
Yeah, that's what we think. That's what we think, because it seems like she's just in time. If white could make both of those moves at the same time, queen e3 and f5, white probably...
And queen e6.
No, that would be a bit too much, but even those two alone would actually create issues for black to solve. But yeah, queen e3, queen h5 seems very logical and very sensible. Maybe queen d3 there. Queen e3, queen h5, queen d3.
Why is it such an achievement if I go here?
I don't know. c5, d5, queen d4.
Yeah, some squares.
Oh no, sorry, yeah, I forgot about the h3 pawn. Maybe not queen d4, maybe c4.
Okay, at least something to work with, yeah. Still think black should hold, but...
Yeah, no, I mean, leeway is... There's a lot of leeway in queen endgames like this, but yeah, Magnus will continue looking for his micro chances. He is very, very good at this, obviously, we all know that.
Absolutely. Since you're talking about leeway, let's use an excellent segue and check out the Yi-way.
Yeah, the highest form of comedy.
Come on, that was pretty good.
That was excellent. But there hasn't been much movement here. Sergei,
no, I just did it for the joke.
Yeah, Sergei chose queen e2 over queen e3, but it's the same kind of position, I think. And he is looking, I mean, he's trying to compare rook takes d5 and bishop takes d5, but it leads to very, very similar positions. Black still needs to, I think, switch to full-on defense on the 7th.
I would not enjoy this. But yeah, I think that's one big strength of kayaking, even if he doesn't enjoy it, like you talked about it the other day. He doesn't give up and he doesn't start hating himself, he just keeps hanging in there. And we're asked to have a look at the challengers, which we could do for a moment. We haven't seen it at all today yet. And we have one, at the very least on paper, top game between Livio Dieter Nisipianu, the highest ranked German player, and Bhaskaran Adiban, the up-and-coming star from India who's leading the tournament.
It seems like Livio Dieter is about
to suffer.
Yeah, Livio Dieter is about to throw a large spanner in the works there for Adiban, because this looks horrible.
Yeah, it looks lost, right?
Yeah,
two run faster than one, as we know, so you can always... No, I'm trolling,
yeah,
but...
no, black needs to take another 3 tempi or so to even get the pawn on c3, and by that point the g-pawn should be somewhere around g7.
Maybe I can just get rid of it, right? This dude might.
There's knight f4 forks, which you probably shouldn't be blundering, which...
Probably not, but I might.
Yeah, there have also been some results already, I think, or maybe not, but one game will finish soon. Yeah, Benjamin Bock beat Zhu Wenjing. We probably shouldn't go through all of those games to show you the final positions, because we can't really make much sense of those games without covering them properly.
Benji's on fire.
Yeah, so that game is over. Another game which is not over yet, but will be over soon, is Miguel Admiral is beating Anne Haast, who seems to have reverted to her earlier ways and is not.
She doesn't have a draw in the tournament yet, right?
Yeah, she is the opposite of me, and all the other people I listed in that list. She doesn't like making draws in Vaikanze. Nino Batsiashvili is exerting some pressure in her game against Erwin Lamy, but I think draw is still favored there. There was some kind
Weird
of
position in our boy Jordan van Foreest against Eltash Safarli. Both sides have their trumps.
yeah. I would probably start by picking black, but yeah, it's a position where you don't get very far on abstract picks because you need to start calculating variations. For instance, if you can play knight f5, black is definitely better, but queen h7 is incredibly awkward to face. If you want to go, if you need to go rook f8, you're not very happy. Although, rook takes c3, rook takes c3 followed by queen takes d4. I mean, it's a large threat. Yeah, very, very tricky position to evaluate properly. But yeah, I mean, on structure, you obviously pick black because black probably wins any endgame. But it's not an endgame yet.
Black is also, yeah. I don't know, but it looks like, once again, Jordan van Foreest, one of the rising Dutch stars, is giving
and,
one of the tournaments.
Yeah, Alexei Dreyev is not giving up on his quest to perhaps qualify to his first Vaikanze in many, many years.
He must have played in the 90s, though, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he must have played. He was a very, very top-rated player at some point in his career, and Mark Dvoretsky, who has seen his fair share of very gifted players, I think rates him in terms of pure talent on par with Kasparov and others, which is telling something. Yeah. People, I think, by now, there's a whole generation of people who don't really know who that is and don't really have any appreciation for his. I mean, they maybe, if they know him, they know him as somebody who is now working with, let's say, he's worked with Azerbaijani chess players for a while. He's been doing some quiet but highly effective coaching. But in his heyday, he was a tremendously strong player and remains very, very dangerous to this day at age 46.
He's better, right?
Well, he's a pawn up, and the bishop on a4 is not really inspiring too much confidence. I think he is very likely to convert from here. I think objectively he has a decent chance, and also, you know, this is one of his stronger points.
Just one thing's old. No. I was going to say old Russian grandmasters, but that sounds disrespectful. Aging Russian grandmasters hate its better endgames.
Yeah. And there's also a game between Abbasov and Antipov, which is now... Abbasov is a pawn up in a sharpish looking endgame with queens and knights, lots of checks on the board. Queen f1 is an annoying thing to calculate. I guess king e4. And you have
Can I do this?
You can also do this. Yeah, I don't know what... Queen c2 check, though, you probably shouldn't. Allowing white to trade off the queens is probably not the brightest idea. So he already played queen f1 check, to which Abbasov replied by playing king e4 immediately. Yeah, I have no idea what's going on. White is probably better because if he's not getting mated, the king in the center is a good thing. If it's not getting mated, so
Can take.
yeah. But after 96, what's your next move?
Check.
Let's say king f5. Oh, there's queen f3 there. But even after queen f3, let's say knight f4. Yeah, because if you're forced to make a quiet move of any sort, I'm probably giving mate on the other side of the board, right?
Sure.
Yeah, good move. Missed that.
It's a mess.
No, it's a horrible mess, and also we don't really know and can't really devote too much attention to it. So let's yeah, in the one game which has perhaps the largest bearing on the standings, as we already have shown you, I mean, Livio Dieter, who is not having the most glorious of tournaments up to now, is, well, should be objectively winning against Bhaskaran Adiban, which will blow the tournament wide open, I think, again. Adiban, I think, was a point ahead of the field, definitely a point ahead of Safarli, and
Who can keep track of these crazy kids? They are changing positions every day there. But yeah, he was leading the field. In the chat, our boy Colin informs us that it was 21 years ago I guess that's the last time Dreyev played in the Vikensee.
I actually have the standings in front of me, and Bhaskaran had 7.5 out of 10, and Dreyev was half a point behind. And considering that Dreyev has very decent winning chances, and Bhaskaran seems to be lost, Dreyev, if he converts his game, will be leading the tournament with 2 to go. Very, very impressive. And Safarli is third, half a point behind Dreyev before the start of today's round.
The race for the qualifier spot still wide open. What has Mr. Adams been doing during our excursion?
Well, he's picked up some material, and the last move he made here is a2, a4. Yeah, after rook e8, I don't know if he had anything better, but you can't really move your bishop because queen e1, queen f2 is annoying, so I kind of understand why he took on
probably
c6.
Giri wisely avoided this queen c7, bishop c5 position.
Yeah, but the position he has right now, I mean, white is still playing a completely risk-free situation, because I think, let's say, if the entire queenside comes off, if black somehow exchanges a7 for both a4 and b3, which is heavily unlikely right now, and the queens come off, even this might be a draw.
Probably.
This structure, the white structure on the king side is so solid that I wouldn't bet against it being a draw anyway. And, well, this scenario is sort of pigs can fly kind of a scenario, you know, it's somewhat unlikely.
We'll find out. Magnus Carlsen, yeah, not much has changed. They've made it to the time control in this game. Move 40 has just been completed, so we can expect a little time out there. c5, t5 has been thrown in.
And actually, the Ilyanov Soy endgame is.
Oh, he allowed 96.
He allowed 96, which is curious, and he went bishop c5, maybe expecting that this frees his knight on b7, but it doesn't.
No, he changed his mind that he can't really take.
Yeah, it's curious that he did, because how does black win this, by the way?
Now after bishop e3.
No, I mean if I do take on no, the what's the word? Yeah, in Russian we call them the trousers. Yeah, because just to illustrate, after king e2, black simply plays, I don't know, probably starts with f5 because no harm, and then king c6, king b7, yeah, knight c5, and the white passers are too close to each other, so the king handles them very comfortably, whereas the black passers run very fast, and they seem to be, well, not seem to be, black is just winning here.
Yeah.
So what's happening right now?
No, this is the same old golden rule, 2 run faster than 2.
Yeah, that is correct.
What is happening now is he's lost.
Is he?
Yeah, nothing you can do. I'll just play f5. A convenient moment, I'm going to go king b7, then I'll take with the bishop on c5, and then I'll somehow win.
Somehow as in how?
I'll leave the details up to Wesley.
Okay.
Just giving a rough outline here.
Yeah, but my pigs can fly scenario has been realized to a degree. I mean, it's now, I think, just a reasonably dead draw. Let's return to that game for a second.
What pigs are flying where? Nothing to do with the flying spaghetti monster?
No.
Okay. King h4 would be
no,
one. Why did he exchange queens?
Yeah, exactly. a4, queen d5. And in this position, Mickey decided that, you know, he's had enough. He doesn't really believe he's better anymore. So I mean, queen c3 would be probably the move.
Yeah.
But actually, I honestly, I don't really think he gave up much equity here. And yeah, in this position, yeah, I mean, white is not really in any kind of trouble.
No, but he can never win
well,
either,
he can never win either.
Try
yeah.
this, I guess. Take here.
Yeah. Yeah.
Should be a draw.
Yeah, this way. Yeah, this actually is already on the board, and the bishop is. Yeah, after king g7, you can even just completely forget about the a-pawn play. Bishop g5, bishop e3.
Why would you though? Let's try to keep it.
No real reason. I'm just saying that even that is a draw. But conversely, let's say you get this setup with a bishop on b6 and a pawn on a5. I place my rook on a3, play h5, king f5.
No, I'm not saying.
You're also not playing for a win there. So yeah, it seems like yeah, this game, somewhat sadly for the English Grandmasters, it's going to fizzle out and be drawn. Yeah, he'll be unhappy about that, if we're completely honest. And Caruana Mamedyarov is also progressing along the line we described at one point during the broadcast.
The Fabster trying to grind it out against Shak Mamedyarov. Mamedyarov decided not to go for these endgames we talked about with 3 against 4.
And we're being told by where did I see that? Yeah, Mark Krauser is tweeted us that Andreev actually won by Kanzei back in '95. So, yeah, he was a fantastic player. Still is, but I mean, in the mid '90s, he was definitely in the top 10 in the world, maybe even the top 5, arguably, at his best years.
Did you play super tournaments in '95 already?
Me?
Yeah.
No, I played. '95 was my first, I think, big round robin in Novosibirsk, which was very, very strong, but it wasn't really much on the radar in the West because it featured almost completely exclusively the players from the former Soviet republics. It was still, I think, the average rating was 2650, which equals, I guess, something like 2710, 2720 these days, and the field was very impressive, but.
Didn't you beat Kasparov in '96 already, or am I mixing up? Oh, '97.
'97, yeah.
Okay.
No, I played Tilburg in '96. My first Tilburg was in '96. That probably counts as the first proper super tournament, but...
It's just 20 years. Where has all the time gone?
Yep.
Bishop e3. No, I honestly think this should somehow be lost for Pavl.
I wouldn't be surprised. I'm surprised he didn't really rescue his knight earlier, because...
No, I think he just blundered something in these bishop t6 lines, because else bishop c5 doesn't make a whole lot of sense. It's also move 40, so it might have been...
Yeah.
Maybe just missed 96.
Yeah, it's curious, because...
Oh, so,
okay, let's go here. Now, in this position, I mean, somewhere around here, it's, well, kind of impossible to imagine how white can be worse. I can understand why he went f5, because you are taught that, you know, pawns should be on this opposite.
Yeah, but we're also taught a weakness only a weakness if it can be attacked, and the pawn on f5 can be attacked very quickly.
So f5 was a committal move, which I feel was also made in maybe time travel of some sorts, because his following play doesn't seem very, very convincing. And maybe he underestimated b6, because you normally want to play a6 with black here, but after a6 I guess he has activity on the queen side. First of all, there's always I don't know, even knight b6 check followed by bishop f4 check, for instance, is interesting. But anyway, b6, knight e7 is now actually a serious threat. And white is not in time to land his king on e4. If white could play king f3 already in this position, he'd be slightly better.
Yeah, and you also can't go bishop f4 because of knight d4. So.
Although maybe that was a better choice. No, bishop f4, knight g4.
I was wondering if bishop b8. Yeah.
Just go bishop b8 here.
Maybe you can.
Black can still continue, like, I don't know, a6, knight b6, king c6, knight c4. But you feel, you know, with every pawn that comes off, you're closer and closer to a draw. But actually, even this, you know, you feel you're misplaying it with white. Because your king is still on d1, the king is your opponent's king is on c6. You can't really start getting any nearer, because your pawns start dropping. So yeah, it feels like, you know, somewhere here, white should never be worse, generally. But
no, I don't think Pavl was dreaming of ever losing the game until maybe after b6.
And actually, but on the other hand, if you're planning to take on f6 and go rook d1, I mean, do it here.
Yeah, that's a bit strange too.
Do it here, or maybe include h5, because, you know, if you also
h5
h5 g5, yeah, that's true. I actually covered that during the broadcast. But rook hd1 here seems to me a more sensible move than rook he1, if you follow it up still by e takes f6. Maybe he was entertaining.
Yeah, I don't think this was the plan when he.
Yeah, maybe he was dreaming of playing e6 somehow, and then he realized it doesn't work. But yeah, somewhere here, it started going slightly wrong for him.
But this is a problem, just king e2 instead of f5.
Yeah, king e2, king e6 first, I guess. Followed by f5, king d5. You can't actually challenge this king on d5 very well.
Why not?
You will have to grind.
Bishop d2, knight e3.
Bishop d2, you're blundering the b3 pawn.
No, I mean king d3.
King d3, I go f5, you go, what, g5, I guess?
Yeah. And knight b4 check is a little...
Yeah, it starts getting slightly annoying.
Yeah. Okay. Well, no big deal, but yeah, you don't want the structure.
Yeah. You start getting this very unpleasant feeling in the pit of your stomach that you've actually exchanged all the pieces, but you're not making a draw in the next 3 moves.
In there.
Yeah, it's a very, very unpleasant situation to suddenly find yourself in, because somewhere around here, you're definitely the side which, like here, with white. You feel you're the side pressing, you're the side enjoying a riskless slight advantage. And then suddenly you find yourself here and you realize all of these pieces came off, but it's not a draw. It's still a position which your opponent will happily play forever. And you start looking for forced ways to make a draw. And he went for this. And seemingly he thought this was an immediate draw, but he probably... Either this is very strong or he missed something here for white. It's difficult. Once again, we missed all this part of the game, so we're...
Well, it might also have been a draw, like, and he might have made a mistake later.
So knight d2 seems very logical because you need to reply to a6 somehow, and the plan of winning the pawn on a6 seems very good. But now the knight is stuck. I'm a little bit curious. Wouldn't you go knight b8 check here? King, I think, needs to go here because allowing knight d7 seems strange. I give a check. If you don't want to repeat, you need to go here, and I give a check here. And I force you to take.
Well, you need to evaluate this, which doesn't seem obvious. You want knight h4, bishop b7.
But I'm actually winning the pawn back, to be honest. Yeah, that
for your standards.
That should be a comfortable draw, no?
I guess so, yeah.
So, but maybe he was running very short on time. We don't really know the timing situation here. But he played h5, perhaps intending to do it one move later, and this option was immediately cut off from him.
But even here, after b4, knight g7.
Yeah, you should go knight c5
c5,
at some
that's
point.
what we were looking at.
Yeah, knight c5 at some point. Takes, knight takes h5, and something like, I don't know, king e2.
No, no, you throw in a6, probably not.
I don't know. It's unclear. Yeah.
This
might
not be fun, but it still feels like a draw somehow.
Yeah, this feels closer to a draw than to a loss. Yeah, you probably feel reasonably confident in holding this, but
bishop is very strong on e3.
Yeah, but what they have on the board right now.
Well, this, I think,
yeah,
bishop c5.
Yeah, bishop c5. Also, maybe even knight. I mean, maybe even this is winning. No? But I mean, the cultured way is to take with the bishop, of course. The pawn ending is still completely lost, we assume, because it's the same position. So Pavl took with the pawn, and now king a6, and pawns actually start dropping because after c6, king a5, you're not in time.
You need two bishops. You need to play bishop h6 to f4 here, and then, well, even then king a6. Can't do it.
Yeah. If Wesley actually wins this game, it will be a tremendous.
Pavl won't be happy.
No, but I'm not sure this is lost yet. Let's see.
What do you do?
I want to go king c2.
Give me.
And king b3.
King a6.
And I want to play c6.
I'm tempted to go knight d8, but I won't do it this time. So, how do I win? Knight c7.
Let's interrupt this broadcast for a second because people in chat have suggested something I didn't really understand originally, but apparently this is a move now.
King takes f8, b6.
Let me, yeah, we actually, by mistake, we have a correct cartoon on the screen, which is very impressive. b6.
No, it's like a broken clock. It is still right twice a day.
Yeah, if rook b1, knight b2, I think this is actually a queen.
No, it's a pawn, but it can't be stopped from
so
cocooning.
You have to play rook d1, b7, rook d8, and now knight e5 wins the rook. How is this endgame evaluated, though, is less clear, because I can play something like rook e8 and start running with the king towards the pawns. But I can also start running with the king towards the d7 square and play knight d8. Let's say I go king c4 here. This is very tricky.
Do you have to go king g7? King e8 stops that.
Oh yeah, king e8. Hang on.
No, king e8 loses on the spot. Sorry.
You lack me. Yeah, you lack squares here somewhat. Yeah.
Sorry.
King g7. I go knight c6. I mean, maybe rook f8 is actually more precise because you want to have a check on the 7th.
Yeah, maybe you don't want to get hit with tempo. But king d7 should ever happen.
Yeah, let's say king c4, king f6. I'm not sure about king f6 actually. The point I'm trying to make is that king c5, let's say king g5, king d6 might be lost for black for all we know. Because I'm threatening king e7 followed by knight d8. I'm not trying to win this rook for a pawn, I'm trying to queen the pawn still.
It's very weird that this rook doesn't have enough squares, but it doesn't.
So, arguably, you need to start running already, like f5, king c5, I don't know, king f6. king d6. But you can't even run properly, because e5 I will take. With the king on f6 I will definitely take here first. And only then I will switch once again to...
If I go g5?
Yeah, if you go g5... Yeah, with the king on f6 you can do this then. But now with the king on d6 I feel much more comfortable about starting to collect my stuff, yeah?
Now one would have to...
You probably
but
make
knight d7
yeah,
is
you
a
probably
checker.
make a draw.
One has to count this
with
stuff.
g4. It's probably a draw.
It's just in time.
Yeah, looks like it's a draw. But yeah, suddenly, if white plays rook takes f8, and let's check with the... Ah, it's move 41. That actually makes it much easier for Schach to make informed choices here.
That's a big forte of Schach. Calculation in endgames and in general evaluating endgames, I believe, is a very underrated aspect of his game. Let's do our 4-second evaluation Svidler game and then go on a little break because the players reached the time control and we need to give them some time to think. Hou Yifan.
Closer to a draw.
Tomashevsky, Ding Liren.
Don't understand why black just gave a pawn on b5. We'll have to think about this. Don't have time.
Mamedyarov just played rook takes f8.
We think it's probably a draw, but we're not entirely sure.
Elyanov, Wesley so.
Black might win this actually. The other two are, yeah, and this still has to be objectively a draw, but Magnus will push forever.
Thanks for watching. We'll be back in a couple minutes. Welcome back, everybody. I'm all alone all of a sudden because Peter Svidler he's told me he had to hand over a mysterious package of unknown contents to an acquaintance. But I believe we've established earlier today in the show that we can't really believe a word he is saying. So I'm very unsure where he is, but he should be back in a couple minutes. In the meantime, it was pointed out to me that we've missed a very important trick in the lines we were showing in the Mamedyarov against Caruana game. The trick being that after rook d1, b7, threatening b8 queen, rook to d8, white wins on the spot with knight to b6, which threatens knight c8, blocking this rook, and if rook to b8, there is knight to d7, picking it up. So black cannot do that. The only chance for Fabiano Caruana would be the move rook to g5, trying to give a check from here. And if king to b4, then my best guess is that... what is my best guess? That now the rook can return. First I was gonna say this, but there is the same problem. But the rook can return to g1, threatening a check from here, repeating the position. So Fabiano Caruana still trying to hang in there against Chuck Mamedyarov, but he's certainly gonna regret that he allowed him this chance. Rook to g5, only move, and white has some options here. King a4 is maybe more precise than king b4, because now after rook to g1, I was gonna say we can do something else, but probably we still can't. At least I can't see it. This is still too big a threat, so the king would have to return. Is this just a draw? Rook g5. Where is Svidler when you need him? Maybe this move. Threatening b7. And if rook g1, trying to give this check. We might get something similar to the lines we've looked earlier, where probably black has to give up his rook, because here knight b5 is a threat, blocking the rook out from the opposite side. Therefore it looks like you have to do this, takes, and now try to make a draw with these 4 versus 2 and the knight against the king. I'm not sure what the evaluation is. My gut feeling says this should be a draw, but my gut has been wrong before. Caruana all of a sudden fighting for a draw when he was dominating for most of the game. He won't be all that excited about it. In the other game, Wesley So against Pavl Elyanov, we've seen the position after the time control, So playing for a win. And the big question is, can he convert, or can Elyanov still save this position? Once again, I am not sure. Here my gut feeling was that black should be winning. But it's not easy, because if you try to, let's say, activate this knight to pick up the pawn, then you lose too much ground on the king side. Just take this, and after knight a5, all of a sudden white is in time with his counterplay, king g5 followed by king h6. So you can't really move this knight away. But then, if you can't do that, how do you make progress? You could try to bring the king around. But here, if the a pawn stays on the board and white just waits, I'm also not convinced that black can do anything. So I might have to change my opinion from win for black to draw. But of course, I'm willing to change it again. The world champion, Mr. Magnus Carlsen, facing Hou Yifan. There has been some discussion in the chat. It's a topic that comes up often. Is it Hou Yifan or Yifan Hu? As far as I know, Yifan is her first name, and that's what people who are friendly with her call her. But in China and in India, it's customary to write the last name before the first name. Therefore, it says Hou Yifan versus Carlsen Magnus here, because... Did that make sense? Yeah, that didn't actually make sense, because Carlsen was also before the last name. But you often see it in chess literature or in chess news that she's referred to as Hou Yifan, even though Yifan is the first name. In many cultures, in Hungary they do that, in India, and so on and so forth. But Yifan is the first name. Hou is the family name. Mickey Adams against Giri has been drawn, no surprises there. So has Luke van Velde against David Navara after a very dramatic game. That was a bit of a downer to think for 3 seconds about the word game. but you're used to worse on this program. Yevgeny Tomashevsky against Ding Liren. I have no clue what's going on. Peter was confused before we left about b5 offering up this pawn. Still doesn't feel like black could be worse. The king is so weak and black is very well coordinated, so here, whatever. I don't know if you exchange rooks or if you keep them on the board, but even if you keep the rooks and white goes, let's say knight c3 back, I have a hard time believing white could ever be better. This pawn doesn't seem to be going anywhere, and it feels to me like black has enough play. Maybe you could go rook d1 though, trying to expose the white king a little bit by exchanging a pair of rooks. And here, let's say the same thingy. Takes. Oops, sorry. He just made a move. He did take the pawn. No surprise there. If this happens, maybe black can throw in h5, trying to loosen the white king even further. I don't know. b5 is a little weird, but I don't feel like Ding Liren is risking all that much. His king is safer, and the action will mainly be on the king side. So not that much going on. I read that there's 16.5 million people with the same last name as Hou Yifan. And someone says, who cares? Fair enough, but Peter has been hinting that I might have been overdoing the very highest form of humor, the punchlines with the names, and it's time to stop doing that. So instead, let me weigh in on the Wei Yi game for a while. Let's see where it is. Here it is. It's same status quo. A pair of rooks has disappeared from the board. Kayakin, ever the good defender, decided it's a good idea to eliminate some bits and pieces of white's attacking power. Of course, whenever these rooks are exchanged here, the game is just a dead draw, but Wei Yi will have zero intention of doing that. They've passed the time control. d5 in a way is an accomplishment or an achievement for black, because this pawn now blocks his own bishop, and the black bishop has his very comfortable post on d6, from where he can restrict this pawn, and therefore the white bishop has become a little more passive. Therefore, my assessment would be that this is now very close to a draw. But Wei Yi is still gonna keep trying. Who wouldn't? He's a pawn up, and black has weaknesses on the king side. Far from over, but I have a feeling now that d5 has been forced that things should be alright. In the meantime, I'm being informed that there are some interviews with David Navara, Luke van Vele and Anish Giri that our reporter on the scene, rowing reporter, is that what you say? Fiona Steele Anthony has recorded. I'll see if I can get a hold of them, even though I'm deadly scared to even switch windows here because of all these sound issues. This audio stuff is still very, very mysterious. Rook g5 check, king h8, rook h5 has been played. In the Wei Yi game, he's hinting at ideas like bishop d3, but if Kayakin just plays king g7, turning to meet bishop d3 with h6, I don't think there has been a tremendous amount of progress made. So expecting a draw here, but also expecting this to go on for quite a bit. Let's see what other developments we can report in the Mamedyarov game. Fabiano Caruana, as he tends to do, has found the only move now, especially after the time control. He had time to calculate everything, and yeah, he surely didn't take him very long to spot this very nasty trick, knight to b6, threatening this, and if rook b8, this, and it's game over. Therefore he's played rook g5, and now Mamedyarov has a choice between king b4, but that allows, or king a4, but that allows rook g1, and what looked critical is this move knight d6, just covering this square, threatening b7. Black's only chance, hang on, is it the only chance? I was gonna say rook g1 is the only chance, but then I started wondering if there's any chances here to create some sort of fortress. And the honest answer is, I don't know. It looks to me like there could be chances to just put the rook on f5 and then sit and wait. Yeah, I have a feeling this could be a draw, actually. Just put the rook on f5 and then move your king. Maybe even put the pawn on h5. I don't see what white can do there, but I'm not 100% sure. I'm like 64% sure though, so that's pretty good. And I have a feeling this might be a clever way to save the game, but if you're wrong about such things, you might lose. So Caruana has to choose, should Mamedyarov go knight d6, if he wants to go for this position, or if he wants to go for the other position, something like this, and has to evaluate which one is an easier draw. This one I guess is a draw as well, but it probably comes down to tempi, and I could very well be wrong. So if you're confident about this position with the rook against the queen, you should probably go for that. We'll see. Pavl Ulyanov in the meantime is trying to hold the position, a pawn down against Wesley So, the US, I believe number 3, even though all the 3 US stars, Nakamura, Caruana and Wesley So, tend to be very, very close to each other in rating, and the situation can change in every tournament. At the moment, I believe he is number 3. He's trying to win this game against Pavl Ulyanov, the Ukrainian number, I don't even know, probably the number 1 now. He's, I believe, the number 12 in the world in live ratings. Ulyanov has been a very strong player for many, many years already, but after his World Cup outing where he won his first 8 games, he's entered the notebooks of tournament organizers, and a well-deserved invitation to this Vaikanze Super Tournament. However, things haven't gone all that well against Wesley So, but I have nothing new to say. I have a feeling it should now still be a draw, because in order to do something, Wesley has to activate his king, but that sort of loses sight of the a-pawn, and it's very hard to activate any of these passes. It could be there's some deep winning plan, but I strongly feel this is a draw. If you just do nothing, king f3 for example, if king e5, then Anton the a-pawn is running very fast, especially since this would not be the brightest idea of all time. Therefore, oh, the door is opening. Who could that be? Oh, it's Peter Svidler.
Yeah.
Welcome back.
Thanks. My handlers will not be best pleased at my extracurricular, can't even pronounce words anymore, activities have been exposed for all the world to see, but, you know, one can't just be solely a chess player. Some, you know, a little bit of industrial espionage on the side.
That's fair. Now the sound issue, which I haven't figured out yet, is whenever I switch on my Skype to communicate with the outside world, even though I have all the Skype sounds switched off, people say they can hear them, so it's very confusing. But I need you to riddle me this. After king b4, I was speculating about a line which I already forgot. But I might remember it. I don't know. King b4, actually, this just repeats moves. You have to go here.
Do you?
Yeah, I think so.
But yeah, instead of and actually the fact that I had to do my courier pigeon imitation spoiled something I promised on Twitter, because the fact that you probably have shown the line with rook d8 to knight b6 already, right?
Yes.
It has been pointed out to us on Twitter by Animal Hussein, and I promised that all the credit will go to him, and then I left, so no credit actually went to him.
Oh, sorry, I didn't give any credit. I was informed by you.
Yeah. Thanks, Mr. Hussein, for pointing out that very important detail. But Fabiano was not to be hoodwinked in this way. But after rook g5,
what I wanted to ask you about is a different thing, because here after rook g5, this is a move.
Yeah, knight d4. That's what I was going to say. Yeah, knight d6, machine seems to suggest is a move here.
But my question was, isn't this a draw?
It's somewhat unfortunate that the king has to go to e7. With the king on g7.
No, hang on. I had a better version of this. How did I do this? I can't remember a single thing. Ah, yeah, I wanted this.
Yeah, you probably wanted this, but I'm not sure. Yeah, this probably is a better version, actually. Yeah, I agree with this.
And I thought this was a draw. Like, we're not losing the rook.
Queen b4 check. Because if the king reaches g7, g8, it's a dead draw. But even with the king on e8, yeah, this probably has to be easily drawn.
I thought I go here, I play h5, and I move my king to whatever.
No, even rook f5, g5 forever. Yeah, all of these moves.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with this. I think this has to be a draw. Even without the h-pawn, it possibly is a draw. But that is something that Black doesn't need to well, think too much about.
Because then, yeah, I was looking at some other lines that were very confusing. Like knight d6. Ah, yeah, this was the alternative. Rook g1. Can't remember a single thing. Something like this.
Yeah,
b7,
and king
check.
c4, creating a huge threat of knight b5.
You have to take probably. Yeah?
You probably need to take, yes.
And this one, I have no clue if this is a draw or you would probably have to count and comes down to some very...
Yeah, yeah. You feel that this is not a position you should evaluate. You should calculate what's happening here. Is Wesley winning? I mean,
I changed my mind, but I'm willing to change it again. I couldn't see what he can do really, because.
So the moment he goes king c5 and before we go a6, right?
I don't know.
Or maybe even bishop takes before.
King c5, I might have bishop e3 check as well.
Ah, yeah.
So I couldn't see what he was doing because king e5 we certainly go a6, and if knight c7, let's say, then king f4.
King
and
f4.
it also look very hard to
king
make any
g5.
progress. Yeah.
Yeah, the bishop is a very strong piece in positions like this, controlling both sides of the board. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what's going on. Wouldn't be surprised if this was holdable for white. But he really created a lot of problems for himself out of a position which, to begin with, shouldn't have been anywhere near being worse.
Sure, but given the circumstances, I think he's done okay now. I thought he was lost after bishop c5 for a while, but I couldn't see any plan, frankly.
What else have we got?
And we've got the world champion, where not all that much is happening. What do you think?
Well, first and foremost, you need to ask yourself, can you just take? But you probably shouldn't, I guess, yeah?
My best guess is that that's what he's hoping for, but maybe it's still a draw.
Well, the king goes to a5, and then he starts losing tempi, gets to b6.
a5 here is a mistake.
a5 before still.
Before immediately, not even.
I think so, yeah. I think that has to be the plan. And yeah, now you need to count tempi, like we wait. But I think white has the right amount of tempi. King a5. No, you could even go king g8 and would reach the same position.
Yeah,
sure. No, not here. I mean, here you completely lost, I think.
Oh, you mean just...
Yeah, king g8. But the thing is, king a5, king c7, c3, h5, h4. And it's the same thing. And if once you allow king to b6, a5, a6 just wins. I break the structure open and the c6 pawn falls. So yeah, you feel this would be a mistake. My plan was not plan, but what I was considering is whether black can do a5 before and ignore it. Say king e7 here.
And if takes
king
a6 here and
yeah, king d7. But I guess you start with king before, king c7, and you play. This looks very tricky now because there might be some triangulation involved somewhere, like c4. Well, actually, even d4 might be a draw. King d7, you take on d4, I go king e6. No, this I will lose because then you will play a6. Yeah, that's pushing it a little bit. c4, okay, but oh, yeah, this I will probably lose. Yeah, I'm running out of squares. Yeah, king f6, yeah, king c3 now. King c3 and a6 wins because I'm not in time to play king b7 after king a5. I'm one tempo short and it's completely lost. Yeah, you get the feeling that liquidating into this pawn endgame is creating unnecessary issues for black.
But you can just go... Do you want to go d4?
I thought about this. I'm not sure. It's another one of those committal moves which might create an issue for later on. Yeah, that's what I meant. I mean, Magnus's king is slightly safer. He has a better structure on the queen side, so he will continue asking those pesky little questions forever, and it's possible to go, it's still very possible to go wrong in this position.
That's what he does. He always makes you take decisions, and it's not an easy one. This one, go somewhere with the queen, give this diagonal up. It's gonna take a while. Any other action? We've covered this. Shak Mamedyarov is probably here, looking for winning chances here. He might be calculating some penetrations with the king, king c5, king c6 here. Yeah?
Yeah, he's trying to figure out what's going on. He can still go king b3 and realize he has knight d6, but as you correctly pointed out, even that's probably is the cleanest way to make a draw here.
The best way, because the other line, who knows if you're winning or losing, but this.
Yeah.
If you're not losing the rook, you just put it here and chill.
Yeah. Yeah, that does look very, very convincing as a way to hold. And what's going on in Tomashevsky, Dean Liren?
There. I gave my expert opinion earlier that I don't think Ding is in any trouble.
Yeah.
I was curious if you agree.
No, it's easier to play with black even.
Right.
I think an argument could be made that of the two decisive results possible, the black win is likelier than the white win. I think draw is still...
I agree with that as well. And I think I had this position, and even h5 was interesting.
Including h5, h3 is also very possible, but I like queen c6. I think queen c6 is a very decent move. Yeah. Rook d3 or knight d3 are constant themes here, and yeah, the weakness of the white king will always outweigh the extra pawn on b2, which really has no bearing on the game right now, and is unlikely to ever have any kind of a serious bearing on this game.
Yeah, and if Ding wins this game, he might outweigh his compatriot in this tournament as well.
Oh dear.
That one wasn't as good. But Wei Yi is also still trying to make progress against Sergei Karyakin. He's taken a decision that's strange to my mind, but maybe the position was just a draw. He's exchanged his g-pawn for the black h-pawn to create a passed pawn. But I feel the black king just comfortably holds that, right?
Yeah, but generally I think winning chances were limited. Once you are forced to go g5 and allow the blockade along the d-file. What he's done by doing this, he created a situation where black has maybe to think twice before offering an exchange of rooks, because white has a d and h passed pawns, and there is enough space between them to make black, let's say, you know, the most natural plan in the position for black here, I would think, is, yeah, rook d6, rook f6, or I was going to suggest a frankly much inferior bishop d6, rook e7, rook e5, which takes 3 moves where you could take 2. I like your idea better. But with the h-pawn and the d-pawn, you feel less assured it's a draw. Although it probably is still a draw, actually. Let's put this on. Let's go rook d6, h4, rook f6. Let's say, yeah, king g4 probably is more precise. Let's try not to comply with everything. Takes, king takes. No, come on, seriously. King takes, bishop d6, h5. But it is a bit worrying, because white will play h6 check, and then he will go king f6, king f7, and your king is still cut off. So only at this point he will cross over to the g-file. Let's make a move. I don't know. You actually don't want to touch anything on the other side, but yeah, bishop c7. Yeah, h6, king h6, king f6. This could very easily be lost actually, because the king is so far away from action. I can maybe even spare tempo to take on f7.
King h3 resigns. No, here.
Yeah. Could very easily turn out to be lost for black. Although I don't know, bishop d6 or not. King f7, bishop, let's say b4, I think. King e6, king g7, d6, king f8, king d7. Yeah, this probably wins, yeah? Yeah, looks like it wins, yeah. So, yeah, Sergei did play rook d6, but if white plays h4, I think he needs to be very, very careful with the further simplifications, because it's not at all impossible to lose it. I think, let's put it like this: if black can get the same position but with the king on f6, let's say h5, rook takes f6 for instance here. That probably is a draw, because king f6, h5, okay, h5 is king g5, king g4, bishop d6, h5. I go bishop f8, or mainly I go bishop f8. But even here there could be zugzwangs. It's kind of awkward. Yeah, bishop b1. It's still a little bit awkward. But this you feel is likelier to be a draw. At the very least, I will probably pick up both the d and the h, and I can get my king to the center, so I can allow you to go after the bishop and go for the a2 and b3 pawns, for instance. There will be counterplay and things. But yeah, with the king on f5, it could very easily be simply lost for black. Okay, Shahryar went knight d2. Do we
d2?
Do we know
that one
anything?
I didn't consider at all. Interesting.
You can play rook d1, but he has b7, and that's a slightly different version, but it's probably still a draw, I guess, yeah?
Yeah, it'd be a lot uneasier if I can't get my rook here directly. Do we have to do that? Hang on.
Hou Yifan took on c3, and it seems like she's now lost.
Whoa.
We should switch to that.
Okay.
The only... I don't understand this decision. It's a very strange decision.
She played h5, trying to lock up the king side by playing h4.
No, you should start with king b4. You shouldn't be burning your own tempi here.
No, I'm saying she wants to.
Yeah,
lock it
yeah.
up
No,
with
I
h4.
understand, but...
What's going on? What's her plan? Because yeah, let's say
I think
here-
she just misunderstood this king a5.
I was wondering, no, d4 is no problem. We can just
d4 I
return.
will pick it up and return, yeah. King a5, h4, b4, before d4 is a problem, maybe is a
Yeah,
problem.
maybe it's time.
Yeah, c3, king b6,
Maybe it's a little smarter to go here, but it shouldn't make a difference.
b4. But how is this lost? I'm wondering, because b5 you can take and go king c7. How is this? Why is this bad?
Maybe we still need the c3 tempo. Maybe we have to think before
Yeah.
giving it. Let's say this.
Oh yeah, maybe this is the point. Yeah, d4 b5 is probably winning. Yeah.
Because now with king, whatever. This, I have a feeling this could be winning.
Yeah, because in the final position there, after king c7, we will go c3.
And now it's the
Yeah.
good old mechanism. Whatever version.
That is
Wins.
such a strange decision by Hou Yifan.
She must have missed something because it's after the time control. And
Yeah,
she's
this is
good
just
at those
such a strange decision by Hou Yifan there.
King b4 is on the board, and our Norwegian fans are getting very excited because their supercomputer gives plus 59, which is probably enough for Magnus to win.
Should be.
And
wonder-
the Mamedyarov Caruana game's over. Draw. What happened? What happened? What happened?
Well, after
Ah, you've gone
92,
for this.
yeah, Fabi gave up, allowed b8, and
This
they
can't be stopped.
yeah, the rook is still can't be taken with check, and then it gets to d5, and they agree a draw. Yeah. So Fabi unsurprisingly found this drawing mechanism, which really is, very very familiar to anyone who knows basic endgames. So that game is drawn. Yeah, I wonder if h5 was a decisive mistake, or the exchange of queens in the Carlsen Hou Yifan game was already the mistake, because it would be curious. You would need some time to evaluate this properly, but my feeling was if you allow the king to get to a5 easily, you're lost. So this is why I was trying to make a5 into a draw of some kind, but I wasn't really very successful there either. So I don't really understand. How black and hold this endgame anyway. Really, really strange decision by her. Because it just feels like you're placing yourself in a lot of unnecessary risk, more than anything else. It's just from a very, very practical standpoint. It feels that when the queens are on the board, you always have checks, you always have counterplay against the king. You're never entirely lost. But if you miscalculate something in this pawn endgame, it's just dead. So why would you, of the two options available, you never ever take on c3 if there's no immediate fortress? And people are telling us that a5 instead of h5 was a draw, but as we've shown, it's not an easy draw to make. Maybe it is a draw, but it's not obvious how to make it anyway. Let's try and find it. a5 b4, it's interesting. a5 b4, it looked like if you give this up, you're lost. At least it seemed to us like that. So we take on b4.
We were told that one should wait until they take.
No, I don't think we were. I think people in chat are saying that a5 instead of h5 was a draw, but we still don't know how to make it after a5 b4. So I'm proposing this is what we actually study here. Yeah, but this is, I think, where we found a way to lose a tempo somehow usefully, no?
Yeah, but I forgot how we did it.
Yeah, king d4, king e6. Yeah, but I thought c4. Wasn't c4 winning here? c4, d takes, king takes c4. You have to go king d7 because you need to be on c7 when I play king b4. And I play king c3 here. Isn't this just completely winning? But maybe king e6 is a draw, actually. Now you activate, and you go king b4, king g5. a6 you take on c5, you're maybe even faster. I guess this maybe is a draw. Yeah, something like this.
Not obvious.
No, not obvious at all. And that's what I mean. It's a decision you take with your hands shaking badly, I think, if you ever do take a decision like this. Because first of all, it's not at all obvious you will make a draw, and secondly, if you don't, you will regret this decision bitterly.
Yeah, you'll be in the endgame books for the rest of your life.
Yup. Yup. Yeah, but what they have on the board right now, I think, is pretty
straightforward, right? Or
Yeah.
reasonable.
Yeah. Maybe
Go
you can
here, go here. Use that extra tempo. Win. Is there any way? Oh no, we've looked at d4 then.
d4 you can come back, but also b4 is winning. Yeah,
So
anything is winning. Yeah, I mean, the plan is so incredibly simple as well.
It's just game over.
Yeah. Okay, so we have this game going on. I don't know if he needed to go king h4, but I guess it doesn't really matter very much what he does.
No, it just seems that there's no setup where black can control both the king side and the a-pawn successfully.
Yeah.
Here, but try coming this way.
But there was he went knight c7. This is
He allowed king g5.
He wants to go king e6 and suggest for that, if white wants, he can go after the h-pawn and allow black to queen one of his two. But I think you just go, you go bishop d2 or some move like that, and
Maybe bishop. Yeah.
bishop c. Yeah, he went bishop c3. It's more precise. It's actually a strange choice because but black is not knight a6. Yeah, but I stay on b2, I guess. Hang on a second. How straightforward is this now?
No, I thought here there's always this, but
I think I can. I guess his plan is he's never doing this.
What?
He just stands on. He keeps the bishop on the long diagonal, and you can't make any progress. Bishop b2. You get your pawn to b3. You're allowed to get your pawn to b3. I go bishop h8. Yeah, I don't know, somewhere where there's no forks. And I continue using the squares where there are no forks.
Whenever we bring reinforcements.
Yeah, go bishop h8 here. It's important not to allow you to hit the bishop with bishop. I go between h8 and a1. Actually, I only use those two squares.
Joy.
And the moment you move your knight, I go a6. I mean. And if you leave the f pawn unattended, I pick it up, and it's an. He also went h6. I don't really understand why he went h6, but it doesn't really spoil anything. It's the same idea. Bishop h8 here.
I'm not sure I trust you on this. You're probably right. Nothing to do. Why would you go h6? You're still in time, but you're losing more time. Simplify later. Nothing to do. Nothing to do. Nice save by Mr. Pavl Ulyanov.
Seemingly so, yes. So we have the Tomashevsky Liren game, and we have a very, very dry technical endgame in Hou Yifan, which could interfere with our moving-going plans.
Oof, that's true. Hateful Eight today. I have to make some hard decisions later. I'm sorry, I'm just clicking around, so they have this position. Queen g2, queen a6.
Queen a6 creating a hint of queen a1 check, but if you're white, you're not really very unhappy about losing the b2 pawn if the queens come off. Then it is just a draw.
It's just unpleasant to play. You have to watch out for so many thingies.
I fully appreciate that. And thingies is a very precise description there. That's why people should be watching this stream. It's
You
all
know,
the...
my vocabulary consists of 100 words, but I try to make a lot of them rhyme with Wei Yi, which makes it worth watching the show.
True that. And also there was, but I will have to scroll very, very far, but apparently somebody helpfully pointed out to us exactly which hip-hop legend first used. We're not going to be able to do that.
Who's that? I should know such stuff.
It's somewhere in the C24 Live hashtag, but...
I'll find out.
Yeah,
This is
let's...
an important question.
Yeah. It's all... You can actually hit enter at some point if you look up. I have to teach people how to use Google even.
Double XX Posse? Never heard of them. Those are not legends. Double XX Posse. Not gonna be able to do it. 1992.
Yeah, that was the date given in.
Never heard of them. Anyway, thanks a lot for pointing that out. I'll do more research, but I'm not sure I'm gonna be able to do it anytime soon. Patrician chess. Double XX Posse mentioned in the chat. Who may not be invited next year? I don't know, like her score might not look so great now, but that's wasn't she on +2 at some point, or am I going nuts?
She was on
+1
plus one and a
verge,
half,
huh?
yeah,
Yeah.
plus 1.5 because she was almost winning against Wei. No, I think disinviting her on the basis of her not scoring too many points this year would be ridiculous.
Could rise the stakes a little bit. Whoever loses with black to Magnus Carlsen doesn't get invited next year
To any tournament.
Yeah, in any tournament.
Yeah,
that
let's-
rule applies.
Yeah, just you lose to Magnus, you're no longer a good chess player of any kind. So
No, I'm not saying that. You just have to sit out next year's edition. Like it's the Magnus rule. And if Magnus loses with white, he's out for next year. Any game with white.
okay.
Tournament organizers. You can use that idea for free. I'm in a generous mood. Magnus Carlsen is gonna win today's game now. So that means Hou Yifan is out. Let's check this. I'm not sure the standings give colors. Who else is out? I don't know. Elyanov is in because he lost with white. That's okay. 11. Luki also lost with white. That's also fine. 12. Tomashevsky. Oh no, sorry. I'm very confused. When did Tomashevsky lose to Magnus? What game was that? Already
yeah.
blanking out on games from this tournament.
Yeah, that's not a good sign.
But apparently he lost. If he was black, then he is out. What game was that? How can
Yeah, that is very, very
I'm
annoying.
blank. Sorry guys.
That is very annoying. Let's
And 14, Mickey Adams. He was black. He's out.
incredibly confusing.
I'm totally blank. Can you track it down? Tomashevsky was black, so he's out. But what was the
That
game?
was the
it
the
was
London.
London system, of
Yeah,
course.
the Grishuk variation.
yeah.
Let's call it by its proper name.
I don't know if the good people in London will be happy if Grishuk steals their name.
Tell me something.
Okay.
Bishop h8. If I go f4, is this still a draw?
My best guess is your point is to go here.
Yeah. Takes, king.
Can I stay here or I have to count?
You can probably stay here. Yeah, a6, knight c4, a7, knight b6, and I go on king f4. Yeah.
This is
You
a
could.
known
Yeah, this.
mechanism.
Yeah, this would probably be somewhat dangerous for black. Should not be allowed. What is better for black is to actually, before shifting his king from e6, even earlier, go earlier. Yeah, king f4, we go knight a8, king e4, knight c7, so that you cannot play king g4 because knight b5 check is unpleasant. And if you go king g3, I might actually start pushing you.
You go here.
King f6, king g6, yeah, king g5. Yeah, you have to go via d3 and c4. This is kind of the point, and this loses you a lot of time. But maybe you're still on time. Let's check. Takes, King c4, king g5, king c5, h5, king c6, knight a8, king b7. Yeah, white is comfortably on time, probably still winning actually. Still winning. Yeah, so probably still a draw then.
Danger Mao is wondering if he now lives 15 kilometers from Grishuk. I guess he's from London, or 15 kilometers from London. I don't know how that works. Probably not. No.
What are we discussing?
Since you've renamed London Grishuk, he's wondering if he now lives next to Grishuk.
Yeah, I was trying to formulate some kind of a being one with universe joke in reply, but it was not working.
Not gonna happen?
Not gonna be able to do that. Yeah, Magnus just should pay attention not to go c3. c3 might actually spoil his winning chances here, but I think the likelihood of him going c3 here is, well, next to nothing.
I'm looking for self-mates, but it's very hard to self-mate here, because pawns capture diagonally.
You actually don't, yeah, b6 king takes a6 there. Yeah, b6, c b6, king b7 might be...
yeah, king a6 just wins. But,
yeah, this actually is a problem for white, a very large one. You might be lost. c3, h4.
Yeah, just to show.
Yeah, b5 takes c5. Yeah, resigns. Yeah, just totally resigns. But yeah, king takes a6 wins on the spot. So. And also probably h4 in the current position wins on the spot. King c7, you can play h4, and if b6 check, you can actually go c takes b6, king b7, king b4. It's an easy win. You still should do it, because everything else might not win, but this wins on the spot. a5, king c5, and then it's very easy. b4, c3, or any move. Even c4 probably.
Magnus gonna win, which puts him in a very dominating position in the tournament. His main rival, Fabiano the Fabulous Caruana, drew his game. Therefore, Fabiano is now on 7 points, and if Magnus wins, he has 8 full point ahead of the field. And I would not bet against him. And again, I never do. We're gonna go on a reasonably short break, because I wanna get in touch with the outside world, see if we have any videos for you from on site. And hopefully we're gonna be back soon with Peter Svidler and videos from the players. Thanks for watching. See you soon.
play against each other.
Yeah, we have to play.
Unfortunately, we are playing the same group in Waikansei, so we have to play against each other. I gotta get started with my preparation.
Yeah, I have to also know what are you playing. E4, yeah? I have a
I don't know.
series on
We'll
chassis.
see.
24,
We'll
she will
see
see
if I play.
everything. Oh my
Of
God.
course, that's what I will do. I will check all her video series and I will find the one and only mistake she made in the videos so that I can play.
But you know what? I know your little strategical plans there, but you know what? I have tactics for you. Yeah.
I'm afraid so, and I'm afraid that your videos are perfect, so I might not find any holes in her repertoire, but I will try. I will try my best, so let's get started. Let's prepare. Good luck.
Good luck with your preparation.
Refuted your whole repertoire.
Oh, don't make me scared. I'm so scared.
You should be scared.
You refuted my Nidor with your little strategic play. Seriously?
You will see
my
that
tactical Nidor. We'll see that.
Good luck for the game.
Good luck to you too. Good luck.
We've just finished the game. It was a tough fight.
It was a tough fight, yeah. It was actually a very interesting game, but
I tried to surprise Sopiko in the opening with c4 because I normally play e4 or d4.
That was really surprising. I think she was very afraid of my Nidorf, and that's really good.
I've seen all her videos, so I realized that the Nidorf is just so good for black that I cannot face it.
Yeah, now we're in coat room, and we can show you around.
It's actually with the photos of the winners of Waikansei. So it's a really nice place. All around you can see the winners' pictures. Do you think we will be there one day? On the wall?
For sure. We can be like sharing first Miss Strategy and Miss Tactics, no? For sure.
Yeah. So we just wanted to tell you about the game that we tried, but the position was too balanced, and then it ended in a draw, in a peaceful draw.
Peaceful draw, yeah. We're still friends.
We are two good friends. Stay tuned for more videos. Bye.
Welcome back, boys and girls. Those were our friends and colleagues Anna Rudolph and Sopiko Guramishvili, aka Miss Strategy, and Miss Tactics, aka Miss Anish Giri. In Sopiko's case, I'm not sure they call her that, but she is Anish's wife. Anish survived a tough game against Mickey Adams today, where he was very lost at one moment at the very least. In general, was a strategic masterpiece by Mickey, where he did not convert by finding this very cute tactic, rook d1, rook d8, check, king f6, and the key move, quiet bishop e3, when black was collapsing if you have a computer at hand, but of course not so easy to calculate at all. And then Anish was still worse probably, but hung around and defended a slightly worse position with his usual tenacity. Magnus Carlsen is gonna win with his usual tenacity a pawn endgame against Hou Yifan. He just played h4, b4, also looked winning to us, but h4 is plenty good enough. Same plan, put the king on b6, do this, win.
No, we discussed this. Now b6 check probably forces you to play c takes b6 because king e6, bc5 is a bit of a mess, and then king b4, but none of these things are difficult in the slightest. And yeah, Magnus is now completely winning and will be on +5.
Pretty good.
8 out of 11 with 2 to go, a full point ahead of Fabiano Caruana.
Ulyanov against Wesley So appears to have ended in a draw. Nice defense by Pavl Ulyanov.
From a position which he objectively probably should never have been defending. He was, if anything, slightly better out of the opening. But yes, once he found himself in trouble, he reacted in a calm and collected manner and held a position which to us at one point looked very, very critical.
That leaves us with our main man, Ding Liren, on the black side against Yevgeny Tomashevsky. I still think he's better, even though he's still a pawn down.
Yes, no argument. Queen b7 is maybe a threat, and it's very noticeable. You can understand immediately what players think about this position by the fact that Yevgeny gave up the b2 pawn without even trying to fight it, and black's last move is rook b3 when he could have taken given a check on a1 and played queen takes b2. But Ding is completely uninterested in winning the b2 pawn right now. He wants to create unpleasant pressure against the white pieces. Queen b7 is maybe a threat now. Queen c6 with similar ideas, but I like queen b7 better. If rook e8, I guess queen c6 is a double attack, which could be a problem. Although knight d4 still seems to keep some material, but yeah, you don't want to get involved with this with white. You might, you know, miss some tactic and just lose.
So Tomashevsky still has to handle with care.
You probably play something like rook e2, but your position is just so passive.
What do you want? The problem is you don't have a good square for your king. It's not better here because it's on this diagonal.
Yeah, I agree. I agree completely. Even, yeah, I wanted to go bishop e7, bishop f6, but maybe putting it on almost any square improves black position. You have to pay attention. You're not blundering some rook e8 check followed by g5 somewhere, but generally speaking, yeah, this should be very good for white.
For black.
Oh, sorry, for black. Yeah.
Let's go to Mr. Karyakin against Juanito. Karyakin is trying to keep it together. I think he will, because he never loses any endgames.
Yeah, he seems to be excellent at defending slightly worse positions. And here, drawing tendencies. Now that the rook is on h5, it's kind of severely misplaced. a2 is hanging. If you play a4, I can maybe even go bishop d6 and ask you, how are you going to get your pieces together now? Rook f5 maybe, but rook h2, h5, rook h4 check, and then sort of pass. White managed to get his pieces to, I think, slightly awkward squares here, so I think it will be very, very difficult for him to make any kind of progress.
This is chess, not checkers.
Yeah, that actually is a very nice position for white. I once, that has to count as one of my biggest disappointments in my entire chess career. I once had an opportunity in a game in French club championship some years ago to get a position on the board in which I think I had 11 pieces left out of the starting 16, and I could make a move after which every single one of them would be on a dark square. And instead I made a different move, correctly assuming that the move I chose would force an immediate resignation, whereas the move I could have made would maybe make my opponent continue the game for a while. And only something like 3 hours later did I realize what I've done, and there was really no end to my grief, because I don't think another chance is coming.
Sorry, man.
Your empathy is
That's
keenly,
one of my many strengths.
keenly felt there.
I hope it came across.
Yeah, and we had this position on the board. This is the plan. You play b5, you wait for king c7, you play c3, and black resigns.
You can resign here with a very clear conscience.
Yeah, there's nothing here. I mean, there is a trick actually. You can go king b8, but yeah, c6 here. The simplest way to win here is just to play c6.
Well,
but let's show, yeah. King c8, c6, king b8. This might actually be king c5 is still winning. Yeah, but c takes b7, d4 might. Yeah, it's still just in time, right? d2, c6, d1, c7. Yeah, everything is winning here.
Yeah, nothing to do. And as you mentioned, no need to go for this even.
None of this is remotely required because c6 forces an immediate resignation as well. Take king c5, and I collect everything along the fifth. Yeah, it's.
Yeah. And yeah, Hou Yifan does resign. The world champion increases his score to 3-0 against the former women's world champion and possibly soon to be again women's world champion. Had a rough time over the last couple rounds in Vikensee after a very good start.
It is a very, very long tournament, and it does take its toll simply physically, apart from many other things. It's not an easy tournament to play in, and yeah, she does seem to be struggling right now, but she played fantastically well in the beginning of it, and we'll see.
That leaves us with Yevgeny Tomashevsky, who has to be very alert. Objectively, it should be a draw somehow, right? Like if white doesn't
Yeah, you probably should not be losing this position objectively, but
No fun.
that's not to say that you can't lose it.
No,
In-
but I'm
in-
just
in
saying
practice,
the computer
yeah.
doesn't lose this against. Now the computer.
Yeah, no, that is a draw if it's a computer versus computer game.
Kayakin, king e5 on the board. What does he want?
Well, he understands that he is not going to win this by playing slowly.
He wants this.
Yeah, he wants to stop.
Foreest.
Mainly, he wants to stop bishop d6. I quite like this move because, as we established, allowing bishop d6 would set up a blockade which would be incredibly difficult to break down.
So what does black do? All of a sudden, yeah, I didn't see this move. I'm slightly panicked.
Probably something
smart,
like
yes.
rook d2.
Oh, yeah, that is another good move.
No, I think that's the plan. And if the bishop goes somewhere like to e2 or somewhere, or c2,
4, yeah?
4. Yeah, sorry, yeah, I'm losing my mind slightly. I want to take on a2 actually, because I think d6 rook d2 now is perfectly fine. Bishop d5 rook e2 check. Kind of starting to enter dangerous territory for white because he's losing all of his pawns. Yeah. I wanted briefly to revisit the challengers. Because there seemed to be a slight lull. I mean, Magnus won, and the other two games will go on for a while. So let's have a look at the two main games. Nisipiano against Adiban is currently a rook endgame, which I'm very surprised he got this far. I'll be entirely honest with you. I'm very, very surprised he was allowed to get this far.
There's some positional draws in those sometimes, right? Like,
It might still be winning, but I was wondering if, let's say, if I go rook d2, king h3, rook d5, how do you win this?
that's what I'm saying. Looks.
I guess the plan is to go king h4. No, I think it probably is winning. King h4,
What do you do? I wait.
and I want to go g5. But yeah, but king f5, I really, really dislike this.
Point is you can't take because of check.
Yeah, rook b4 will win. But king f5, king h5, maybe you can crawl like this, and black can't really leave the b5 pawn because he will lose. This probably is actually objectively winning. King f2, king f4, I want to go king h6.
Ah.
Yeah, this probably is the mechanism. And they actually have this position on the board after rook d5, king h4. I was kind of wondering about this endgame because it seemed to me that Dieter allowed too much. But maybe I was wrong. Maybe it's not really too much at all.
Try something like this.
But then rook
you
b4
can
check. Yeah, rook b4
go
check
for
and rook
this,
takes
yeah?
b5, yeah. This is totally winning with the king cut off from above. This is, yeah, king g5 or rook b3. I mean, sorry, king f5. I mean, it was probably even cleaner, but it doesn't really matter. No, it's a position you can win with your eyes closed and one hand tied behind your back and all of the other stupid cliches I could try and use there.
So you have your eyes closed and one hand tied behind your back. How do you win that? You have to play blindfolded with your left hand. How do you know what moves your opponent makes?
Maybe somebody will tell me. I'm relying on the kindness of strangers there, obviously, a little bit.
We always do.
Hang on a second. Current position.
Yeah.
Current position.
This one?
Yeah, rook c5, g5, rook c8, but probably king h5, yeah. And you never can take on g5, this is the issue. King, rook h8, king of g6, rook g8, king f6, rook f8 check, king g7, yeah. We always have this tempo. Yeah, looks like Dieter's evaluation appears to be correct, that he went for this, because we left it...
Rook c5 is on the board.
Yeah, we left it somewhere here. No, actually here. And we felt that this, at least I felt that this has to be reasonably easily winning for white. And he went for rook g8, knight takes, knight e6 check, king d6, knight f4, black played king e5. And here he went for this move rook c8, probably thinking that if black takes on f4, he can even start with check, and this should be very easily technically winning. But Bhaskaran went for b5, and Dieter was forced actually to liquidate into this. But it seems he still has things under control. At least that's how it appears. I'm even wondering if, I mean, nobody does that, but I'm kind of wondering if, no, but there's rook c4 check, and you might lose. That would be a bit of a mistake, because there's queen h1. No, it's the same time. Yeah, it's a draw. Yeah, sorry. We are, those of you who persevered with us on previous occasions know that somewhere around 6:30 Central European, the show becomes
Better.
yes, by making much less sense. But yeah, people talking slower and making more mistakes. It must be more fun to watch.
I got nothing.
Hang on a second.
Hanging on.
In the current position, you have the mouse. Please double click on the current position. G5, I pass. Like rook G5. You gotta play G6, right?
Contemplating checking here.
And going G6. Yeah, this probably also wins. Yeah. Yeah, once the rook leaves C5, C5 is the ideal square because you need to have rook C4 check in this following in the previous position. Yeah, here. Yeah, G7 is probably such a huge threat that this is easily winning for white, right?
I think so. Have to give up the pawn and I just
Yeah, that is totally lost. Okay. And in the JF game, JF also seems to be, at least last time I looked, it seemed to me like JF was winning. So JF will be, our current thinking is, will be the sole leader of the tournament with 2 to go. This is the JF position, and he's picking up on f3, placing his rook on h3, and then it becomes a very simple technical task. Yeah, I didn't really rate young Sem Sevian's chances to draw a pawn down endgame against JF very highly, to be entirely honest. I wouldn't have rated anyone's chances of drawing this endgame against JF very highly. He is a very, very strong technical player.
Right.
Yeah, lots of intrigue and turnarounds in the challengers. There's been a great deal of events in the Tomashevsky. Well, not a great deal, but the position changed. This is what they have on the board. And Black did manage to pick up the b2 pawn. I'm actually slightly curious. Could you... Yeah, after knight b4. Yeah, this is what happened. After rook e1, Liren played queen b5, knight g4, queen b4. And I would have taken on b3 if it doesn't lose. Takes, queen e4 check, I guess, queen b1 check, and queen takes b2. And it feels awkward for now. But can't I just go, yeah, something like this? Yeah, but this, yeah, this looks dangerous.
Oof.
But what about knight c5? If you imagine white actually getting his knight over to somewhere like f3, it's a completely equal position. But yeah, here queen e2 on c, queen c2 also looks very awkward. Yeah, you don't feel particularly comfortable with this knight being driven further and further away from your king. Yeah, you can understand why Evgeny decided not to do it. But the current position, he went queen e4, rook takes b2, f6. G6.
Yeah, because GF, maybe nothing wrong with it, but it's just so utterly ungenerous.
Yeah, you don't want to give the white knight. White's biggest problem is that the knight doesn't really have a comfortable square. You don't want to give it a very, very good square here.
Yeah, still unpleasant because now you have this weakness, which might get picked up one day.
I would say probably will get picked up someday. It's very difficult to imagine how white can hold it and combine it with defending his king.
And then, if your pawn was on g3, you'd still be okay, but with the pawn on g4.
No, this is looking quietly promising for black. Actually, there's every reason for black to feel confident. He will at the very least pose a great deal of problems. I mean, Machine says it's winning, but Machine actually wants to exchange the rooks and pick up on f6, and that probably is a draw.
You don't have to. The king is just oof.
Yeah, and we briefly looked at the first line, and the first line was white immediately giving up on f6 but playing rook e2, and black complying and exchanging the rooks off. It was like knight f3, queen c3, rook e2, and in this position I would never in a million years go rook takes e2, rook b4, take on f6 with the rook still on.
I think it's just hopeless. Your king is just too weak.
Yeah, Ding also played queen d6, which is something I didn't see.
Checkmate.
Yeah, it picks up the f6 pawn straight away, yeah. No, this is horrible for white. Might even be objectively lost.
I think it is. Your king is just too weak. With a pawn on g3 you can defend these things, but here...
Yeah, followed by rook b4. I mean, the queen side, the king side is just horrible here.
One day, just g6, bishop d6.
Yeah. And Yevgeny played queen e5, which you feel rook b1 is winning. Yeah, game is over.
Tactic.
Yeah.
Long term it was just bad.
Yeah, rook b1, and I guess this was the point of playing queen d6, so Ding is not going to miss that.
Ding's trap.
Yeah, that just picks up a full piece, so yeah, the game is finished. Suddenly we're down to 1. Rook e1 followed by queen takes d4. Yeah. No, this, you know, since I spotted it without artificial assistance, there's no reason to believe Ding will not. No, this is a very hard loss for Yevgeny, because you do feel he should have been able to hold this somehow after move 40. His position, yes, it looked unpleasant, but it didn't look tragic.
Yeah, but it's looked quite unpleasant for a while, I thought. I'm not sure where it went.
Yeah, we actually
we missed most of the middle game, actually.
Yeah, we missed most of the middle game because of events on the different borders. Let's go through that. Rook g2, Ding just played bishop b7, rook f1 is normal. Rook d8, forcing the exchange. Takes, knight f5, at least, you know, a half decent square for your knight. Yeah, but this is an unpleasant position for white.
Do you have to allow this dude here? I don't want to go back even further. Maybe you had to, but...
Yeah, I'm not at all sure. It's we're not doing this any kind of justice by going through this so quickly. But yeah, somewhere here, it seems like Liren is seriously better. Although in this particular position, the machine suggests that white had an opportunity to go knight b5, which actually does look very attractive. I wonder why he didn't. He was probably in horrible time trouble here, because this is not a move he would fail to make. Yeah, and if this sacrifice and followed by knight takes e5.
Well, the knight doesn't get trapped, that's all you need.
No, knight e5 is what I'm wondering about.
Here.
Yeah, but you can probably just ignore it. Yeah, rook d5 apparently is very strong, but also just playing queen g2, you at least win an exchange. So it's very difficult to understand how, and the game has ended after rook b1. Yevgeny realized what he's done and resigned immediately, and yeah, the tournament is going from bad to worse for Yevgeny there. You kind of feel for him, because you know you don't feel he really played to be minus you know, as badly as to be -3 in this tournament, but this is where he finds himself. 3 losses and no wins.
Yeah, it's tough, as you've mentioned many times. Vike, first of all, the place you, if you're there for the first time, you have to get used to it, especially the 13 rounds, and like people who've been there a couple times and to know their way around, I think might be a lot more comfortable. You've mentioned he had high hopes, and I'm sure he prepared very seriously, but if things don't go well, then to withstand the pressure, not easy.
No, it's one of the tournaments. I mean, it applies a great deal to almost any tournament, I would guess, but it applies in particular, I think, to tournaments like Vike. It's a tournament which is, it's extremely important to start well. You start well, you win a game somewhere in the early rounds, and you feel better about life. You feel like, yes, this can go well and should go well, and it carries over for the following rounds. But he started by making a couple of draws, and then he lost a couple of games, and this gets you down. And the tournament, I keep on saying this, but it's true. If you're not playing well, it's an extremely long tournament, and it feels even longer.
Yeah, I've never played, but I've been coaching people 3 times, once Van Veli, twice Smeets. And with Smeets the first year, I was coaching him, I'm not sure it was the first time he played. Things started well, he won on time against Ivanchuk in the first round, which was always a nice boost. And then things just went very well. He was an underdog, but if you catch some morale and have a good start, I think he ended up scoring 50% or -1 at the end, which for Smeets was great. The second time, yeah, he lost a couple games early, then it becomes very, very hard, because you get tired, people zoom in on you, no longer can play theory, because if you do well as an outsider in these tournaments, you can play your theory and you're more or less on familiar ground. You might not win a lot of games, or in Smeets' case, but people don't single you out. But if they start looking for sharp positions against you, Or if you become desperate to win a game, maybe like Yevgeny to some extent today.
No, I'm
then
sure
things
he
can
would.
backfire.
I'm sure he would not have lost this game if the tournament was
Round
going
two.
better, because he probably would have picked something more solid in the opening, very, very possibly. I mean, he knows a lot about the Catalan, and he didn't need to go for a variation where the position is as unstable as the one he'd gotten out of the opening.
Of course not.
Yeah, sad tournament for him. He will be very, very unhappy with his performance. But I mean, he's still very young. I mean, compared to me, everybody's very young. But he still has a long career ahead of him. No reason to feel particularly downcast about one tournament.
Another guy who's still very young and who took a lot of risks today is Anish Giri, who was lost against Mickey Adams but managed to survive. Let's have a look at a video, if I manage to bring it up, by Mr. Anish to see what he has to say about his tournament so far.
I'm with Anish Giri, who just drew his round 11 game against Mickey Adams. I saw you just checking the game on the computer. What happened?
Well, I misplayed the opening completely. I felt that I'm playing, taking too much risk, but I realized how bad it was only after he sacrificed exchange. I played this move d4, which was very strong, and then I have a very bad position, and I could try to get a very unpleasant endgame. But it would be so unpleasant that I decided to try to mix it up, and apparently I was even getting mated at some point. But it was not so easy, because I thought for a very long time there, and so did Michael, and unless you know that there's mate, it doesn't seem obvious,
Peter Svidler said in the live commentary that he probably wouldn't take on d4 unless he thought that every other move was losing.
This is more or less what I thought. I didn't really consider move e4. I must admit, which is a shame, because it's the best move, and not to even consider the best move is always a sad thing. I calculated a lot rook takes b2, knight d3, rook a2, with the idea that knight e5, queen d4. I have queen f2, rook a1, but I thought maybe after rook a2 there is d5, and this is what I was thinking about, and I was choosing between this and queen d4. And okay, queen d4 is not a bad move unless it's the best move if there is no mate. But there is mate, which is a sad thing.
Tell us, it's not not gone as well as you would have hoped. How much do you think the upcoming candidates tournament influence your result here?
Well, I'm trying to sometimes to bend myself, my play a little bit, to see what I can do, what I cannot. As you can see, there are other things I cannot do. So yeah, but I must say I was in such a bad shape from the start that I wasn't really. I wasn't really able to achieve what I was hoping for in this tournament. But I'm very happy that at some point I managed to get a lot of points, and I've been so lucky lately that for now I have quite a decent score. Let's just hope I'll not screw up the last rounds.
Last question: is this your last event before the candidates?
I always think so, but I'm always forgetting that I'm playing in the Zurich tournament. I hope I'm still invited there, so I'll drop by and see if they'll give me a place at the table.
Great, thank you very much and best of luck.
Thank you.
That was Anish Giri, and we are back as usual. The Anish fans in the chat are going nuts, celebrating his draw. Let's see if there is gonna be another draw, which is very likely in everyone's opinion, in the Wei Juanito against Sergei Kayakin.
Well, Sergei can win a pawn back now, but in actually more than one way. He can go king e7 and then take on a2. He can go rook h2 and probably pick up the a pawn somewhere as well. But I think after king e7, rook h3, it might get slightly tricky for black. I don't know. From a human perspective, I don't know which one I would like more.
This is the move you can just blitz out, right?
Yeah, king e7, rook h3, and you probably will have to play rook h2 at some point. But you can also take on a2 first. You don't need to do this. I mean, you can have one more pawn here, which might actually come in handy later. So you probably should. Rook h3, rook h2 first. I mean, rook a2 first. Yeah, h5. You give a check and you play rook h2. But yeah, here rook f2 check first. Of course, you're not obliged to make horrible moves just because I called them out. But Yeah, it's probably a draw, but yeah, I guess without the a2 pawn it should be a draw.
But Kayakin has played rook h2, just not allowing any of these shenanigans.
What happens
stopping
after
the pawn in its
d6?
tracks. What do I know? Can I take?
Yeah, you probably can, and probably he will, yeah.
Here, yeah? Or even king e7.
King e7 looks very solid. Yeah, I guess he is holding this comfortably enough.
That means I can do some more clicking around, which is always fun, because I think we have some new videos coming up. But in the meantime, you have to tell the people why Sam Savian is still playing.
I think he will resign now. I think he maybe did not, well, saying he did not see any immediate way for black to get both of his pawns on the fourth seems a bit absurd. But yeah, I would have resigned somewhat earlier, because playing against somebody who, you know, over the course of that game gave you no indication that he is a bad player. In fact, you know, Alexei Dreyev convincingly outplayed him with black. And continuing in an endgame where you are two connected pass pawns down in a rook endgame is not something I particularly enjoy seeing. But it's people's time, and you know they're allowed to spend it whichever way they like. He's still continuing, though. I really don't quite understand why. He's not going to draw this. Not you know 1 out of 100 games. So I wanted to say I would sort of understand if he did this after being completely winning for the whole game and then blundering a full rook, but I probably still wouldn't. And doing it here, I seriously, yeah, I'm slightly confused.
Yeah, this position we've seen before. It's not that hard to win.
Yeah. No, let's not discuss it seriously. Yeah, you need to, you know, if this were a computer game, you would say that, you know, White is playing for a disconnect.
Yeah, pretty much.
Basically, yeah, you're waiting for your opponent's internet connection to break down, because that's the only way you're saving this. But this is not the internet, so a disconnect is much less likely to happen. So yeah. Yeah, slightly confusing to me, but I'm not, you know, pushing my, you know, old-timer morals on anybody.
No, I always thought anybody can resign whenever they want to, and sometimes people need some time to, you know, mentally go through what went wrong in the game.
Yeah, but he's had this position for a while.
But he's been lost for a while, yes.
Yeah, it's not as if this is a fresh position, yeah. So if he wanted to get reacquainted with the previous game, he had plenty of time.
Let's get reacquainted with the world champion, who was probably not unhappy about the way his game ended today against Hou Yifan. Let's see what Mr. Magnus Carlsen has to say. Here he is.
I'm with Magnus Carlsen, who just won his game against Hou Yifan. Did you think you were going to win today?
Well, I had hopes from the beginning, but of course it was a complete draw, and just needed to play a5 to make an easy draw.
Were you impressed with her play in the opening and the middle game?
Yeah, she played well. I liked her plan with queen e7 to f8, and after that I couldn't find anything.
With 2 rounds to go, you're 1 point clear of Fabiano and 2 points clear of the rest of the field. How do you feel?
The results are good, so I'm not playing too great the last few rounds. But yeah.
How are the energy levels after 11 rounds?
Not so great.
Okay, I'll let you go and have a rest. Thank you.
There was Magnus Carlsen. Bit more of a beard than he used to sport, right? What's going on there?
It's the growing fashion, I think.
Is it? Is he becoming a hipster? Is he gonna grow a full hipster beard?
I have no idea. I've not been advising him on.
He's not contacting you on beer styles, earrings, anything?
No. I think he actually is on the record saying that he has too much self-respect for piercings of any kind.
That I've heard.
Yeah, so I guess he has zero respect for me. But by sort of,
yeah.
What's the word?
As a chess player.
No, I wanted to use a long word I don't know the meaning of properly, but by what's yeah,
appropriation.
No, that's not appropriation. That's something else. But yeah,
I'm just saying words.
So am I, but I was trying to say some more meaningful ones, but I'm not succeeding. Yeah. Anyways, Yeah, and the Sevi Andreev game is still continuing. I'm slightly baffled, but
The
okay,
winning
let's-
plan is you push these pawns.
Yeah, he went
and then
rook.
you
Yeah,
queen one of them.
Yeah, he went rook a5 here. You know.
Pin.
Yeah, pinning.
Now you probably go here.
Yeah,
and
but-
you prepare this and this. I'm good at this stuff.
Yes, but what is he trying to achieve here?
I don't know. You can keep the pin going, and then after King G4, it's textbook to put your rook behind the enemy passed pawns. And we all know one runs faster than two, so two are quite slow here. But after F4, let's say rook G8 check, King F3, all of a sudden, Black combines the advance of his pawns with mating threats against the white king. Let's say King E1 to defend against rook B1 checkmate. But now G2, and this pawn is a very useful umbrella for the black king, so there's no check from behind. And all of a sudden the threat of rook B1 followed by G1 queen becomes very, very awkward for white. Let's say king to D1. Black could even employ a little tactic here. Go G1. I know this might look like a blunder, but there is a tactical point to it, so wait for a couple minutes until the program asks me if I want to get a queen or a rook. I will decide on a rook just to illustrate my point. But maybe the program will not be that forgiving this time around. Oh, there we go. Here, you see rook, it's a check, white has to take. And now rook b1 check all of a sudden picks up the rook on the back rank. And after king d2, rook takes g1. Most 2660 Russian grandmasters are very good in these types of positions. You defend your rook, you get a second rook, and then you use the famous stairs technique to checkmate the white king.
That is a perfect explanation of what will probably happen in this game if it continues for much longer. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know Samuel at all, and I'm probably really shouldn't be too harsh on a young man who I really have no real knowledge of. But I do find it slightly odd that he's continuing against somebody who is like 3 times his age and has outplayed him with the black pieces quite convincingly. But, I mean, there you go.
Yeah, I don't care much. What I get upset about is not if they make lots of moves, but if they think for a long, long time in such a position. Because then Andreev's going to feel like I'm being cheated out of my dinner time. That's how I thought anyone can resign whenever they want. Kayakin has played rook h2, as mentioned. Just controlling this pawn.
And if rook g2, if rook g4, then we can take on a2 finally. You know, I think, yeah.
Ah, okay,
although maybe king e7 as well. Yeah.
But this, also makes sense because now h5 you can just
you
return and you win the pawn actually.
Yeah. No, Sergei is well known to be an expert at not making any serious mistakes here. I mean, allowing d6 is probably, I think your king e7 move is probably cleaner than rook takes a2, because here after d6 you will have to start calculating again. So yeah, let's go king. Let's go king e7.
Both these pawns.
Yeah, if they go a4 here, we can
do whatever, a5, whatever makes you happy.
Yeah. No, actually, it's just that with the rook on g4, it's a very awkward square, and the way he does play rook g4, I think king e7 is very, very likely to happen now. Yeah, because
looking for selfmates.
Yeah, d6 now wins. Yeah, you actually missed an opportunity there. Yeah.
I understand, but I just like selfmates.
Yeah. No, it's now not really a huge problem at all to hold, I believe, and Sergei will most likely hold it without
breaking a sweat.
Breaking a sweat.
You don't want to sweat at the chessboard.
No.
Sweat starts dripping all over the board. No fun for anybody.
Yeah. Yeah, king e7 has been played. Yeah, we would be very surprised if Sergei allowed d6, because what you most want out of when you're defending a position like this, you really want to try and do it in such a way that you don't have to calculate whenever it's not absolutely required. a4.
Would you go a5? I think I'd go a5, but I think I might regret it later after bishop b5 check kills me.
No, I think rook f2 here is a very clever move because it creates a threat. Yeah, it creates a threat of f6 and f5. So it might actually be very difficult for white after a rook f2. Yeah, f6 wins a full rook here. So after rook f2, you actually need to start switching your pieces to very unfortunate positions, and I think it just makes sort of an immediate draw. And I have a feeling he will spot it because he is very, very alert to these types of
winning chances. He's won all kinds of things.
Yeah, I mean it's such an unpleasant threat that white, is reduced now to making very awkward moves like bishop h7 or yeah, you can do this, but now, let's say the b3 pawn is now definitely getting picked up by, let's say, check and rook b2 or something. Sorry.
Yeah, it's gonna be a draw. Unless Juanito goes crazy here. Because, yeah, Sergei Karyakin, he has that old... I don't know, it's associated with Karpov, I'm not sure if that's true, but defending even a worse position for a long, long time, and then the slightest chance he switches modes and he could win the game. I remember this game he won against Giri, where he had to defend for literally 9 hours and then won in the end.
Yeah, people are comparing you to the mentalist.
And no, he's more handsome than me. We've had this discussion before. I'm smarter than Simon Baker, whatever his name is, but he is a little more handsome. Go ahead.
Okay. I wasn't aware of that at all. I mean, that was the first time I've seen this, and I thought it was kind of curious. But there is something there, yeah. Are you actually aiming for that look, or?
I don't know. I think he's blonde and has curls, but he has more distinguished facial features, and I guess he also wears jackets. But I must admit, I've only seen like half of the first season, maybe a bit more, but like the first.
Regrettably, I have to say I've seen the entire run.
Isn't that exciting? It didn't seem that exciting.
No. I think at some point you no longer believe in, whatever they're selling. But I find it very difficult to give up on stuff I started watching. So
sorry to hear that. You should finish Serial. I really want to talk to you about Serial.
I will finish.
And we haven't managed to watch Making a Murderer, which is a bit sad. But there's been lots of stuff to do, like going to watch The Hateful Eight tonight.
Seems like Dieter has thrown it away.
How did he bungle it?
This last move is a huge mistake.
F4?
Yeah. Instead of F4, Rook D4 seems to be winning on the spot.
It's all way over my head. Why can't I go here? Then you take.
Yeah, I'd say King H7. Machine suggests this is also winning, but I would never really do that. But Rook D4, Rook D6 does look like it's very, very sensible. Rook F3, Rook D6 check, followed by Rook B6.
Ah, okay, this is more humane.
Yeah, and this does look like this should be completely winning somehow.
I agree.
Yeah, and instead of that he went F4, and now he no longer has those options, and it seems like he's actually no longer winning. This will be heartbreaking because he played a very, very nice game up to that point, I think. Just King F7 actually.
I was gonna go here, but then maybe
G8, yeah, G8 knight. G8 knight might actually be winning, but you don't actually allow that with black.
Now the system is gonna take an hour again to decide if he wants to allow me to queen and to what piece. Should just have played King F7.
Karyakin is Shia LaBeouf, somebody said in chat, yeah.
The bearded Shia LaBeouf and the pre-New York meltdown Shia LaBeouf. Like, are we talking Utopia? What's this movie called? Paranoia?
I have no idea. I only know the song Shia LaBeouf, but I don't know.
I know a lot about Shia LaBeouf. He had a very bad night out in New York. Google it.
Only good film out at the moment is The Revenant. We
we
should block this person.
Yeah, I tend to not block people lightly, but sometimes you just gotta do it. It's not a good movie.
Yeah, we are gonna be able to do that, I think.
Yeah. No, I'm very curious about Hateful Eight tonight. I really don't know what to expect. Anyway, this line I put on the board is not very revenant, because after G7, black can just go King F7.
Yeah.
And King H7 is probably inaccurate because of checkmate.
Yeah, this is gonna be a hard pill to swallow for Dieter, because you get the feeling that the tournament has been going quite badly for him, but he decided that he wanted to play a good game against the leader, and he was playing very, very well up to a point, and when his position was already completely winning, he managed to find almost maybe the only sort of sensible move in the position which isn't winning. Yeah, not gonna be a happy.
Brief update on the Sam Savian against Dreyev game. Savian has lost the game because he allowed a pawn to get all the way to the first rank. Let's see how it went down here. King H3 is a risky move, but it's quite possible. The tactical justification is after white takes the pawn on F4. You give a check. It's not checkmate. You can block it actually, but if you block it, here takes. Here, black would have to find one more key move, because if you give this check, King G1, all of a sudden King G3 leads to stalemate, which in spite of Nigel Short's efforts is still a draw in today's chess. But I say you can play king h2, taking the key g1 square under control, and there is literally nothing that white can do, preventing g2 followed by g1, either queen or rook. And even though it's only one piece left, both with a queen and a rook, most grandmasters are very proficient in converting that advantage, and therefore Svidler decided to resign after rook c1 check. So Andreev 1 takes over the lead, and the other top game...
He probably will be sharing the lead now.
That's... Ah, yeah, true.
That is why we were paying such close attention to those two games, because the future of the tournament is still very much undecided, and had Nisipianu played rook d4 there, Andreev would be the sole leader after 11 rounds, and it seems like the way things worked out, unless there's more dramatic changes in the Nisipianu Adiban game, there will be two leaders with two to go. They have played each other. They also, I think, both played most of the direct competition. So perhaps since the Karekin game is really the only one running, and it seems like it's not particularly a fast-paced game right now. Maybe we could take a moment to have a look at the cross table of the challengers and see who's got which games left. Andreev has 2 games left, one against Nijat Abbasov with white, and he's also playing Miguel Admiral with black. Miguel Admiral is not having a particularly happy outing. He's on 4 out of 11 so far. And Nijat Abbasov is all Azerbaijani juniors are pretty decent, so there will be...
No, not one single patzer among Azerbaijani juniors? Must be one.
I'm not sure.
Like this one kid in the back of the class who just doesn't get it.
Possibly, but I don't think I've met any, so I'm operating under the assumption that there are none. And that's Andreev's pairings. And Adiban's pairings are, he will have white against Nino Batsiashvili, who, as we know well after the Qatar Open, can occasionally...
Stream is off. You killed it with your talk about the results.
Oh dear. So sad.
I have no idea. I hope we're back or we were never gone. You never know, but we do keep an eye on the chat so people can tell us if they can see us or not. It looks like it was there, then it was gone. Then I reacted and restarted it, and now they say it's gone. It's very confusing. Anyway, you were in the middle of a very boring speech about the standings and the challengers.
Not gonna be...
No offense to the challengers, they will all crush me. Andreev is shared with Adiban most likely, right?
Yeah, that is the standings right now. Andreev will most likely be tied for first with Bhaskar and Adiban, because it would appear that Liviu Nisipianu will not win his at one point one rook endgame against Adiban, and
this is the position they have on the board.
And Adiban already played rook d3, which is the correct defensive mechanism.
Oh, this time you can't go king f7. You just so I get it now.
No, rook takes b5 would be an issue here, but rook d3 forces white to go g8 knight.
Hang on. Let's show the board.
Yeah, this is the position. The last move is rook d8 d3. g8 knight is the only way to continue, but after king f5, the f4 pawn is about to fall, and you don't actually win. We're waiting with bated breath for the knight to appear on g8. And yeah, this position actually... No, king f7, probably also okay, but go king f5.
Oh, no, king f7 is probably a mistake, because here
there's
a check.
Knight h6, yeah. No, king f5, I was more curious about rook f1, but he went rook b4. And now I guess maybe the only correct... No, this knight h7 is winning, but rook e3, yeah. And Adiban has already spotted this idea. Rook e3, cutting the knight off.
Let's sit out.
And followed by rook e4.
No, rook e4, I wasn't sure. Is this a threat? Takes.
Well, after king g7. No, but you need to go king g7. This is the problem. You run out of moves. King g7, rook e4, and yes, this is not rook and bishop against rook. This is rook and knight against rook, and those you don't really win very often. that has been an understatement.
Yeah, there's been 1 or 2 games, but it was always with the king in the center, in the corner.
Yeah,
like
if you start with the king on cutoff on the H or on the A file, then yes, you can create circumstances where the stronger side will win, but not when you start on F4.
Yeah, there's very little to know too, I think, about how to defend this. Just don't blunder the rook, pin the knight whenever it's necessary.
Yeah,
I don't think
mainly
you can
just
really go wrong.
mainly just don't blunder your remaining pieces. Don't blunder mate in 1. Don't do any of those things. Those things are bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not gonna happen. This game is gonna end in a draw. Nice resourceful defense by Adiban, but still heartbreak for Livia Dieter, of course. Not sure how heartbroken he's gonna be, but he clearly wanted to win this game. And came
and
very close.
he played a very, very interesting game and was on the verge of converting when he had a bit of a setback.
Yup.
Yeah, Sergei didn't play Rook F2, so the game very much continues, and you still need to show some accuracy here, I guess. I'm slightly surprised because I'm so used to him not missing those little tricks anywhere.
You know what I'm so used to when commentating on chess events, that all the games are over and Karjakin plays an either slightly better or slightly worse endgame for another 3 hours. This is a very, very familiar scenario, and thank you guys for sticking with us to enjoy this.
Yeah, last time this happened, it was Adam's Ilyanov game. In all fairness, during this tournament, I think the hardest round to comment was the one in which Ilyanov and Adams played a 7-hour game, but
there was a lot of excitement in that game.
Yeah, that is true. That game was a lot of fun to commentate, maybe more fun to commentate than to play, because it was a very difficult game for the players. A lot of mistakes were committed. Also, a lot of brilliant ideas were found by both sides. But towards the end of it, both players were clearly very, very tired, and by the end of it, Pavl must have felt really, really unhappy with how it came out.
Bishop e5 on the board, logical move, controlling this diagonal now that the d pawn is in check with the black king on e7. Karjakin turns his attention towards the main enemy, the h pawn, and he sets up a trap that probably will be spotted. You should not go here because you lose the bishop.
Correct, you are.
So what's he gonna do? If you run with the h pawn, somehow your king
feels a bit,
a little funny, yeah? Because it
takes, and just even go king d6 and start playing against the white pawns. But yeah, had he played rook f2, I think the game perhaps would have been drawn already, because rook f2 would illustrate very, very efficiently to his opponent that
he never does that. He doesn't lose, but he will continue defending a worse position for 3 more hours.
Yeah.
But what can Juanito try? This is the computer move. b6 and I don't even know. Probably you want to provoke b6 because
I think
one day the king will.
Mainly, I think it wants rook c6, c4. I think rook c4, c6. I'm sorry. I think that is the reason it likes rook b6 so much, because it creates a square which can later be used. But I'm not even sure if rook c3 loses here.
Here's my question: if colors were reversed, because we are so used to Karjakin defending everything, would you believe he would win this against VE?
No, I still think Draw is favorite regardless of who is white out of those two players, because I think for VE, you would feel Sergei has better winning chances against VE than VE has against Sergei, but this actually is a position which you can calculate. You don't need, it's not a passive defensive position where you have nothing to do for the next 50 moves. There are now targets, you can attack the bishop on c2 and force white to perhaps go for a rook trade at some point. There are options for you. So no, I think Draw is still favored regardless, but it's not 100% drawn anymore. I think there was one point a few moves ago, as I already pointed out, and first of all, the machine pointed it out for us.
Where was that again? I can't remember.
Yeah, somewhere like after a4 move 63.
Oh, here.
Yeah, he could have gone rook f2 here, and white's pieces are so boxed in that he needs to start giving away material actually, and after that I think Wei would have called it quits. But
maybe it's one of these moves you just don't consider. You just put your rook behind the h pawn to stop it from queening, then rook f2 to remove it there. Not easy.
Ardiban is superhuman. I don't really
Is
understand.
he winning?
Well, he's not winning, but he went rook e4 here.
Oh, he calculated this.
Yeah, he calculated that the knight actually doesn't reach the b pawn. Knight f6 check, king d4.
Well, in fairness, I'm not sure you need to be superhuman.
He could have. The point is, after rook d1, you can go rook e1. Sorry, after rook d4 on move 16, you can go rook e1.
Why would you if you can calculate this?
It's the same position. White has no moves. You wait for white to go king g7. You
Play
go
for a win. You can give it a check and
knight h6.
Then you lose.
You've actually lost. Yeah. So.
see, that's why you do this. Anyway,
No, but both rook e1 and rook e2 were sort of immediate draws. And yeah, it's a curious choice. I think it reflects his personality. You know, he's very, very confident in his calculations and his decisions, and you know,
yeah,
provided I spot that rook e2 or rook e1 exists, I think I almost never go for this. Yeah, because for instance, yeah, white can queen his f pawn.
The game continues. I've seen someone lose this.
Yeah, and if there is no immediate perpetual, and I think the king can go to h8, and then white interposes knight h6 somewhere, and the king probably, the queens probably don't come off immediately. And if the queens don't come off immediately here, white continues forever.
I'm being informed, Jan, these games are completed except for Wei Kayakin. I'm not sure if that's true.
Not according to our screens, but maybe we don't know something.
I'm very reluctant to queen this pawn. Oh no, that was quick.
Yeah, I don't think you actually give an immediate perpetual. I mean, machine maybe does, but in human terms, yeah, I want to go knight king h7
Yeah.
and then go knight e7, and maybe it's still a draw though.
No, it's a draw no matter
I
what
mean-
you do, but if there's no... Yeah. Why go here is your point.
Yeah, I think this is. I think we had this question maybe yesterday during the Q&A, whether you could actually tell stylistic differences by the. You can sort of, see the personality in the players in the choices they make. And here, when you have a choice between rook e1 and rook e4, I think it does reflect who you are. If you go rook e4. And I don't mean it in any kind of, you know, disparaging or non-complimentary way, but for me it would be very, very difficult to choose rook e4 out of those two things.
Also, why not this? Attack the knight.
Yeah, well, any move. Yeah, it forces rook and knight against rook, and you kind of know that Dieter will offer a draw there, because Dieter is one of the, I think, Dieter is one of the nicer people in chess, and I don't think he will play rook and knight against rook for a very long time.
No, that's unlikely. No, bottom line is queen and knight versus queen is better winning chances than rook and knight versus rook.
Yeah.
And also, yeah, you had to be very sure that this knight doesn't magically stop the b-pawn. And
It actually does stop the b-pawn, but black is in time to start chasing it. You can go knight f6 check, king, let's say f5, b3, knight e4. But that is an easy draw. That actually is an easy draw. Knight d2, king d3, king c2, king b3, and so on and so forth. Ad nauseum. Just don't go king a2 here. Yeah, that would be a mistake. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, in Juanito's game, this is what they have on the board right now. Yeah, I think I maybe should take the mouse away from you, because you keep on self-mating and blundering
Just
rooks.
showing the traps.
I think our viewers recognize rook h4 is not a particularly smart move here.
I'm not sure. We have viewers of all chess levels.
Very relevant question on Twitter. Should Sergei Karyakin pay for overtime for commentators?
I think you should. Doesn't he have a sponsor?
Very, very open to that idea. We are. He probably isn't.
No, I'm good. I enjoy overtime. I just want to go see the movie, but frankly, we still have time. Question is, can we get dinner and a movie to make this a proper, very romantic date? Or is it just gonna be whatever they have? Popcorn, nachos? Sounds unhealthy.
Yeah, I had my mind set firmly on a good slab of meat, but
We'll get food.
yeah, some food we definitely will get, but this might go on for another hour, and then we will be in a slightly tricky spot there.
It's hard to order a good steak. I'm just putting it out there. Because this is a big city, so you can order most things online, but it's very hard to order a steak.
As long as we are pointing out ways to lose in this position, I found one which is slightly less contrived. You can do this. Oh, that actually doesn't lose because there's king h6. No, my ways of losing are supremely inferior to yours.
I'll find some way to lose here. But
Yeah, my point was that if the king goes back to the fourth, there's rook h4 followed by rook takes b4. But
if it goes to f5,
if it goes to f5, I was planning to take, and then you kind of have to go to the fourth, and then rook h4 will actually happen. But there is king h6. Yeah, squares begin to disappear from my field of vision.
that's okay.
This is the position currently, and it should still be holdable reasonably simply, I guess.
Yeah, I really don't see Sergei Karyakin losing this. In this universe or any parallel universe, I think all the Karyakins, they hold this position
Yeah.
every time.
Yeah, well, one thing we maybe should discuss for a second is this. If you, and I'm talking to you, dear viewers, remember... What?
I thought you were talking to me.
No. Why would I?
You talking to me?
No. We discussed the position... Yeah, please stop, I'm trying to make a point.
You talking to me?
I am right now. Anyway, we discussed a probable scenario where black exchanges the remaining rooks with the king on g7, and we thought that might be very, very dangerous for black. But here, for instance, if white goes rook c4 and black goes rook c3, I have a feeling this might be a draw, because if we take after h6, black just passes forever. Bishop c3, h7, we continue passing. And I have a feeling the white king will never actually breach this barricade.
I'm sorry, I passed out while you talked about passing. This is a draw.
I think it is a draw, yes. That was kind of the point I was trying to make. I think this is a draw, which means that in the current position there is a great amount of leeway for Sergei, because white can't really, with the king already on e7, white cannot really threaten him with the rook exchange, because black, I think, is happy to exchange the rooks.
Why did you have to tempt me by using the word leeway again? I have to think of another dumb leeway, ye-way pun. I can't be asked to do such stuff at these hours.
Yeah, I don't know. I apologize profusely.
That's okay. So you're saying Karyakin did not give Yi-Wei any leeway?
That is exactly what I'm saying. I think it's easier to just say that was precisely what I meant than to try and reply to this in any kind of meaningful leeway.
I've worn him down, ladies and gentlemen. Only took a week, but Peter Svidler is being dragged down to my level. And then I'm gonna beat him with experience. And I'm not talking chess. Peter, holdable equals tenable.
I actually use
Tenable to tenable.
I use untenable, but not tenable. That is probably a flaw in my
I don't know.
usage.
In chess lingo, we just say holdable. Like it's a term like checkmate. We also don't say your king does not have legal moves and it is under attack.
Yeah.
Peter's hair is looking the best it's ever looked.
What a man, what a man. Yeah, I don't know. Generally when this kind of comment is what we have to refer to is not a good sign, but perhaps this
You
position...
can't really expect a lot of people to still be watching when one game is going on that's gonna end in a draw between Wei Yi and Sergei Karyakin. It is Friday night. There is a whole world of possibilities out there. You could watch TV, go to the movies, watch TV and order food, go to the movies and eat food while watching the movie. That's all I can think of. Anything else one could do on a Friday night?
No. No, I think that you've
I
exhausted.
did exhaust it. Right?
You've exhausted our possibilities.
You
entirely.
could surf the internet while you're watching a movie at home and ordering food. You can't surf the well, you sort of can surf the internet while you're in the cinema and bought food there, but then people start giving you strange looks if you're playing with your cell phone the whole movie. Been there, done that.
Yeah.
I have a wealth of life experience to share with you people.
I like that, you know, use the word grizzly. Am I using the adjective grizzly correctly here? But I like the grizzly overtones or the undertones or whatever the tones you were just using. Anyway, rook c4 is on the board. We think even rook c3 is a draw. Although black is by no means obliged to do that. He can also just chill and do not very much.
Yeah, but then the rook comes to c6 and all of a sudden you have to start thinking, is h6 now a threat? Can you go
Well,
d6?
if you wanna stop that, there is this option. You drive the king
like
to,
that.
and you go back to e5. If rook c6, white actually loses the pawn,
Boom!
and
And the game.
is apparently
Checkmate.
Yeah, because the king on g7 is in the mating net. This
cute.
is a way.
Should be fine.
Yeah, this is a way to lose the whole game, not just the h pawn. So by doing this, you force white to make some kind of an awkward move yet again, and yeah, it does seem like maybe the most comfortable way of holding currently, or tenning, since people are so unhappy about me using the word holdable. I will replace the verb hold in every single variation by the verb ten.
I don't know. Generally speaking, holdable and tenable are interchangeable, in my opinion.
Yes.
But in chess, we prefer holdable. It's just chess lingo. Duolingo, holdable, tenable.
Yeah.
You can smoke salmon in most commercial dishwashers. I appreciate the point Jason D. Strait is making there. Why don't we see more often French defense at the highest level of competition?
Very difficult opening to master. Very few people are willing to take the effort, I think, or make the effort would be more precise. Since Alexander Morozevich is no longer playing in the top level events, you know, very few people out there who have actually invested the time and effort into studying the opening. In his hands, it was an extremely dangerous opening. He won a lot of very nice games against very strong players. Bishop f6, king h6 played. I guess he will play bishop e5 now. It's a very natural move here.
I'm sorry, I'm just scanning the internet on my phone, preparing for the movies. Trying to do it in the dark so no other moviegoers can complain. Let's see, I have 8 notifications on Facebook.
That is never good news. I was asked in chat if I prefer Prokofiev to Tchaikovsky. I would probably pick Rachmaninoff if I had to pick. But I'm not a huge classical music buff, and my knowledge mainly comes from whatever my son is playing, and of the stuff he's played in his career. I probably actually like the Shostakovich pieces the best, but
what are we talking about? Computer game programmers?
nah, we are suddenly talking classical music.
Ah, sorry.
You can zone out again.
Right. Actually, I gotta hit the quiet. Do you say quiet place in English? Probably not. It's a German expression. I'll be back in like.
Please don't specify.
No, it's number 1.
Yeah, we are, I think, reaching dizzying heights right now on this stream. I'm really happy with the direction the last hour has taken. I think this will go in history as one of the greatest streams ever. Anyway, not very much I can say about this position which hasn't been said before. Sergei, of course, found bishop f6, bishop e5. He doesn't miss too much in these types of positions. Morozevich is not one of my secret seconds. Whilst I'm not disclosing any sort of positive information on that subject, I can rule people out and I'm using my rule out rule to say that Alexander Sergeyevich, much as I like and respect him, is not one of my seconds for the candidates. Yeah, what else? What else can I answer? I'm having the usual scrolling problems right now. I can only see one page of the chat. Maybe I can try and look it up on my machine, because on that machine I just can't get to the finally, hello. Let's see if there are any other questions I can address. How do you overcome jitters in the first rounds of an important tournament? I generally find that well, you just show up at the board and play. And once I am at the board, I feel much less jittery. It's the last 2-3 hours before the game which give me the most trouble, and nothing has changed in that respect, despite me being almost 40 and playing chess at a very high level for the past 20 years or so. I still get reasonably nervous in the last couple of hours before the game, but once I actually sit down and start playing, it goes away almost completely. We're not going to touch the Gibraltar games, sorry, because we don't actually have them in the viewer, and it would require, well, since Jan is not here, it would require superhuman abilities from me to actually even bring them up. So I can't say very much about the Gibraltar tournament today. I know that Vishy drew with black against Aparin, and now Aparin actually made 2 draws against the number 1 and the number 3 seed in the tournament in successive rounds.
That Aparin dude is very strong.
Yeah,
I played
Aparin.
him in the Spanish league. I know he's not so high rated, like 2,550, but sometimes you can just tell, like when I was playing the guy, that he's a very serious player and understands chess and where the pieces have to go.
Yeah, he seems like a promising young player. Yeah, so he's had in an open tournament, when you're 2 out of 3, you're probably not entirely happy normally, but considering the fact that out of the 3 games he played, 2 were against Nakamura and Anand.
It's not going to be too sad either.
Yeah, it's not going to be very, very sad, yeah, precisely. In this game, Wei is down to less than 5 minutes, and it is the final time control. So things might speed up a little bit. How many Lacoste shirts do I own? More than 10.
Really?
Yeah. At some point we discovered, me and my wife, we discovered that they look, in our opinion, halfway decent on me, and we started buying them whenever I don't really run out. I have a lot, but they do. After like 15 washes, the color kind of drains away, and you feel you need more.
Yeah. You're getting the real thing here, not the counterfeits I would bring from Thailand?
No, we're getting the proper Crocs.
I'm more of a polo sportman myself.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. I have some Lacoste.
What can we talk about?
We can do a recap of today's show. First of all, we had horrible sound problems for the first hour. That was very enjoyable for everyone involved. Then in the second hour, we were talking about something. Magnus Carlsen's position was still very equal. But since he is Magnus Carlsen, he found a way to wear his opponent, the female number 1 player, down, and she took here, which was a very committal decision.
It was still fine, apparently. But what I found interesting is that Magnus, I think he said in an interview that had she played a5, after takes, it was a draw. So he went queen c3 knowing this pawn endgame was a draw, but still he felt this presented him with the best practical chance, which is, I thought that was interesting. I thought,
smelling.
Yeah, I thought it was a very telling thing that he, even though he understood that he should not win this anyway, he realized that first of all, giving her this option is a decent idea, and secondly, that she might underestimate the amount of danger this endgame may pose if she is not precise.
Which is a little strange, and in my opinion can only be explained with tiredness, both from the game and from the tournament, because this plan is not so hard to calculate. Michael Adams against Anish Giri. Draw could have been a masterpiece by Michael Adams had he completed his symphony by going
Yeah,
hunting
Rook
D4,
D1 here, yeah.
This would be a game for the textbooks because the strategic stuff Adams came up with before was very impressive, at least to me. And this would have won, but of course that's a little easier to say with the computer. Van Veli Navara was another exciting game where Lucky Boy screwed up the opening kind of badly. I've mentioned I didn't like his fourth move already. I think this is one of the better positions you can have with black after 6 moves at this level.
Yeah, I definitely agree with this. Yeah, I wasn't sure what he was doing in the opening, to be honest. I think he was trying to be too clever for his own good somehow.
And Navara tried to punish him. Another critical point, maybe knight d2, but this position is already unpleasant. h4 is coming. Got more or less a winning position, I think is fair to say. Somewhere around here, you've pointed out, if one just takes his pawn and goes back.
Yeah, I liked it much better than what David has done. But I think after bishop takes b2, he just did not expect this move, because I mean it's an extremely easy move to miss. And even if black is still better here, and the machine suggests that black is still better here, it becomes very, very tricky to play.
Yeah, now the trend has completely turned, and all of a sudden it is a total mess, where after mutual small inaccuracies owed to time travel, the game ended in a draw with a funny material balance. But these two bishops, the infamous two bishops, working together very well, as strong as a queen here. Perpetual. Pavl had to do a tough defensive job against Wesley, so after things went a little wrong, but he managed to hold and can't complain. The Caruana game I'm a little confused by, because somewhere around here, or even a bit later, we thought, or I thought, that it's white who has to make a draw.
But I think Rook G1 is just a mistake on move 40. I'm pretty sure that if you start with bishop c5, you can never ever lose this, and probably you're playing for a win.
Right, because you can give the bishop,
Yeah,
and probably pick up another pawn.
Yeah, exactly. I think Fabiano just thought he had more time. He thought he could include Rook G1, force white to do something about it. Like, I don't know, allow the rook to b1 before, or make some kind of an awkward move like, I don't know, knight g2 or something, and then he will bring the bishop out. It was move 40. It has to be said that it was the infamous move 40. And
yeah, and he missed this tactic when all of a sudden Barry is very hard to stop.
Yeah, but he did not make any more mistakes in this game, and
he drew.
Yeah, he drew for finding the correct setup, giving up. Picking up the knight, allowing the b pawn to queen, and rook d1, rook d2 was blitzed out here by Fabi. He was not going to miss that.
It's like I always say, sometimes you gotta let b pawns be b pawns. Why did I queen it?
Yeah, you really didn't have to.
Draw. If there was a king here, it wouldn't be draw.
And actually the Karekin game has been drawn, so we are free at last,
Hateful Eight, here we come. That means that Magnus Carlsen increased his lead in the tournament to a pretty commanding 1 point ahead of Fabiano Caruana. Everybody else is even further behind.
Well, Liren, by winning today, is now in clear third place with 6.5 out of 11. Yeah, perhaps we can bring up the.
Yeah, it's going to take me a bit, but I'll get there. What's this? Here we go. You can talk.
I should probably talk. I did not expect it to take as long as it seems to be taking, but. Yeah, Magnus is a full point ahead, has 2 tough opponents in the last 2 rounds, but so I think has Fabiano, so he is an overwhelming favorite to win the tournament now. And here you can see most of the pairings and also the standing of the leading group on your screen instead of our faces, which you've seen enough of obviously for today. And no one can complain about this, I think. Yeah, even dragging it a bit lower down would probably make even more sense. And there you go, Magnus on 8 out of 11, having a very, very good tournament, plus 5 out of 11 rounds with in a very, very tough field. Tomorrow, Anish is playing black against Karyakin. Hou Yifan, who's having a bit of a torrid end to the tournament, is white against Mickey Adams. Wesley is playing against Magnus, perhaps the last game in which the current situation in the tournament can be challenged. If Wesley somehow manages to win tomorrow, then other people will have a chance to rejoin the fight for first. Fabiano Caruana, who is a clear second on 7 out of 11, is playing white against Luc Manveli, so he will probably feel this is a good chance for him to try and reduce the distance between him and the leader. And the final game of the day is Wei Yi with white against Shahriar Mamedyarov.
Yep, that's it. There's a bunch more people in the Masters. Some of them will be unhappy with the scores, like Tomashevsky, like Hou Yifan after the recent couple rounds, like Mickey Adams, even though, yeah, today he played a great game, was very close to a win. Navara on -1 feels strange the way the tournament has been going.
Yeah, he was definitely one of the more interesting players in the tournament. He's provided us with plenty of excitement. Almost every single game of his was extremely interesting to commentate on. See you tomorrow, same time, I think. Yeah, they're not playing anywhere in particular. They're playing in Vike tomorrow. So it's 1:30 Central European. Please join us for our coverage of round 12 and then round 13 as well. Thanks
tonight, people.
Yeah, thanks for watching. We'll be here tomorrow. They've chained us to too late.
No, you're still on. Keep talking.